Okay. We're good? Okay. You want some?
Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing for the Committee on Finance, joint with Transportation, Infrastructure, and Parks and Recreation. At this time, we ask that you please silence all electronic devices, and at no time are you to approach the dais. If you'd like to sign up for in-person testimony or have any other questions throughout the hearing, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms. Chair Brennan, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the FY26 Executive Budget Hearings. Councilmember Justin Brannan, I chair the Council's Finance Committee. Today we're talking about something that affects every single New Yorker, our streets, our sidewalks, our bridges, and how we get around. Pedestrians, cyclists, baby strollers, cars, and buses. Today's hearing focuses on the Department of Transportation. I'm proud to be joined by my colleague and Majority Whip, Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers, who chairs the Committee on Transportation. We've also been joined so far this morning by Councilmembers Lewis, Ayala, Carr, Hudson, and De La Rosa. And of course, welcome back to a familiar face, our former colleague, Commissioner Ydanis Rodriguez, and your team. Thank you all for being here, taking the time to walk us through the budget and answer our questions. Just some quick housekeeping. As part of our new format, public testimony will happen right after we hear from agency officials. So if you're here to speak on the DOT executive budget, please just make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant-at-Arms in the back. So let's talk numbers. On May 1st, the administration released its executive financial plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. DOT's proposed share is $1.5 billion, which is about 1.3% of the total budget. That's a $30 million increase from the preliminary plan back in January, driven by collective bargaining costs, road resurfacing, ferry operations, and utility adjustments. But what the council finds troubling is that as of March, DOT still had about 630 vacancies. That's hundreds of jobs unfilled. Projects delayed, streets that go unrepaired, and New Yorkers that have to deal with unsafe conditions. It's not okay with us. We'll take it up with OMB as well, but those vacancies need to be filled. In the City Council's preliminary budget response, we made it crystal clear. Restore the city's commitment to resurfacing at least 1,300 miles of roadway per year. Unfortunately, the executive budget kept it at 1,100. That's just not a number. That means more potholes, longer waits for repairs, and more frustration for everyday people who are just trying to get to work, school, or the store. A city that runs on its streets can't afford to let them fall apart, and I know DOT agrees with that. My questions today will focus on the capital plan, the status of federal infrastructure dollars, and what it's going to take to get us back on track, literally. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers, so she can give her opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, and welcome to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure's joint hearing with the Committee on Finance on the fiscal 2026 executive budget for the Department of Transportation. My name, once again, is Sylvina Brooks Powers, and I chair the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I have repeatedly emphasized that effective and efficient transportation is vital for social mobility, economic growth, and equity. It also serves a crucial role in community health and our overall well-being as a city. How and where we choose to invest our transportation dollars reflects the values and priorities of our city. Today, we will hear from the Department of Transportation on its $1.5 billion fiscal 2026 executive budget. DOT's fiscal 2026 budget in the executive plan is 2.4% greater than its $1.47 billion fiscal 2026 preliminary budget presented in January. DOT's capital commitment plan totals $11.66 billion across fiscal years 2025 to 2029. This is $1.67 billion less than the preliminary capital commitment plan. The fiscal 2026 executive budget includes an additional $34.6 million, $22.8 million of which is from new needs. As always, I plan to discuss with DOT how the city can more equitably invest in historically underserved communities like the ones I represent. Issues such as overnight residential tractor-trailer parking remains a persistent concern in certain areas of our city, and DOT is once again failing to meet the legal mandates the council established several years ago in the streets plan, especially when it comes to bus lanes. I plan to ask DOT about this at today's hearing, and I look forward to gaining a better understanding how this year's budget will ensure that DOT can meet its legal requirements and more effectively serve communities citywide. As Adam Clayton Powell Jr. once said, it's time to move beyond the rhetoric and into action. I look forward to better understanding how this year's budget will enable DOT to meet legal requirements and more effectively serve communities citywide. Before we begin with testimony, I would like to thank council staff for their hard work on preparing for this hearing. Adrienne Japal, Senior Financial Analyst, Julia Haramis, Unit Head, Chima Abachar, Deputy Director, Mark Chen, Senior Committee Counsel, Kevin Katowski and John Basile, Senior Policy Analysts, and of course my staff, including Julian Martin, my Director of Budget and Legislation, as well as my Chief of Staff, Renee Taylor. And with that, I will now pass it back to Chair Brannon.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers. Before we continue, I also want to continue to thank the council finance staff who works very hard to put these hearings together, especially today again to Julia and Adrian for preparing today's hearing, my committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, my senior advisor, John Yedden, and a full team of analysts back at Mission Control who helped make this possible. Just a reminder, we'll take public testimony on DOT and parks right after the agency panels. Again, if you're here to testify, public testimony is probably not going to start until 2 p.m., but make sure you fill out a witness slip. I'll now turn it over to the committee counsel to swear in our witnesses, and we can start.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes, I do.
Deputy Ochoa?
Yes, I do.
Deputy Forgione? And Assistant Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's a great honor to be here, my fourth time coming to testify in the executive budget on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams, Chair Brooke Powers, Chair Brannon, and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and Finance. Thank you for the great work that you do at the council and all members of your committees. Annie Danis Rodriguez, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation. With me today are First Deputy Commissioner Margaret Forgione, Executive Deputy Commissioner Paul Ochoa, and Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental and Community Affairs, Rick Rodriguez. He's not my brother. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams on DOT's fiscal year 26 executive budget and fiscal year 25-35 capital plan. With an over $1.5 billion operating budget and $33.5 billion capital program, DOT had almost 6,000 employee safety and efficiency managed. The numbers of vacancies that we have today is equal or similar to the pre-pandemic number. As Mayor Adams announced, this is truly our best budget ever. DOT's charge in the New York City Charter is to provide for the safe and efficient and environmentally responsible movement of people and goods around our city while managing 26% of the city land, including 6,300 miles of street and highways, 12,000 miles of sidewalk, 44,000 intersections, and 14,000 of those intersections, they have traffic lights, and over 800 bridges and tunnels, with both baseline funding and the approval of new needs for nearly every one of our 6 divisions. This budget will help us achieve that mission. We appreciate the mayor's continued investments in DOT, enabling us to maintain our programs and deliver for New Yorkers. In 22, Mayor increased the budget by 18%. In 23, he had close to $300 million, and his commitment to put the dollars where it's needed has been very consistent in his 3 years and 5 months in this administration. DOT's FY26 expense budget is $1.5 billion, and you can see the breakdown on the screen and in the chart in my testimony. There are $124 million for bridges and maintenance, $125 million for ferry operations, and you will see the other breakdown in the screen. If you cannot see it well from here, you have it in front of you. On capital plan, DOT's FY25 and 35 capital plan is $33.9 billion. And you can see the breakdown again on the screen and in my testimony. But that number also is represented by $17.3 billion for bridges. And that's very important when we look about the capital. From the $34 billion capital for 10-year plan, $17 billion is for the maintenance and investment to maintain our bridges in the state of good repair for our city. $3.5 billion for resurfacing, $3.6 billion for sidewalk, $1.5 billion for street lights, signals, and others area, $703 million for Staten Island Ferry, and $1.3 billion for the facility and equipment needed to support DOT operation. This budget provides funding to support critical DOT operations that keep the city moving. The Adams administration include $253 million over the span of the 10-year capital plan for replacement of DOT's aging fleet of medium and heavy-duty vehicles, which will allow us to establish a regular schedule for replacing these vehicles as they reach the end of their useful life. This will allow DOT to continue providing core services for all New Yorkers, such as roadways resurfacing, curbs and median construction, pedestrian ramp upgrade and installations, and bridge repair, just to name a few. For our sidewalk division, which oversees 12,000 miles of sidewalk, this budget includes $4.7 million to keep up with the rising cost of steel, concrete, and other materials needed for pedestrians, ramp upgrade, and installation. Last year, DOT oversaw the upgrade or installation of pedestrian ramp at over 9,300 corners. And this new funding will allow us to continue this important work that help New Yorkers of all abilities cross the street safe. For our roadways division, this budget continues the important $280 million in baseline funding annually to allow us to reserve 1,100 lane miles and 50 bike lane miles each year. Also, this budget adds an additional $7.9 million to ensure we're fully funded for our resurfacing operation this year. This month, we are celebrating Bike Month with month-long programming and community events designed to encourage cycling, promote safety, and celebrate the city growing bike culture. There's so much to celebrate. Under the Eric Adams administration, DOT has built a record of 8.5 miles of new protected bike lanes. That number is larger than the numbers of protected bike-lane that has been built in the same period of time by any previous administration, and the numbers of bike-lane that we have built in New York City is larger than the numbers of protected bike-lane that all largest city has built together in this country. With this funding, we also will upgrade additional 20 miles to support the over 226 million annual bike trips. Again, 226 million is to put in perspective of bike trip that we had last year is much higher than 98 million bike trips that we have in 2009. Our celebration includes dozens of events across all 5 boroughs, including free helmets fitting, bike light giveaway, educational outreach for delivery workers, and our great Roseanne, our Staten Island Borough Commissioner, started an initiative that we're looking to expand across the 5 boroughs, which is that in partnership with Bike New York, they will have a giveaway bike to underserved kids, where more than 200 bikes being donated by residents of Staten Island, Bike New York, and others, and that will be happening by the end of this month. So we also will invite our colleague, the colleague here from Staten Island, to join us that particular day. For our Traffic Operations Division, we also have good news to share. We have identified our top vendor for our new automatic enforcement contract and are working with them on a schedule to install new red light cameras thanks to the expansion we secured in Albany last year. We are also working with our partners in the state legislature to reauthorize our life-saving speed camera program set to expire in July. And the reason why it's a life-saving speed tool is because when we have installed a speed camera, we have seen a major reduction of speeding, a major reduction of crashes in those locations. We look forward to work with the council to pass the home rule message. On bridges, we continue our critical project to maintain 809 bridges and 4 tunnels in a state of good repair. This budget provides an additional $42 million for the East 25 pedestrian bridges over the FDR tied to the Science Park and Research Campus on Kips Bay, which will be a first-of-its-kind job and educational center in the heart of New York City. In this budget, the Adams administration also baselined $3.2 million and 10 headcount between our bridges and planning divisions to support the inspection and repair of overhead sign structures. With these funds, we are creating a first-ever dedicated program to replace the over 50-year signs on the highways throughout the city, instead of handling them on a case-by-case basis with in-house resources, as we have previously done. I'm also happy to say that we were granted expanded authority to our first-in-the-nation Weight in Motion program in the recently passed state budget. As everyone knows, we did the first one around the BQE, made New York City the first one that is able to give a $650 fine to those truck drivers who are using overweight truck with more than 20,000 pounds of what is allowed in their vehicle. We are now authorized to use weight in motion on the BQE as well as 8 additional bridges, including the Queensboro, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges. This will help keep overweight vehicles off our bridges and help us maintain them in a state of good repair. The reason why this is so critical is because when a bridge is built, their life is only 80 or 90 years. After that time, cities had to make major investment to keep those bridges in the state of good repair, as we had doing the Brooklyn Bridge, where in the last 10 years, we have invested around $1 billion. For our Transportation Planning and Management Division, this budget includes an increase of $10 million for our pavements markings contract next year, on top of the $30 million we already have baselined. This funding is critical for allowing us to implement a street improvement project, including new bus and bike lanes, pedestrian safety improvements, and so much more, to enhance street safety for all road users. This funding will allow us to replace fade marking to ensure that our street designs remain in good condition. And this budget includes $101 million for a street reconstruction project that build out critical safety improvements in permanent concrete materials. This includes $79.6 million for the fourth phase of our Queens Boulevard redesign that will extend the improvement from Yellowstone Boulevard to Union Turnpike. $13.3 million for our Northern Boulevard Douglastown Connector project to build out the cyclist transition or Northern Boulevards at the Cross Island Parkway. $4.7 million for the Van Sinderen Avenue streetscape project that will expand public space and improve pedestrian safety in the Broadway Junctions area. And $3.7 million for the Park Avenue pedestrian safety improvement project that will slow traffic and create a new public space under the BQE. I'm so happy to say that in this budget, the Mayor Eric Adams administration has stepped up with funding to support two hallmark public realm programs, Open Street and Dining Out NYC. These programs were critical lifelines for the city during the pandemic and recovery period, largely funded by federal coronavirus stimulus funds. With the stimulus funding expiring this year, the program could only continue with an injection of city funds. These investments ensure New Yorkers can continue to enjoy these transformative programs that have reshaped our streets as places to meet, dine, and spend quality time. And that investment is even much needed in underserved community where there's not a bid of other institution that is ready to put those money in those programs. For Dining Out NYC, this budget added $3.8 million next fiscal year to replace federal funding we once had for this program. For Open Street, this budget adds $2.1 million to replace the federal funding, which will allow us to continue supporting Open Street throughout the city. Last month, we opened this season Open Street with Car-Free Earth Day, connecting Open Street and plazas across the city while providing access to over 1,000 miles of New York City bike network and showcasing public art and community programming. And looking ahead for this year's Summer Street, as the mayor announced, we are planning to extend it to 400 blocks to celebrate the city's 400th anniversary. This budget also provides $50 million for the Gotham Arches project, which reconstructs the area by the Brooklyn Bridge with increased community connectivity and public space, and the administration looks forward to continue to work with the community on this project. Thank you, Rosa, for the great job. She was here, I don't know if she left, but Rosa and many members of the Chinatown community, they've been great partners working with us with that project. We are also proud to be part of one of the first rezoning of this administration with the Bronx Metro North rezoning, which will bring 4 new Metro North stations to the East Bronx and create nearly 7,000 homes, including 1,700 permanently income-restricted affordable housing and 10,000 jobs, all close to public transit. This budget includes $208 million for new projects to support this rezoning. Finally, DOT continues to be a leader in minority and women-owned businesses enterprise, or MWBE, contracting investment. When I first stepped into my role as commissioner, the agency MWBE number was only 11%. We know how hard it is to move those numbers. However, today, it is with great pride that I coming in my 4 years as a commissioner to share with you that the progress we have made in the most recent fiscal year of our MWBE was in 32%, and year to date, our MWBE numbers is 37%. This achievement underscores a commitment to promote inclusivity and provide meaningful support to diverse businesses with our community, reflecting a broader vision of equity and opportunity for all. In this budget, we were given $3.7 million in FY26 to continue our MWBE contract to cleaning and vegetation control along highway service roads, which will allow us to continue this important program. 1 minute en español. Para mí es un honor venir a testificar en mi último año, terminando 4 años de comisionado, ante el Consejo Municipal, en el cuerpo que yo serví por 12 años, y ahora el alcalde me ha dado la oportunidad de tener 4 años bajo su administración, sirviendo con honor, asegurándome de administrar cada uno de los recursos que tenemos para garantizar la movilidad segura y eficiente de los peatones y los vehículos en esta ciudad. In conclusion, we are thankful for the opportunity to testify before the council today and for your continued partnership. We are grateful to the Adams administration for investing in DOT. Every day, the almost 6,000 people, men and women that work so hard at DOT, take this job very seriously. And I want to thank every single member of this agency for being the leaders of the largest Department of Transportation that any city have in this country. We now welcome any question.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. We've also been joined by council members Narcisse, Williams, and Ressler. I want to talk about federal funding. Just to set the table, on January 27th of this year, the Trump administration issued a directive to pause federal loan and grant spending. The directive was quickly rescinded 2 days later, but an executive order issued by the president to review funding remains in effect. The level of federal funding that the city and DOT will receive remains a serious area of concern. The executive plan includes $135.3 million of federal funding for DOT in FY25, which is about 8.8% of DOT's budget, and $78.8 million for FY26, which is about 5.2%. So could you tell us what are DOT's main sources of federal funding?
I'm going to start and then Paul will take it. When I was a chairman of this committee of transportation, and especially my first year, when I had the budget in front of me, I say why we had these numbers, and then by October the numbers increased. And a lot, and then Shima and the whole team, they educate me to understand that, it is by the end of this year that we get to know how much federal funding and other sources is coming to this agency. So I can say that the agency has a great team of financing grants. We go after every single dollar. We continue planning. We're not different, and we have been planning in the last couple of years because we have not received any notice from DC that any federal funding being stopped. So that's why we are focusing, and Mayor Adams say always always being laser focused. So we are not right now being distracted by any noise from that may come from DC because we have not received any notice or any federal funding being stopped.
Thanks, Chair, for that question. Most of our federal funding comes from USDOT, FTA funding, and FHWA funding, so the Federal Transit Administration and the Federal Highway Administration. Most of the funding is programmed into our budget, what we call formula funds, which means it's a lump sum amount that flows through the state. that comes to us. We program a lot of it in the ferries budget, for example.
Is there a contingency plan has the administration given any orders for a contingency plan to prepare for a potential budget shortfall?
Yeah, listen, we're always talking to OMB and City Hall about these things. We sincerely hope that the federal administration does not rescind any funds that are used for critical operations, but we are in conversations with them to make sure that, one, we know exactly where the federal funding is coming from, and then, plan accordingly. At this point, as the commissioner mentioned, no federal funds have been rescinded. It's certainly not formula funds. I think there was a lot of competitive grants from the last administration that we're working through, but at this point, nothing has been canceled or rescinded.
Are there any federal grants that DOT has applied for that you're waiting to hear back on?
Yes. We have about 10, I believe, around seven that we applied late last administration that we have not heard back.
And is that cause for concern? Do you typically have heard back by now?
Listen, it's hard to say what typically is in this federal administration, but what I would say is most of our competitive grants were implementation grants, which means we are applying for a capital project that we already have programmed in the budget. That is all to say that most of those projects are fully funded with city tax dollars. So any award would be displacing city tax dollars. So it wouldn't necessarily stop a program. We're full steam ahead with our capital plan.
And the 10 grants that you mentioned, what's the total?
I believe about 30-something million. Okay. I can get back to you on that.
Okay. I want to talk about a couple areas of underspending in DOT's budget. The FY25 budget for OTPS traffic operations is $480.9 million. Over the last 2 years, DOT has spent around $470 million annually in this unit of appropriation. By the end of the third quarter last year, expenditures in this area already exceeded $425 million. Yet, through the first 3 quarters of the current fiscal year, the agency has spent only $347 million on these expenses. So, why have expenditures this year lagged last year's expenditures in this particular unit of appropriation?
Yeah, I can take it. You're right, Councilmember. A lot of our work is cyclical. Sometimes we can be weather dependent, for example. We could have an issue with the contractor, for example. What we do is we do spend every single cent at the close of the fiscal year. And if there's work, for example, that happened in this fiscal year that we didn't pay out, we set up accruals. It's a technical process where we pay with next fiscal year's dollars to close the gap in this fiscal year. So it's hard to give you an exact answer of why the money hasn't been spent, but I can assure you it gets spent, every single cent gets spent.
So the FY26 budget for this U of A is over $490 million.
That sounds right. That U of A includes 2 large operations. It's traffic ops and the traffic planning management division.
And do you think that's adequate to fund the need in the next fiscal year?
We think so. Listen, we do move money around within U of A and sometimes across U of A's to make sure that the entire agency is funded, but we take a close look at that, and we have an amazing budget team who keeps very close track of the spending to make sure that, one, the encumbrances are set up accordingly to pay out contracts, and if we are over-encumbering, which means we are over-committing, that we de-encumber to move money around. Okay,
moving to the capital plan, the DOT's executive capital commitment plan for FY25 to 29 is 12.5% less than the capital commitment plan in the preliminary budget. It's a decrease of $1.67 billion. Why was there such a large decrease in the DOT capital plan?
Were you talking about a specific fiscal year? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part of the...
Yeah, the DOT's executive capital commitment plan for FY25 to 29.
So the capital commitment, we move money around. If, for example, we have capital stretch exercises, it's an accounting sort of exercise. What we do, and we work with OMB and City Hall to make sure that we don't actually impact schedules, which is the most important thing. If a project is funded, say, in fiscal '27, and we need to move the money up to fiscal '25, we do that all the time. It does require constant coordination with OMB and City Hall, but we do that. So if there was a decrease in fiscal '25 and we moved money around to fiscal '26 and '27, it's just an accounting to make sure that we're not over-committing and the city is not bonding out more than what it needs to in fiscal '25.
So how did you determine, along with OMB, which projects would be pushed out to later years in the plan?
Yeah, the first order that we do is to align projects with schedules. So we work with DDC, DEP. A lot of our street projects, for example, have DEP components and they're managed by DDC. So the first thing we ask is say, okay, of all these projects programmed for fiscal '25, which one of these are likely going to slip into fiscal '26? And if that, we work with all three agencies to make sure that's, and OMB to make sure that's the case. Once we see that, then we say, okay, well, if that project slipped, then we are going to move the money accordingly. And then if we don't meet the target by just aligning with schedules, then we look at projects that we can, move out the funding with the understanding that the funding is going to be brought back into a fiscal year to make sure that it advances. We haven't delayed a project because of any stretch exercises yet.
Okay, I want to talk about street resurfacing. I mentioned in my opening remarks, the previously stated goal was to resurface 1,300 lane miles annually. That was reduced to 1,100. The council called on the administration to increase capital funding for street resurfacings by $40 million. And that was to allow DOT to return to resurface 1,300 lane miles annually. Was any additional funding related to the council's request to increase the city's repaving effort included in the executive plan?
Let me pass it to our first deputy, a commissioner who oversees all operation at DOT.
Thank you. So our resurfacing budget was increased by $7.9 million this year, or this coming year. And in terms of the lane miles, we're very proud each and every year to always meet our lane mile target. Resurfacing is critical for us to keep our roadways in good conditions and avoid street defects forming and things of that nature. We would be open to discussing increasing the lane mile target, but at this time, we have that increase that I mentioned in the budget.
Okay, and in FY24, the average cost per lane mile resurfaced was just under $200,000. Is that still accurate?
Do we have that? Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I want to talk about fake license plates and the impact that they have on revenue collection. According to an audit by the controller, defaced, obscured, and fake license plates cost the city about $100 million a year in lost revenue. The proliferation of fake and defaced plates has gotten out of control, and while there have been occasional crackdowns, they're not enough to truly address the issue. We're all in traffic stuck behind these cars who have a leaf on their plate or something blocking a letter on their plate. We believe the city is leaving considerable amounts of money on the table here, and that it's clear that we need upgraded technology to better address these enforcement challenges. We've learned that cars sold since 2019 are all connected via GPS telematics API, meaning, no matter what your license plate says, we have the technology to figure out who owns the car and how to apply that fine or ticket. Has DOT explored the use of any updated camera technology that would allow it to issue violations based on GPS detection rather than just the license plates that are not always real or visible?
First of all, our legal team, the general counsel that we have, they are doing a great job. And one of the things that we have done recently is to pass a new rule at DOT that now empower NYPD to be able to give a ticket to those who park a car with a obstructed light a plate. So before, NYPD could stop someone that they would see in the street if that person was driving the car. However, the law didn't allow NYPD to go and be able to give a ticket to a car that was parked in the street with a obstructed license. So this is one of the things that we have done recently, which we passed a rule at DOT, is that now empower NYPD to give a ticket to those cars that they are parked in our street that have a obstructed plate. As we also have selected the new vendor for our speed camera, we've been in conversation on what all the features they come with the technology. At some point, we are restricted because the way of how the state authorized New York City to use the speed camera doesn't allow for us to do certain things. So more than happy to work with the council to figure out how we can expand as we're going through the reauthorization of the speed camera to see if we can be allowed also to use those new speed cameras that we'll be installing with the vendor and be able to address what you're saying.
Has a vendor been chosen for the?
Even chosen as part of the process, Vera, which is the current vendor that being running the largest speed camera in the nation, which is ours. They've been selected, but as part of the process, now we're going through the whole other process of negotiation with some details, going through a controller, but based on the committee that did the whole evaluation of everyone who respond, they were the one that scored higher. And there's a new process. I don't know if Paul would like to add any new things about that.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. We're very excited about this new contract. This is the first time that the automated enforcement program gets RFP'd out. If you recall, the program grew from a small pilot to just what it was now. The agency never really put out an RFP to, one, make sure that the contract terms made sense for the agency, and two, see what new technologies were out there. I think, as the Commissioner mentioned, this new contract is structured in a way that if a new technology comes in, we can quickly pivot to it. So we're very excited. I do want to make a point about the revenue. I think you're perhaps right about the revenue. I think the way we see automated enforcement is about behavior change. If these folks are not getting tickets, then they're likely not going to see the behavior change, which is ultimately what we want out of the automated enforcement program.
So with the new vendor or the renewal, is there talk about updating the technology in the cameras?
Yes, they have.
Just hit your mic.
Yeah, so, and I would like for Rick also to add after I share where we are today. So as part of this process, we have an industry day where those who are responding to the request for proposal, they showcase everything that they have, the current and new technology. So I think that everyone, including everyone who responded, but including the one that being scoring higher, which is the one that the agencies now in negotiation with details of the contract, they are open to do new things. But again, I'm more than happy to continue conversation with you guys. However, we are restricted by the state on how can we use those images. And Rick, I don't know if you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair. Just go a half step backwards. On the reauthorization for the speed camera bill, we're going to include some amendments to do increased sharing with the state to combat obstructed license plates. So that's a thing that you'll probably see in a home rule request soon. An additional bill that we are also in support of in the legislature is the Intelligent Speed Assist program, which we've been calling ISA, which would have that sort of telematics. So technology. So for those worst offenders of our speed and red light cameras, or if they have 11 points on their license, you would be required to have an installation of an ISA device. And so we would have that GPS technology in the vehicles for those worst offenders.
Okay. Sorry, we've also been joined by council members Rivera, Salam, Ariola, and Sanchez. I have a couple more, but interest of time, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Brooks Powers. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna kick it off with streets plan. In DOT's most recent streets plan report, which was released this past March, the department admitted that in 2024, it only built 13.5 miles of protected bus lanes, which once again is far short of the 30 miles required annually. DOT is also required to install transit signal priority at 1,000 intersections annually, but completed only 766 last year. The report noted that DOT installed roughly 29 miles of protected bike lanes in 2024, which is an improvement, but still less than the 50-mile benchmark required by legislation. Does DOT have enough funding to meet all streets plan mandates?
We always appreciate any new funding, more funding is always great. However, as someone that like you that have been in B&T leadership, we know also that we had to manage every single dollar. So we're doing a good job when it comes to the resources that we have. Our challenge is not just the resources. Our challenge is also how can we get to 50-mile protected bike lane when we know that there's so many areas in the city where we have a lot of constituency that they don't want to get those bike lanes in those areas. Like as I said before, I wanted to do the bus lane at Fordham Avenue, but all the elected officials, the bid in Little Italy, the Fordham University, they all went against it. So I like to be a little bit like Gabe Brewer, same thing as how I feel. I don't think that the number that we have put in the street master plan, which was a bill that I was a co-sponsor, that was a bill that I passed when I was the chairman of the Committee of Transportation, unless there's an appetite in the commitment of the 51 council member who say, I want bus lane and bike lane in my district, if that will be the commitment, we can build it. But with the reality that we feel today, we will not be able to do the 50-mile protected bike lane and the 30-mile protected bus lane. And even with that picture, the 29 miles that you refer, that all of us should be very proud, is larger than the protected or bike lane that all largest cities together build in this country.
Thank you for that response, Commissioner, even though I think we've all come to the conclusion that the responsibility of implementation of the law rests on DOT, not on the council members. In terms of
If you give me
additional
green light,
funding,
if the council give me green light for me to do any bus lane and bike lane that I want in this agency, then I can do the 50 miles and the 30 miles.
if you were able to have additional funding, how much would it require? Because I know you said that if it was, you could do more, if you had more, what would that dollar amount look like?
The funding is only one of the piece. I think that,
But
and
in the
again,
scope of the funding.
I do appreciate, and all of us should be very proud of what we have built. 2 weeks ago, I had a CEO of the largest bike tour in the globe, which is in South Africa, together with the one from the third largest one in Italy and the second largest bike tour, which is New York City. And the person from South Africa who do the largest bike tour, he say, I had never been in a city with the infrastructure that provides so much safety for biking.
Commissioner, in the interest of time, what is the dollar amount that would be
Our
helpful to
challenge,
add?
our challenge to build our bike lane and bus lane is not money, it's support from the
I'm
council.
going back to your first statement when you said that if you had more, obviously it would be welcome. What does more look like? What is that dollar amount?
More than happy, Chair, to follow with you and the Chair of Finance and the council. If there's any indifferent number for me, it's like
I mean, you're at a finance hearing right now. Do you have a dollar
we
amount
are.
in
I would
mind?
say I'm happy with the number that we had to build a bike lane and bus lane. If I get more, I welcome it. Our challenge to build, to fulfill our goal for the street master plan. That, by the way, is not only bus lane and bike lane. The street master plan is larger than that. The street master plan also established a matrix on how we measure the investment that we do in underserved community. So I think that we have
Thank you,
produced- yeah,
Commissioner.
okay.
I'm sorry, because I just want to make sure, because I know we have a lot of members that have questions, so I just want to get through my questions quickly. Does DOT have enough staff to meet all the mandates? And if not, how many additional positions would it require?
We can do the work with the number of staff that we have right now.
Okay. How does the executive plan support and prioritize the benchmarks in the streets plan?
Thanks, Chair. One key component of the streets plan is markings. There's two types, generalizing, two types of markings contract. There is the capital markings contract, which follows resurfacing, but then there's the expense markings, which are done with, these are the ones that do SIPs, daylighting. We got an extra $10 million to increase the work that we're doing on our markings starting fiscal 26. This is a really, really helpful investment for all streets plan related goals.
Thank you. When it comes to bus lanes, DOT has consistently failed to meet these requirements and has fallen behind the aggregate 5-year target. How is DOT prioritizing bus lane improvement, and what plans are in place to meet the required mandates?
Yeah, one of the things that the plan established is that when we finalize our number and report to the council, which by law, we have to report in February. That's when we are able to measure all the accomplishment that we have and provide the report of what we have accomplished in the year before. So when the council established in the street master plan the numbers of bus lane, it didn't talk only about the numbers of protected bus lane. It also allowed the agency to count on the camera enforcement. So if we add the camera enforcement to the numbers of protected bike lane that we have built, definitely the numbers go beyond more than 30 miles. But when we have this conversation, our question is only around the protected bus lane, and we never talk about the positive impact and how we measure the enforcement with our camera. The MTA were able to get Albany now to be able to enforce double parking, and those miles also should be counted by law, but usually we only talk about the 7 miles on new protected bus lane, the 3 miles, and we never talk about this other miles on how the camera installed in our buses should be also added.
I don't know that I agree with that analysis, only because the enforcement by cameras in the bus lane came several years after the implementation of the streets plan law. But I hear you. Why has the agency been able to come closer to meeting the bike lane requirement, but not the targets for bus lanes or bus stops?
Yeah, Chair, and of course, I always say I never talk as I have the whole truth on anything. So, but I believe, and we can double check on the number, but I believe that it is stated that the camera enforcement also can be added and is part of counting how many miles we have done it. Our conversation has always been about new protected bus lane. And yes, I want to do more. And I think that even this day, I know that my great friend, Councilmember De La Rosa, who, we had done a lot of things together in my previous role, in her previous role. Like right now, we had a proposal to do a bus lane up Broadway from 155th to 225th. But it not only what we want to do is that when we go and meet with the community board and we hear from some members of community board, we hear from some business owner, we have to navigate with that reality that we want to do like 3 miles of bus lane there. And I know that we have conversation, the council member being open, but also we know that when we go to my old district that I used to represent, where I live, there's a lot of opposition. So my thing is, yes, I want to, and I have those 3 miles counted as expectation that we can do this year. But I also know, and I don't want to put the council member on the spot with it, because I know that's a reality that we face. It's not only what we want to do, but it's also how the local business, and there's misperception. When we did the bus lane at 181st, and I appreciate also her support because I live there. I still keep in touch with my district. Some people didn't want to do the bus lane at 181st. The council member was supporting that, and other advocate. But we also know that from community board and other people, they say we don't want that bus lane at 181st, and they came out with the whole story that a bus lane are killing small businesses. What we have found out through SBS and other study is that a bus lane doesn't have a negative impact in a small business. But many of those consumers who go to buy in the map and pop store, they use the bus lane. They use the buses. So again, I agree with you. I think that to build more protected bus lane is critical. 1 million people are using our buses every day. Most of them, they are working class people. Most of them, they don't have the time. They struggle to pay the bill. They are not the one that's speaking loud in our community board, and I think that it is important for us
Thank
to
you,
continue
Commissioner.
doing more.
I just want to reiterate my last question. Why has the agency been able to come closer to meeting the bike lane requirement, but not the targets of the bus lanes or bus stops?
Can you rephrase the question?
I essentially want to know, the agency has been able to come closer to the goals or the benchmarks for the bike lanes compared to the bus stops and the bus lanes. And so I want to know why the agency, like what's happening that the agency has been able to be more successful in one area, not the other, when both, I'm sure, are being met with community opposition anyway.
Look, again, I want to, we have equal priority when it came to building protected bus lane, because I say, if you live in Manhattan, more than 75% people who live in this borough, they don't have a car. And I live in Manhattan too. But there's a reason. We have the best public transportation system. We have trains from the west to the east. We have bus connection from, 14th Street, 34, 42nd.
Commissioner, I would argue it's not really equal, because when you talk about the protected bus lanes, we're talking about 13.5 miles out of 30 miles. And then when we talk about the bike lanes, the protected bike lanes, we're talking about 29 miles out of 50. It's not equal, and the agency often, advocates my office, my colleagues around the protected bike lanes, but I don't see the same effort behind the bus lanes. But I'm trying to understand from your perspective in terms of the agency, something is going better when we talk about the protected bike lanes, but there's a gap or a deficit happening with the bus lanes and the bus stops. So I'm trying to understand, and I'm asking you to help me understand what that difference is.
Apple to apple, the space that it takes for building a bus lane, busway, it is larger than the space that we take to build a bike lane. Like I did a bike lane at Dagburn. I wanted to do 2 bike lanes in north and south. At the end of the day, I negotiated with DOT because there was a lot of opposition in my community, and I only did a bike lane in the north part of Dagburn, which is like a 2-way together. So the amount of space that it takes is not the same for the bus lane and the bike lane. And again, I want council member to help me to take bus lane to your district and bike lane to your district too.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to pivot to red light cameras. In October 2024, Governor Hochul signed an expansion of the red light camera program into law. The legislation allows the city to quadruple the number of red light camera locations from 150 to 600. That's the largest expansion of the program in the city's history. The legislation also extends the program until 2027. Which neighborhoods have seen the highest increase in camera revenue?
We are, first of all, we're working with the new vendor that we selected based on scoring, but now we had to work with, all the details through the process. When it comes to installing the new red light camera. So far, we're operating on our 150 location that we have, and we are in conversation with the selected vendor on expanding to our 600 locations.
Oh, so you haven't
And-
expanded yet?
Excuse me, Chair. I think that, if you don't mind, I want to say that we all, again, should be proud of this. It is under your time and our administration that we were able to persuade Albany to allow to move from 150 locations to 600, as also we were able to get in this administration, in your time, to expand the speed camera 20 to 24 from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. to be 24/7. So at this moment, again, where do we have a red light camera? Where do we have a speed camera? Where data is showing that we had to focus more in those areas.
Commissioner, I just asked you to lower the defense because last time I checked, myself and my colleagues supported the expansion of the red light cameras as well. My question is just to understand the data set on where the program is right now. So I'm asking, are you saying that you're only at the 150 now? You guys
Yes.
haven't expanded yet? Okay,
Yes.
thank you for that clarification. Because then that can help me skip a few questions here. And in terms of this expansion, does DOT have adequate funding for speed cameras, warning signage?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Are cameras occasionally moved to different locations with the aim of increasing the number of violations issued? Like, are you moving them around that way?
Are you referring to the red light camera?
Yes.
Our red light cameras are fixed, so those are not being moved. The new
The
ones.
newer ones are going to...
Yeah, the new ones hopefully will be moved, but the maximizing revenue is not the target. It is about where the data is showing more crashes and more speeding.
Thank you for that. How is the community notified when a new camera is slated to be placed? Or how will you notify it?
So Chair, the idea with all of our camera enforcement programs is we don't want the public to change their behavior in response to believing or knowing if there is a camera. So we do not notify the public of any of the new cameras, and the concept is that we just hope people won't speed and people won't run red lights wherever they are, not knowing if there is a camera, and hopefully knowing that this is the best for safety.
But we've seen in other municipalities that do have that as a requirement, people, proceed and obey that one spot, but generally speed in other locations. So just as a best practice, we don't tell drivers where those cameras and automated enforcement look.
I do feel like that's inconsistent with what the agency has said in the past, because I know in conversations, we've wanted to make sure, whether it's speed cameras, red light camera, that it's not a I gotcha situation. The goal is to change behavior ultimately. So now the agency is saying that you don't want the public to know where they are.
No,
which
we have
gives
never-
the impression of being I gotcha.
We've been very consistent with the message. If you want to drive at 45, 55, 65, you take the highway. If you're on the street in New York City, it is 25 miles per hour. And even with the SAMI law, now we can install 20 miles per hour. And if we want to go citywide, the council has to pass a law to reduce the speed limit. But the message to any place about we want, what we promote and educate people is about drive at the speed that is allowed in New York City, which is 25 miles per hour.
And I just want to add that, as Paul said earlier, the goal with all of these programs is not to have revenue and not to find people are committing the infractions. And we've also seen with red light camera, the instances of running the red lights go down about 73% after the camera is installed. So it's showing that it's also an effective means.
Well, I think, one would argue yes, it could be an effective means because no one wants to necessarily get fined, but the goal is supposed to be changing the behavior. But I want to make sure that the agency is not outweighing changing the behavior for revenue. That's what I was trying to go. But I'm going to pivot now just for a few more questions, and then I'm going to yield to my colleagues. Brookville Boulevard, in the executive plan, there is $1.4 million in federal funding added in fiscal 2025, $1.3 million in fiscal 2026, and $85,223 in fiscal 2027 for the Brookville Boulevard project. What does the scope of this funding relate to? And also has DOT conducted any other coastal studies in the Rockaways, and what were the results of those?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. The work is underway. I believe as of last time, they're still in the data collection phase. It's a planning grant, which is really good because it helps us think about options for what an implementation project could look like. This is an area with, as you know very well, with a lot of flooding. The other good news I would say is the grant agreement was signed in the last administration. We do not believe that this funding is in jeopardy in any way. Again, the work is underway, and hopefully it will tell us what a future project could look like, the scale of the project, the scope of the project, and what type of project would make sense in the future.
And has DOT conducted any other coastal studies in Rockaway or across the city?
Yeah, we do have this is the largest resiliency planning work that we've undertaken. Usually we partner with EDC, for example. EDC is leading the Lower Manhattan Resiliency Project, the East Side Coastal Resiliency Project. I don't see any East Side Coastal Resiliency people here, but so we are venturing into this. It's obviously a very important topic for us, and a topic that impacts our assets. So hopefully we'll do more in the future.
Thank you for that.
Chair, just to follow up on the previous questions, we are actually going to be doing a public awareness campaign at the start of the expansion of the red light camera program, very broadly, so that people are aware that it is expanding citywide.
Thank you for that. Bayswater Park pedestrian access. The executive 10-year capital commitment plan includes $35.2 million in capital funding for the Bayswater Park pedestrian access project, primarily in fiscal 2030. Why is the project so far out in the capital plan?
It's far out in the capital plan, in part because of what I was explaining to Chair Brannan. We go through stretch exercises all the time. The construction of the project, however, is not impacted. I believe the construction starting in 28. We would move funding up as needed to make sure that the project timelines align with the capital project budget. Sometimes in an ideal world, everything would be aligned, but we just want to make sure that the city's not bonding out for more money than what they need.
Thank you for that. And it is my understanding that the design process was initiated a year ago. If that's the case, there will obviously be a significant gap with that window. So you're saying that as
We would
needed,
move the
you'll move
funding
it up?
up.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for that. Tractor trailer overnight parking. On September 28, 2023, the City Council passed Intro 906A, which requires the city to create off-street parking for tractor trailers. The bill requires DOT, DCAS, and DCP to coordinate on creating off-street commercial parking in at least 3 locations by December 31st, 2025. What off-street commercial parking has DOT created due to the enactment of this legislation?
Okay, so Chair, so as you're aware, we did begin our overnight truck parking pilot. In March, we announced the 3 locations that we have, one in Brooklyn, one in the Bronx, and one in Queens. Those are currently underway, and we're seeing that the trucking industry is beginning to go to these appropriate locations to park overnight. I don't know if you were referring to a municipal lot or like an off-street
Yes,
parking
that's what I'm talking
facility, right? So we do not provide parking lots for trucks off-street. We are collaborating very closely with EDC and other agencies, finance and sheriff, to discuss what options there are available to the trucking industry. But we're very proud in the short run we've gotten these other 3 locations off the ground.
So the 3 locations you speak are on-street parking, but I'm talking about off-street, which the law is calling on DOT, DCAS, and DCP to coordinate that. And this needs to be created by the end of this year. So what off-street commercial parking has been created since its enactment, which was like almost 2 years ago now?
Yes, so we are, now that we've gotten the on-street off the ground, we are looking more closely at the off-street, and we're starting by looking at any city-owned properties around the city that we might be able to utilize for this.
Can you please provide an update on the timeline for implementation and the steps DOT has taken in conjunction with the other city agencies so far?
So we have been meeting with them carefully and frequently to start executing both the on-street and the off-street locations, and we can get you a more detailed follow-up to that.
How much funding does DOT estimate it would need to build municipal lots to alleviate overnight parking congestion and illegally parked trucks?
We don't have an estimate for you at this time.
I will say I am concerned that you don't have an estimate for it, considering that 3 locations are supposed to be established by the end of this year. We're going into fiscal '26. We're in the executive budget right now, and the agency does not have an answer. So it would be really good to get that quickly.
Chair, I had to get back to you on what you say about, sorry, on the building piece.
Which
to
piece?
build, and you're talking about that the concern that the agency doesn't have the dollar to build a garage for truck, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm talking about the implementation of Intro 906A that was passed by the council in 2023.
Okay, we had to get back to you on this.
Thank you. Tractor trailer parking overview really quickly. Approximately 90% of the city's goods are transported by truck. With the rise of e-commerce, changing consumer behavior has led to an increase in deliveries to homes and businesses, resulting in greater number of trucks on our roads. These trucks require parking spaces to efficiently deliver these goods to New Yorkers without impacting the surrounding communities. How has the landscape for trucking and deliveries changed since the pandemic? And we had passed legislation in terms of redesigning the truck route, and so I'm curious to know how DOT is doing in that process and in terms of assessing the truck routes and how DOT can implement better access areas.
I'm going to start, and then first the pre-commissioner, she will add it. It definitely, you know, there's an increase of New Yorkers relying on those trucks to bring our deliveries. 85% of New Yorkers place an order once a week through Amazon, UPS, and FedEx, and 24% of New Yorkers are placing the order 4 times a week. So when we talk about all those trucks in the street, it's like delivery workers that they go so fast. They go fast because they only have 5 minutes from the moment when they pick up the food to bring it to us. So when it comes to the truck, definitely, you know, we are looking on this, and we have taken numbers of initiatives. We're trying to incentivize a overnight delivery. We also started the micro hub, which is the first one that we did is the Upper West Side, from Central Park West to Broadway, from 86th to 72nd Street, that we have given the opportunity to the residents of that community to start planning from blank on how they would like to use the street, including those trucks. We do the last mile, which is a pilot project that also we are doing, that is giving few locations across the city that we allow in those UPS, FedEx, and others to go and use those trucks to those locations, but from that location to the last mile, they must use a smallest vehicle, ideally electric, pedal assistant bike, and other way to deliver. We are also taking other measures when it comes to have more sign that is put it clear where trucks are not allowed in our city. But the further Commissioner will explain.
Thank you, Commissioner. So 2 things. First, after Local Law 168 of 2021, we have installed over 3,000 truck loading spaces citywide. This is a combination of commercial metered parking spaces, neighborhood loading zones, and just unpaid truck loading zone spaces. In response to your question about the truck network redesign, we will be publishing our report this spring, or I should say very shortly, from Local Law 171 of 2023. We are finalizing the recommendations now after we've collected a lot of stakeholder feedback and held public sessions. We've looked at land use patterns, delivery trends, what's been occurring in New York and even further afield in the trucking industry over the last few years. And as soon as we release this report, we're going to begin the rule changes, more outreach, and then taking in additional feedback about any recommended changes in the truck route network.
No, thank you for that, and I'm curious to know, and we can talk offline about this, where those locations are, what that engagement looks like, just to make sure that communities are not being overlooked. Thank
Correct.
you. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Okay, we've been joined by Councilmembers Stevens and Farias, and now we're going to start questions, starting with Carr, followed by Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, always good to see you. I want to hone in on something that Chair Brannon was talking about earlier, which is the resurfacing budget for this coming fiscal year. A big advocate of trying to get us to 1,300 lane miles. And as you know, in the prior administration, that's where we were supposed to be, but for COVID and the cuts that had to happen at that time due to the economic downturn. So given that we're still trying to play catch up from those Bloomberg years where the resurfacing budget was really well below par, and that we were committed to doing 1,300 lane miles in the not too distant past, can't we try to get up to that goal point so we can really start to finish making up the ground that we lost quite literally in those 2009 to 2013 years?
Yes, we can. And I appreciate the council, commitment to also put the money, and we definitely will need to have our, internal conversation, but I think, that was a great goal that we had at 13,000, and definitely more than happy to continue conversation with the council.
That's great. I hope we can do that. And I just know we have great confidence in our borough operations teams, particularly Staten Island and Brooklyn, who I know if we get them the resources can get the job done. I want to talk a little bit more about resurfacing. In the past, DOT piloted rubberized asphalt in certain parts of the borough and other parts of the city, and I think to great effect. It lasted longer. It was a lot less noisy, particularly on streets where we had a lot of bus pickups. What's the state of DOT's operations with respect to using that material?
Okay, we're still watching carefully how that area holds up over the long run. We're inspecting it several times a year to see what is happening. We are very interested in expanding good environmental programs such as that. We're also very much focused on increasing our percentage of RAP, which is recycled asphalt pavement, in the mixes that we do produce ourselves. Right now we're at about 40% or upwards, and we're looking to consistently start producing 50% recycled asphalt, which of course is a great way to prevent us from purchasing brand new materials and also disposing of the milled surface once we take it up.
Absolutely. Listen, I'm a big supporter of increasing recycled asphalt where we can. It checks every box. But as far as monitoring the rubberized asphalt pilot, what are your benchmarks moving forward? At what point do you say this worked, this didn't, and we want to do more of it?
Right. We're not quite there yet, but maybe what we can offer for you is a meeting and tell you what we have seen so far. And we still want to watch it a bit longer before we start to make plans to take it out more widely.
Okay, and my last question is about coordinating with the utility companies, emergency cuts. I know our borough teams do their best to work with the Con Ed and others to make sure that we're not cutting into our protected roads. And sometimes those best efforts, fail because the utility companies, don't take advantage of the great lead time they have between milling and paving. Do you tracking internally, the number of utility cuts that are being applied for on an emergency basis now as compared to prior fiscal years? Or are we seeing improvement on the grander scale?
Listen, we agree with you, and we are all over that. We hate nothing more than one of our beautiful new streets being cut into unnecessarily. So we continue all of the efforts that we've done in terms of calling in utility companies if we see that there's a problem with them, meeting with them monthly so we're very clear on the upcoming work. And anytime they apply for a permit, if it's an emergency permit or not, we scrutinize that to make sure that that work is not done within the protection window.
Appreciate it. I know the department's doing all it can. I think we just have to force our friends on the other side to do a little bit better on their side. Thank you, chairs.
And if you don't mind, Councilman Chair.
Commissioner Mike.
And as you asked a question and made the comment, I think that this is one of the things that I always say that I love the most, to be from the council, to be in the agency, asking the question, and to be inside the entity, and to be able to make decisions, as you say, from milling to paving. We had to give the space for those utility companies, Con Ed, Verizon, those who bring any utility service that we New Yorkers use. Most of them are happening on the ground. So DOT had to coordinate with those utility company to say, let's go the milling now, but let's leave the street open for them to do some work so that they don't have to come back and cut the street. So it's a lot of coordination. I want to acknowledge also when I come to this hearing, in all my time, I always come with my borough commissioners. So here we have Roseanne, you know, and also had Jennifer from Manhattan, and Anthony from the Bronx, and also Nicole from Queens. So and the reason why I want for them always to be in the room, and Keith, I'm sorry, from Brooklyn. Sorry, Keith, I love you too. Is because I know that the council members are the one that have the ear of the community. So as we ask broader question for citywide, but anything that is local, it is our borough commissioners and their team that are the immediate connection. Besides that, you always have access to all of us.
I know it. We have great relationships with our borough commissioners. Borough Commissioner Caruana and Bray are amazing to work with. Really grateful to have them, and I'm sure their counterparts in our other sister boroughs are as well. Thank you.
Okay, we've also been joined by Councilmember Banks. Now we have questions from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Ayala.
Thank you, chairs. Good to see you, Commissioner, and thank you for deploying Borough Commissioner Bray to our municipal town hall meeting last week. I have 3 quick questions. I'll just ask them all, and you guys could respond. How will the new funding and anticipated state CHIPS grant funding be used? Solely for large-scale capital projects, or will it also support the persistent backlog of smaller traffic control requests such as stop signs, speed bumps, and pedestrian safety measures? Can DOT provide a timeline or strategy on how this budget will improve the turnaround for traffic studies, particularly in communities like mine where response delays are measured in years? And the last one is in regards to a mother and son that were hit by a speeding school bus in my district in early April. I wanted to know, what are the current parameters of the CHIPS grant in relation to school safety, such as traffic calming and signal installations?
Hey, Councilmember, good to see you always. We love CHIPS. CHIPS is a consolidated local street and highway improvement program. We use it both on the capital budget and on the expense side, depending on the type of contract. CHIPS has very specific requirements on what it can be used for. It's a lot of traffic signals. You hit it right on the head.
Right.
We do not use it for speed bumps, but we do program it for in all areas of the budget, in particular traffic operations. We did program more CHIPS funding into the budget. We do that on a yearly basis to make sure that, one, the projects and the programs that are CHIPS funded have enough resources in them to continue. We do program the CHIPS. CHIPS is actually pretty flexible. We program it both on the PS side and on the OTPS side. And we work with OMB to make sure that we have enough CHIPS funding on any given year. Your point about the speeding school, we do, from time to time, we do add CHIPS funding to our school safety team. They do that, both on the capital side and on the expense side. If you have a specific ask, I'm happy to track that down.
We have a specific ask that we can talk about after, and just in regards to the others.
Yeah, and then same with the traffic studies. Listen, we understand the frustration at times. It is not something that we can just look at and determine. There's times of the day that need to be considered. There's a long period of time. There's seasonality. So we do understand that sometimes it's frustrating that traffic studies are not done as fast as everyone here would like them. But they do. I just wanted to acknowledge that it takes a long time to actually get the data right to make sure that we're not just installing something because somebody's asking for it, but we're installing measures that are actually needed.
But how will we make it different in the next fiscal?
I think we can, increasing contract capacity is a good example. I'm happy to either set something up with our traffic operations or look at increasing contract capacity for us to have more people doing more studies is probably the fastest way possible. An individual study will probably not be sped up, but having more people do them, exactly, having more people do them should have a good result.
All right, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
It's me. Thank you. My question is actually I'm not sure that I'm asking the correct agency, but I'm assuming that I'm hoping that there was some coordination here. Could you tell us if you've had any conversations with the NYPD regarding their new policy on legally charging bicyclists with criminal summonses for running lights, disobeying signs, and/or riding the wrong way on a bike lane?
We work close with the Chief of Transportation of the NYPD. We have joint coordination between our educational departments at DOT and their entity. Once in a while, we go out, do educational work. One of the campaigns that we did was the one is called Get Smart Before You Start. And that campaign is educating those who use e-bike how to maneuver the e-bike, because in 23, we lost 30 cyclists, and 23 of them, they were using e-bike, but 7 of them, they died, not because they were hit by no vehicle, but they fall in the street. So we do campaign when it came to the educational piece. We know that it doesn't matter where we go. A lot of people are asking the question on what are we doing with those who are using e-bike, that they are so far that they're in the sidewalk. Definitely, we coordinate a lot when it came to the educational piece. The part related to enforcement is on the NYPD.
Absolutely, but I mean, you said, you mentioned that 37 individuals, there was 37 fatal incidents last year with
23 we lost 30 cyclists died in our street, but 23 of them, they were using e-bike. And from those 23, 7 of them, they were not hit by no vehicle. They lost control. And what we started, it took us for us to, invest on educating both. One, those who are using e-bike, on how they had to be smart before they started using the bike. But at the same time, in the same pump car, we also have a piece of educating those who are using e-bike and look for pedestrians, and it's not legal to ride a bike in the sidewalk unless it's a child. So we do a lot of the educational component with the NYPD, but the part related to the enforcement is on the NYPD side.
So they don't necessarily, I'm sure they're not asking for your permission, but do you tell us what the number of traffic fatalities was in 23?
Overall, and we have it here, give us a second. You want to share the number? Give it a second. Give us a second, we have it. Definitely, and as the team, they look for the numbers, most traffic fatalities, as Mayor Allen has established, is another type of violence. And we've been taking that approach. What we know is that the traffic fatality that we have is most produced by people who drive cars or trucks, not cyclists. So we recognize that.
Yes.
But we also recognize that it doesn't matter if the town hall happened in El Barrio, Washington Heights, Upper West Side, Upper East Side, Brooklyn. There's gonna be parents and people say, what are you doing with those small percentage, but those reckless cyclists who are using e-bike, who are in the sidewalk? So definitely we know that we have to tackle this issue, and from the educational to the enforcement is a job that must be done. As Mayor Allen has said, everyone must play by the rule. We want drivers those who are behind the wheel of trucks and cars to look for pedestrians and cyclists, but we also want those who are using e-bike to look for pedestrians and not to use the e-bike in the sidewalk.
So in 2023, there was a total of 267 fatalities. In 2024, it was 252.
Which is significantly higher than those that occurred because of a bicyclist, right? And so my point is, I feel there has to be some level of parity. I'm not saying that folks shouldn't drive responsibly, whether they're driving a bike, whether they're using an e-bike, whether they're traveling by vehicle. But the idea of criminalizing bicyclists in this way is unprecedented, and it makes absolutely no sense to me, because as a driver, if I'm driving and I run the light, I'm gonna get a ticket, I'm gonna get a summons. criminalizing has a different, consequence, right? Specifically because most e-bike drivers are migrants that are driving, to and from work, right? That making deliveries. And in this climate, we know that, folks that are being charged with, misdemeanors are being deported because of that. And so I'm just greatly concerned about the impact of that this new rule will have, and hoping that maybe there could be some suggestions made, right, by your office to the NYPD and better coordination to try to figure out alternative routes towards enforcement that don't lead to criminalizing folks in this way.
Yeah, as an immigrant myself, that my second job was doing sandwiches at 55 Water Street. From where after putting myself through college, being an activist, and then being a teacher for 15 years, a council member for 12, now commissioner for 4 years, I always been a voice for immigrants in our city. And at the same time, we also want to, understand how important it is for anyone who are using our street in any mode of transportation. Please look for pedestrians, especially children and senior citizens, as your family members. I think that, I was with Gil Brewer in the Upper West Side in a town hall meeting with the mayor, and I was surprised to hear so many people from the Upper West Side talking about how soon people using e-bike, they're out of control. So we all know, we hear that in our offices. So definitely we have to address it, and that's why our campaign on Get Smart Before You Start, one is looking for those who are using e-bike to continue using it, but also understanding that they have to look for pedestrians, that it's not legal to ride a bike in the sidewalk, but more than happy to continue conversation with the NYPD. But again, we do most of the work with the educational piece. When it came to the enforcement, the NYPD lead that effort.
Yeah. So does the education component now include this new rule?
Well, the education, we partners with the NYPD, especially the chief of transportation when it comes to be in the field. We're going to be in some intersection. We hire numbers of crashes and educating those drivers, but also New Yorkers who use e-bike. Those delivery workers, they are essential workers. They do a good job.
Yes.
We work
Yes.
with them. We work with them very soon. Our micromobility office.
I just want to know if the new rule is going to be included in whatever training material DOT is using, to better inform bicyclists. Is that a yes or is that a no? Is your mic on, Commissioner?
We have bi-weekly check-in between New York City DOT and NYPD. Our job is to be sure that everyone is safe. Our job is.
I get that, and I want to be safe. I've almost, I've been on the wrong, looking on one way, and a bicyclist, is coming the other way and almost hit me a couple of times. So I understand the need to hold people responsible. I'm not disputing that. I think that there has to be a consequence to every action. What I'm saying that is not parable with what we're doing with drivers, right? You get a summons for driving and hitting somebody, if for whatever reason, but then you get a misdemeanor for riding a bike the wrong way. It does not seem fair, and at least, at minimum, we should be alerting bicyclists and working with groups that work with e-bike drivers so that they understand what the new policy is and the serious implications of being charged with a misdemeanor this day and age. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And with that,
Thank you.
I have no more questions.
Thanks.
We've also been joined by council members Osei and Hanks, and now we have questions from Ressler, followed by De La Rosa.
Great, sorry, that is my name. Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. I appreciate it. Commissioner and team, good to see you all. A few questions I just wanted to ask about. First is Bedford Avenue Bike Lane. This is a project that primarily in Councilmember Osei's district, one that I've supported. We've continued to have a series of incidents of young children getting struck in the bike lane. And your team has graciously come out with me to visit the bike lane and make tweaks and adjustments over the last several months. But we had another scary incident this weekend where a 4 or 5-year-old, 6-year-old kid was struck by a cyclist, and wanted to just see if there's any further safety improvements that the DOT team is considering for how we can try to kind of meet the needs of that specific community. These are large families. We don't have protected bike lanes in that community, so there's been some learning curve. I think we all know that when protected bike lanes are installed, it makes streets safer for drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, but we clearly need to do more in this community to make a difference. Do you have any suggestions, or we've offered some recommendations to DOT, any updates on ways that we can try to make that stretch of Bedford Avenue safer for everybody?
First Deputy Commissioner who oversees all operations, including the planning division led by Eric Beaton, to answer the question.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. We have been looking carefully at Bedford Avenue. We've been out there a bunch of times. We are looking to inform you and others about some measures that we're going to be installing to improve the safety there, in particular, make sure that cyclists are very much aware of people crossing and cyclists are proceeding at a very slow speed. So that can include more sorts of like rumble strips that kind of wake up and slow down cyclists, as well as an increase in signage. So those are some of the main things we're planning right now. And if you have others, I'm happy to hear from you as well about what your measures, your recommended measures.
Yeah, look, I think that, we gave all of that feedback from the beginning, and I think DOT incorporated a number of those designs into the original implementation or installation of the bike lane. Some folks in the community have suggested that during the period of time when the youngest children are picked up and dropped off by school buses, could there be temporary reprieve where we have school buses pulling in more fully to the curb, or discontinuing this bicycle lane for that period of time each day to accommodate the school buses? Is that something that DOT is considering?
I don't think we would favor the inconsistency of a bike lane where a cyclist can arrive at any given time and it may be open or it may be closed. I think that would create a lot of additional issues.
Okay. We look forward to continuing to work together on that. I think that the current conditions need to be addressed, and so we want to continue to work together to try and improve safety there. I continue to support the bike lane. I want this to work, but I think we need more proactive partnership from DOT, as we unfortunately continue to have safety issues. And did you all see the video from this past weekend of the kid being struck?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand just how pressing an issue this is? Yes?
We're working on it, Council Member.
Okay. I also just wanted to shift to open streets. I'm concerned about the lack of dedicated funding for open streets. Does DOT have adequate funding to maintain open streets at the levels that we have in recent years?
We appreciate that Mayor Baseline, our funding, sorry, not Baseline, that he put the money for our open street for this year. As I read in my opening statement, everything that we have in 23, 24, 25 came with money from COVID. And that's why we cannot compare like the numbers of what was open street during COVID. Open street was places that New York City went and put some barricade so that people could walk with distance. It was in 22 that we decided to build permanent open street. We built 217 open street. The 217 open street, there were 217 locations. The open street had partnership with non-for-profit business improvement districts, and we were able to put the money up to $20,000 for activation in those locations, especially in underserved community, that they didn't have the money. It was last year, we continue increasing from 217 to 224, and last year to 237 open street.
But my understanding, Commissioner, is that this year we're at 127. That's a 45% decrease. Is that number accurate? That we're at 127 open streets for this year? We did reach 232 in 2024, but that we've seen a significant decline. Do I have those numbers correct?
No, it's not correct. What we share was how many open streets we have so far. because the application continue being open and starting in March. So what is an open street? Any block that a group of residents with partnership with a non-for-profit or a business improvement district, they can start running together. It is an open street if they can activate 2 days in a year. That can be 2 days in a year.
Commissioner, just because I'm out of time, I'm sorry. If you're down, if my numbers are inaccurate and you're not at 127 this year, do we have a number for what we are at?
I can tell you one thing. My commitment as a commissioner is to always overpass my previous numbers. And I will be ending this year. If we did 237 last year, I can tell you that I will not stay in my office if I know.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. I think we have more open streets in District 33 than any council district in the city, or just as many. Keith can correct me. But we're very proud to support all of the open streets we have across Washington Street, Hoyt, and many, many others, Montague, Berry, and we've appreciated DOT's partnership. But I'm concerned that $2.1 million, is that fully, that $2.1 million is fully for open streets? Just a yes, no.
Yeah, the answer is yes. That's
fully for open
that's
streets?
For open street.
And you're confident that that's adequate funding to ensure dynamic programming and maintenance of what you're committing will be over 230 open streets? That is an adequate allocation of resources?
Look, more always mean better for me. And as I say, not the 237 open streets that we had last year require for DOT to put money on them. We prioritize those communities that there's not a non-for-profit or a bid who is a partner. So definitely any way or how, as I will be sitting there, that the council would like to put more money for the open street, I will welcome those additional resources.
Councilmember, let me just correct. The 2.1 million is not the total budget. It is just the additional money that we got for coronavirus that was expiring. We have more funding as part of our normal budget that was funded with city tax dollars.
What is the allocation of funding for open streets this year?
I believe there's different buckets. I'm happy to give you a briefing, but we have an equity program where we help underserved open streets partners. That's the partnership we have with the Horde. I believe, I'm not sure if it was actually your district, but the Horde is all over the city.
Yeah, they are in ours too. And do you think there's adequate funding for
Yes,
open streets
we have
programming
enough
and
funding.
maintenance?
Correct. We have enough funding for us to continue this season. I think you pointed out that it is not baseline. It is something that will continue conversations with City Hall and OMB.
Okay.
to make
I
sure-
would appreciate if you all can circle back with us just to understand what is allocated in total, because there's been a lot of confusion.
Sure.
And if you all think you have enough resources, that's good to hear. We really value the programming and the maintenance support that DOT has provided. Your team has done a great job. I really want to recognize them, but they can't do it without resources. And if we need to have that conversation, we just want to have it honestly and push to make sure that we can continue to have great open streets moving forward. Thank you very
and
much.
just that number does include Trick or Streets, which is not out yet, so we'll expect a big chunk of those open streets to be for Trick or Streets.
And I would like for this to be one of the legacy that during our time as a council, or we from the administration, will leave for the future generation. I believe that the open street, again, as you can see, some spaces, and more than happy to send it to, I don't think that there's one there of an open street, but we all should know that one of the first open street was a pedestrian plaza in Times Square that used to be a storage for car and became a place where Shakira held a concert with 44,000 people, in 23. So definitely, I'm very proud. You know, one of the things that another sources of funding that we have for the open street is with the Whole Cultural Society. Mm-hmm. Is that the name?
Yes.
The Whole Cultural Society, which is a contract that we gave them of $27 million. That money is secure. So with that $27 million, and for the first time, that whole culture must have a 32% of NWBE. And we are able to get the Whole Cultural Society, which is the institution that they put the plant, they work with the beautification. So this additional money is more for the activation when it comes to the funding. But any way of how we all can work together to lead the open street solid in a good place for us and for the future generation, I think it's a great investment for our children.
Okay, we have questions now from De La Rosa, followed by Narcisse.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, Commissioner and team, for being here. My question is around the vacancies at the agency, 630 vacancies. What are the challenges for filling those vacancies at this time? Is DOT subject to the 2-for-1 hire policy that was instituted across the board?
Yeah, the numbers of vacancies that we have is equal, similar to the pre-pandemic number. There's always going to be challenges with the vacancy. We work hard, and we appreciate as a chairman of labor that also you work to be sure that the unions also and through DCAS we've been holding job fair. We have a great plan. First of all, when I was immediately as I became a commissioner, I asked the agency, do we have a memorandum of understanding or agreement between DOT and the School of Engineers that graduate the larger numbers of black engineers in the nation, which is City College? The answer was nah. We have some level of going to the job fair, doing some participation, but under our time, we signed a memorandum of agreement that now we work with City College, and we not only work with the students from City College, but we other students having close to 300 students from college doing internship at DOT. So we had a good plan from recruiting. We used our resources in both shelters around colleges and around come and work at DOT. We highlight the work at DOT. Margaret started as an intern, and she moved from there to be the Manhattan Borough Commissioner, to be in charge of operation, and now she runs the 6 operation at DOT. So one is recruiting through DOT, creating pipeline, and and increasing the salary. Like the starting at a fair is a typical example. Like those workers, they were there with contract for 12 years. And it was on the Mayor Adams administration that we signed a new contract, so we were very close on recruiting.
So what is the main challenge for the vacancy? And are you subject to the 2-for-1 hire policy?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Councilmember, and we really appreciate the council making sure that we have the right levels of staffing. We are subject to the 2-for-1 hiring on non-engineering positions.
Okay.
I think right before our preliminary budget, we came to an agreement with City Hall and OMB that engineering positions would not be subject to the hiring freeze. This is obviously very important. It's those engineer positions, those planner positions that are harder to recruit. This is not just a DOT issue. This is a citywide, nationwide issue. Our field staff is fully staffed. It's sort of our planning division, I mentioned engineers that are harder to recruit. The commissioner mentioned all the good initiatives we're doing to try to fill those positions, but there is a shortage of all types of engineers in the nation. So hopefully we'll get more and more graduates to come and join our ranks.
Thank you, Chair. If I may I have one more question. In terms of open streets, so in my district, the number of open streets have become plazas, and there's always drama around the plazas. We've requested a meeting to talk about this further offline. I'm happy to take that conversation there. But I wanted to ask you, of the 237 open streets, how many across the city have become plazas? And then the question that we often get is, what is the funding levels available to operators of plazas to make sure that once it becomes a plaza, there's maintenance and upkeep?
Yeah, we can get back to you with that number. But as I say, the whole cultural society is the institution that, first of all, they won a request for proposal like 2 years ago. And in that proposal, they were awarded $27 million on the maintenance and the beautification with on the plaza. We both are close to the Quisqueya Plaza, and we have seen all those plans. So those plans being brought in maintenance by the whole cultural society. The 166 new open street, also they are the one who bring in the planting and helping the plaza team, Kyle and Emily and Cindy and others on the activation. So that's when it comes to, the starting with the open street. The idea thing is that plaza is self-maintained. The idea is that the plaza have a partnership with a non-for-profit that is able to raise revenue and be able to take care. But however, Times Square Plaza is not the same as a plaza in the Bronx or some places in Harlem, in other underserved communities, that there's not the same revenue generated. So I think that, we work hard, but ideally, this administration again. I can get back to you with the number, but I know that Quisqueya Plaza and there was, I believe, 2 other plaza, Open Street, that already received the money from Mayor's Arden in order for us to start turning those Open Street as a permanent plaza with capital dollars being assigned.
Okay, I look forward to talking offline. I know we sent the meeting request. I would appreciate it because there are some challenges. And then also an update on the 191st Street Tunnel capital project, but we can do that offline.
Margaret can add it to the 191st because there's capital, and we do have a year when the construction will start happening. We meant to say that?
Yeah, we have, I believe it's 30 million allocated to the 191st Street Tunnel, and I need to get you the exact construction start, but it is soon. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Banks.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, Commissioner, and your team has been great with us, but we have some question here that I want to iron out. Many streets in my district, especially in Garrison Beach, remain in poor condition despite recent infrastructure work. Residents regularly raise safety concern about deteriorating pavement and the lack of timely resurfacing. Given the $40 million funding gap for resurfacing citywide, how does DOT plan to prioritize neighborhoods like mine, Garrison Beach, Canarsie, and Flatlands area that are still experiencing major street quality issues? That's one. What is the timeline and criteria for addressing resurfacing needs in areas that have already undergone capital upgrades but still face persistent problems? My time is limited, so I'm going to ask a lot of questions. Sidewalks. The executive plan includes additional state funding, $2.6 million in fiscal 2025 and $1.5 million baseline starting in fiscal 2026 for cost escalation related to the sidewalk inspection and management program. What will this additional funding support? How was the funding amount determined? What are the current costs of the materials to maintain sidewalks? Have they increased significantly in the past few years? And if so, what is the new cost and why? I know it's a lot of questions. I can be.
Thank you, council members. So responding to the paving questions, if you have any streets in your district, and it goes for all the council, that you are concerned about that we have not already informed you are planned in our upcoming paving program, if you let us know, we'll inspect them right away and we'll let you know if we believe that they meet criteria for paving and when we can get them paved. So as you all know, we have an allocation per community board. We very carefully, fairly allocate the miles based on the number of lane miles in a community board, and we make sure we're rotating throughout the year so that every year, every community board gets something. So we would like to sit down with you and go through any streets you have of concern and then talk about the bigger board and what it is that we have planned, but we will make sure we get that done.
I appreciate that.
And then if you get us more specifics about a location where capital, if I understand correctly, capital
Garrison
work
Beach.
Okay, has taken place. However, there still are issues. Maybe it's ponding or something else of that nature. So we'd like to talk with you more about that and understand with our partners at DDC if something was not done exactly correctly and if there's an opportunity to have that corrected.
And on that note, a lot of the street pavement or resurfacing is done, and very quickly, a few probably months later, the water is not channeling to the catch basin, and you have a lot of water puddle. What's going on with the engineering factor, how you puddle things based on the height and the level?
Right, so every time we resurface a street, we are mindful of how to make sure water gets to the curb and then funnels its way to the catch basin. If there's any location that's a problem, there are ways that we can try to rectify that. So please let us know what those locations are.
Thank you. And the capital budget?
Sidewalks.
The sidewalks?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about the sidewalks. The $4.7 million that we got was just to cover the higher cost of steel and concrete to maintain the same level of operations. So we buy concrete and steel every year. This year came in higher than what we were budgeted for. So we work with OMB and the administration to make sure that we had just a shortfall to keep at the same levels as last year.
And how's that determined, you said, again?
So it's just the difference of price from last year.
Difference in price. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Banks, followed by Stevens, and we've been joined by Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and to your staff. First of all, I just want to talk about a featured piece in News 12. This was pertaining to the Junior Street Bridge and the dilapidation of the cleanliness of the bridge. We've got multiple 311 complaints about this particular bridge that was unkept by DOT for close to 3 to 4 to 5 months. So these tickets go back. And I want to know, after we actually did some advocacy, the bridge was cleaned up. So we want to thank you for cleaning up that bridge. But I want to know exactly, it clearly states that DOT is responsible for maintaining and cleaning that bridge. I want to know, is it a funding issue as to why there's no consistency in the cleaning of that bridge when that particular bridge is a major transportation route for the residents that live in Brownsville and East New York to get on the L train?
Let me get back to you with the details. But as I said before, from the $34 billion capital for 10 years that we have, $17 billion are for our bridges to keep them in the state of good repair. But let me get back to you with more details.
It's a more pointed question. Why has it taken so long to keep a consistent schedule of cleaning that bridge?
Yeah, let me get back to you with the specific because I don't have the answer with me right now. So I will get from my team.
Well, but I don't see why won't you have the answer for that? I mean, you cleaned the bridge after we made it public and we did provide the advocacy. I'm not understanding why we don't have the details, at least on that particular bridge, as far as the maintenance and the cleaning and the schedules to keep that particular bridge clean.
So we are very proud how we keep our bridges safe and maintenance in a good state of good repair. To that particular question of that bridge, I need to get back to you because I don't have the information.
We'll wait for the detailed information, and hopefully you can provide the funding dollar amount it takes to maintain these particular bridges. As far as the overnight truck parking, there's been some concerns that has been raised by Community Board 5 as far as the input from the residents. And you probably received a letter from the chair. Just want to let you know I stand with the community board, even though we do support it, but we just want to make sure that there's input across even the community board as to the metrics of it and how our community is going to benefit from that. Also, too, we want to thank ACE. ACE did an amazing job with cleaning the particular bridge after you had came out the day before, so we definitely want to thank them for that. Now, the $4.7 million that was given or it's been allocated for the Van Sinderen Avenue Street Escape Project, I want to just basically commend you and thank you for that. But also, too, what needs to be taken into consideration is further south along the L train. It's dilapidated. The roads are dilapidated, straight all the way down from Atlantic, all the way down going south to Linden Boulevard, where it cuts off or even goes a little further. So if we can get some attention paid there, we would definitely appreciate that because that's a heavy traveled route for folks who get on the L train, who cross Linden Boulevard and even go further northern to the district. Thank you much.
And now we have questions from Stevens, followed by Salam.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon or something. How are you guys doing today? I just wanted to ask a quick question regarding what's the budget for the maintenance, maintaining step streets in the city? Like, do you guys have a budget allocation for that?
Yes, we would need to get back with that specific number. We don't have that with us.
This is a budget hearing, correct?
Well, let's see if we can pull it up.
That'd be great. And I ask this because my district has the most step street in the city, and they are not maintained at all. It's similar to what Councilmember Banks was just referring to. I would like to know what's the process around like maintaining them. How often are you going to ensure the safety and the cleanliness of these steps, because it has become a dumping ground in my district, and there's 311's called consistently. We are calling it in and all the things. So I'm just trying to see what's the regulatory maintenance of these steps, because currently they're all dilapidated, have mattresses and clothes and all types of things, and it literally is like at this point dumping grounds. And they're a form of transportation. So in my district, we all know that we have very little access to transportation, especially in the High Bridge area, and so steps are a form of transportation. And so I would like to know, in the same way you guys are talking about bike lanes and bus lanes, how are you maintaining the steps in my district to ensure that people can access them in a safe way?
Thank you, Councilmember. And our first Deputy Commissioner, she also add more detail, but I can tell you, I understand it, what you're asking, and anything that we can do to keep, all the stairs clean and beautiful.
Clean and with light and all the things.
Yeah.
So I need to know what the budget is, how often it's maintained, who's going out there to look, because not only are they dirty, it's also dark.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. So we rely on different contracts in order to clean step streets, and we also coordinate with sanitation to get that job done.
What does that coordination look like? How often are you guys meeting?
In some of their recent press releases, sanitation has specifically mentioned step street cleaning, and then we also have available to us several different contracts. We have some MWBE contracts that are just
Could I have a
going
list
to
of the ones
start-
that are in my district and the maintenance schedule, what that looks like? Also, I would like to know how often you're meeting with sanitation, because this is a real issue, and I think this is a unique issue specifically for me because I have so many step streets, and so you're not going to hear this from anybody else the way you're going to hear from me, because we have so many. And I'm telling you now, if I would like to know who these contracts are with, because it is not being cleaned and maintained regularly. I would like to know what this contract consists of, because we have to supplement so much stuff in my district already, and so often I have to send like an ace out there to like do extra work and things, and it's not fair. So I really want us to know, and we can do this offline, but I would like to know a full plan of what that plan is for all of the step streets. I just have one other really quick question. Last budget season, I allocated money for resurfacing my district. I'm still unclear where that has taken place and when that's going to start, because there has been very little communication regarding this. Although when I allocated it, we had conversations about how I wanted us to work together to make sure that we knew when, where, and where it was happening.
Good. Whenever you're ready, we're happy to sit down with you and talk about which streets we recommend for resurfacing in your district and how you feel about that.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Salam, followed by Farias.
Good afternoon. I have a few questions actually. I want to start off with the e-bikes and maybe make a suggestion. There has been great attention put towards drivers in terms of lowering the speed so that the drivers of vehicles drive at safer rates. Is there any plan to maybe lower to restrict the speed of e-bikes so that they actually don't, because a lot of them are going faster than cars now, and the fact that they're on the sidewalks, the fact that we're experiencing more injuries in our communities is a great concern.
Yes, there's a plan to work lowering the speed limit that is allowed for biking.
Meaning like a physical, because it's one thing to have the education.
Yeah, so we are in conversation looking at 15 as a potential number. We have not finalized, but we do acknowledge, as I said before, with the question asked, on the challenges of e-bike, that reducing the speed limit is also one of the things that we're looking at.
We're also noticing in terms of places of worship that parishioners are receiving tickets on Sundays, on Fridays, on Saturdays in various districts. And we were wondering, is there a plan to work with local leaders to allow the parishioners to practice their faith without fearing being ticketed, because the buses, they're not, I'm assuming it's like a robot. If a double parked car is there and it's not in the bike lane or a bus lane, the bus still tickets and sends the ticket out.
We're talking about the drivers who park on the bus lane.
Not the bus lane. I'm saying around churches, mosques, synagogues, we've noticed that in our districts, parishioners are receiving tickets. Sometimes when they may not even know because the tickets come in the mail, but they're receiving tickets because they're double parked for worship, there's no parking or anything like that. But it's been a practice, specifically in my district, for people to double park when it comes to Sunday worship, Saturday worship, or Friday worship. Because of the human nature of it all, ticket agencies usually understand this is a day of worship, we're not going to ticket the parishioners. But because the buses are not humans, they're ticketing parishioners.
We had a conversation with all the elected officials in your district, more than happy to sit down with you and identify, some places where we can, brainstorm a little bit and see what we can do. In general, we want to keep the standard, when it comes to the enforcement and when it comes to our bus lane, that part related to the enforcement is more the MTA on their decision, but I'm more than happy to sit down with you.
And just a last question regarding the resurfacing that has been mentioned earlier. Despite the council's clear request for a $40 million increase to streets resurfacing capacity, the executive budget that we've seen includes $0. How does DOT plan to ensure equitable resurfacing in historically underserved communities like those in Central Harlem without a critical investment being there?
Margaret,
Sure. Thank you, Council Member. So every year, right now, we perform about 1,150 lane miles of resurfacing, and we allocate them very analytically between the different community boards in order to ensure that every community board is getting their fair share based on the lane miles within their board. And as I mentioned earlier, we move from community board to community board throughout the year in each borough to make sure that we touch every single community board every year. So in terms of the percent of miles that are in good, fair, or poor condition, it's quite consistent from community board to community board. So we're happy to sit with you and explain what we have planned for the rest of the year into next year in your council district. And if you have any locations you see that you feel haven't been addressed that should be addressed, let us know and we will try to incorporate them into the schedule.
Thank you. We'll definitely be in touch.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Farias, followed by Osei.
Hi, good morning, folks. Hi, Commissioner. I just have a couple district-related questions, if possible, and I'm sure they're related to some of the responses you've given us already. Just a question regarding street lights and street lighting. Several constituents in my district have complained of street lights being out, their bulbs not being replaced, for even sometimes upwards to a year. I know myself and my office are consistently reminding folks to use our 311 process. I know if I see whether it's a stoplight or a street light out, I take a picture. My 311 app is overwhelmed with service request numbers, but I just want to know how long it usually takes for DOT to replace these light bulbs on average, and if there's internal policies of DOT that have a mandated length of time, and then how long does it typically take to close these cases when complaints come through for 311?
Definitely, we have street lights in most of the 6,000 miles of the street that we have. We composed by 44,000 intersections. By standard, we run a very tight with in-house and contract resources, taking care of the light. I was one of those council members calling DOT when I didn't see a light working in my district. And I never take that approach as you tell me which intersection the light pole is, the light is not working, because I think as an agency, we take very responsible the commitment that we've been asked to be in this role, where we are very proud of how we keep, our light in our light poles. So But that's in the general piece. When it comes to the details, I will leave it to the first Deputy Commissioner to get into more details.
Thank you for the question. So the easiest thing that we can do is just replace a light bulb in a street light that has been burnt out. So those requests are handled very quickly, generally within a week. So if it's only a burnt out bulb, that is very quick, and we have contractors who do that work for us. What does take longer sometimes is when there's a problem with the electrical current, and that's a situation where we have to coordinate with Con Ed in order to come in and repair the electrical current, and that's often sometimes where there are these frustrating situations where it does take a lot longer. So those are the situations, if you ever have those and you're feeling frustrated, our borough commissioners can always help with those, and we can reach out to Con Ed and try to keep those moving.
Can I just ask, in terms of needing Con Ed to step in with an electrical current issue, how are folks notified? Do you typically just respond to the 301 request stating that it's in, like it's pending or it's held over? Are you typically relating those to, for example, my office?
So the question is like, how are we explaining exactly what the nature of the problem is? I will check on how well we do that, and if we need to give better information, we can do that.
Okay, thank you so much. Chair, can I have additional chairs? Because I sit on both committees. Can I have additional time?
Very good.
Thank you. Just a couple more. We've been seeing a lot of complaints recently coming in that are specifically targeting some of the homeowners for having cracks in their sidewalks. I'm super familiar with the Trees and Sidewalks program as a former staffer who used to do this like part-time for folks. But oftentimes the constituents are fined with major cracks in the sidewalk, or they're in some blockway, especially around some of the parks. Can you folks talk about how the issues that come from 311, is this like, are you doing this case by case basis because of 301 complaints, or is there a larger plan that you have enforcement agents going out trying to regulate some of the trees and sidewalks, or some of the sidewalk replacements that need to happen?
So much of our sidewalk inspection work is done as a result of complaints. And when we do get a complaint about a specific property, we don't only go to that property. What we do is we look at all of the properties on both sides of that block. We don't want to get into a situation where somebody is in a dispute with a neighbor and calls us about the neighbor, but we're not really looking at things a little bit more holistically. So what our inspectors will do is examine the whole block, and any homeowner or any property owner that has a sidewalk violation will receive a notice to correct. Now, that is not a monetary fine. They are not receiving a violation that they have to pay. Instead, I guess you're like an expert at this. This is great. This is a lien on the property, and when the property owner may go to sell the property, they're going to have a problem doing so. And further, their insurance company may give them a hard time about insuring that sidewalk if it does need repairs. So that's generally how it's done. We also can come in and make repairs and back charge a property owner if they have failed to fix it on their own. When we do that, you mentioned trees. Trees always gets complicated, right? Tree roots, we love trees. We love good sidewalks, but tree roots can push up sidewalks. So in that case, if we do repair a property, we do not charge the homeowner for any portions of the sidewalk that were damaged due to the tree roots. We also coordinate with parks. They have a pretty extensive program to address tree issues at sidewalks. So it's a little complex, but if there's ever locations in question, we're happy to talk through them.
Yeah, I think that makes a little bit more sense. I think typically in the past, folks are used to hearing, we put the complaint in on one property gets examined, but it sounds like we are now more comprehensively looking at the entire street and block, which makes a lot of sense. If repairs are gonna happen, they can happen more extensively. But that is probably the answer that would be most helpful to my constituent staff. And then I just have a couple specifics, and I'll just list them all out, and then if folks just want to tag on any responses. Are there any plans for redevelopment of the median on Rosedale Avenue between Bruckner and Watson? I've toured it both with the commissioner and with our borough commissioner. I've asked for us to maybe take some time out, and we've all been very busy, but take some time out to look at how to redesign this, maybe have some angled parking, maybe revitalize some of the green space, just because it's right next to one of our biggest NYCHA campuses, but also next to a community center, and a lot of that underutilized lands could be properly utilized for the amount of folks that are there, and that could benefit from some outside space. And then similarly, just wanted thoughts from the agency if there's any plans to redesign Hugh Grant Circle. We know there's a lot of talks around reimagining the Cross Bronx. There's a lot of changes happening at the Hugh Grant Circle Parkchester train stop. And just with heavy congestion happening right now, a lot of the buses sitting double parked on the parkway, along with the commercial strip that we have there that has a lot of deliveries, if that's in any of the reimagining or the thought processes of capital planning from DOT, if we can talk a little bit about those two.
Okay, I'm happy to talk about Rosedale. I know Rosedale is a longstanding issue. It is Parks property. It is, it started out as a green space, and then over time, the community has parked there. I think we do need to decide once and for all, what is that space? What should that space be? It would be something that we would want to agree to with Parks if it was going to be turned into something that had more parking. Might want to be some kind of compromise space, I'm not sure, that has a combination of some parking and green space, but working with Anthony, we're happy to sit down with Parks and with you and try to figure that out. And then if we do decide to alter it, obviously we'll have to secure funding in order to rebuild it.
That sounds great.
And I don't have an answer for Hugh Grant. I don't know if anybody else does. If not, we can get back to you.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about both of these things. There's a lot happening in Hugh Grant Circle, especially now we'll have an ADA compliant train station, towards the end of the summer, beginning of fall. And there'll be some reconfiguration that I think needs to happen just to reassess the amount, the ebb and flow we'll have of the amount of constituents that are going to be utilizing that train station, and just some of the blockages that happen when doing the entire circle. And then, I'd love to talk about reimagining that entire green space. Sounds like a great end-of-term project we can all work together on. But thank you for the additional time and responses.
Okay, last two from Councilmember Osei, followed by Hanks.
Thank you, chairs, and good afternoon, Commissioner, and good folks from the Department of Transportation. I just want to follow up on a issue. It's a local issue in my district around trench repair. This is located on Hancock between Marcy and Nostrand. I've been pushing, I know the money was already allocated for this trench repair many, many, many years ago. I want to say 5, prior to the pandemic. And I know that there's been some issues because of the pandemic in terms of getting this trench repair done. We last sent an email about this on October 17th, 2024. This is my 3rd year of advocating for this trench repair, and I just wanted to speak to you and see what the update is on that trench repair.
Okay, I believe this is trench repair that was going to be addressed between DEP and DOT, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I can follow up right afterwards and get an update for you. We've worked collaboratively at there's different locations around the city that for some unknown reason has sunk. Something could have been when the road was built many, many years ago. Something could have been put in there that decayed and then has sunk. So what we're doing is we're working with DEP on these locations. We're not trying to, figure out what went wrong many decades ago. We're just trying to address them. But I am being reminded that we do, in this location, we do have a DDC project for next year for 2026.
This is the 3rd time it's been pushed back.
Okay.
This is going on. Next year will be 6 years since DOT is committed to doing work on this project. Is it going to be pushed back again next year? Am I going to wait 10 years for this trench to be repaired? I think that's a bit concerning, right?
Let's hear.
Councilmember, I'm happy to, trench restoration, capital projects, unfortunately, it's about a six-year timeline from when the project gets funded to when we internally produce what we call a capital project initiation package that then gets sent to DDC, and then they do the preliminary design, final design, and then bid out the contract. It's usually a 6-year timeline. I do have it here. It was pushed out by a year, which does happen. Sometimes the bids don't come in come in way too high, and then the DDC needs to rebid it, or the highest ranked team like goes under. And so there's a lot of issues that happen throughout the cycle that do delay project. The good news, though, is we do expect registration this fall and construction to start in fiscal 26 for this set of trench restorations. It is usually up to DDC and the contractor to determine which sites in particular they'll start first. We'd be happy to facilitate a conversation.
This site should certainly start first, I think. What is the agency doing around expediting this process? I mean, 6 years is the
How
fact
long
that
do
that
you
is
have?
a norm for a project. What
Yeah.
is the, Commissioner, what work have you been doing over the past 4 years to condense that period of time for when a project comes into completion? Seems very inefficient.
Yeah, it's about all the procurement process that go through a project.
No, I understand that. And what are you doing to?
Listen,
are
I'm
you-
gonna be seeing now, probably I started, and again, it should be your expectation that we should change what has not worked in the past. But I can tell you, when I was elected in my first budget, I put $500,000.
Sure. So what do you, so who's,
rebuild if you don't
who's
mind.
responsible for the delay in that procurement? It's
we
not,
working-
nothing on your end.
No, listen, that's another part of the story, but let me give you with this. We can get back to you with more details.
Sure.
Timing is the right one that we have in front of us. Capital project is take a lot from the moment, as Paul described, everything that it take it from the idea to the concept, to the designing, to present it, to the bid. So again, we heard you loud and clear. We're more than happy to see. I try to figure out a way how we can move quickly, but the timing is a standard timing for any capital
So
project.
I hear that it's standard timing. My question for you is, and I think I understand that there's different stages to this, right? In terms of procurement, in terms of design, in terms of, public testimonies. Is there anything in your power that you can do to condense any part of that process? Have you?
Yeah. So the answer is design build. The thing is that,
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
We need to get Albany to allow New York City to use design build for all capital project that we do. If that would be the case, it will allow to cut a lot of time, not only for the project of the DOT, like most of the capital project that is on DOT, we do through DDC.
Okay.
And they're a great partner. But we have a lot of constraint, but the design build is what we need from Albany.
So,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Council Member, the administration has been seeking DDC, has been talking to Albany to get grant DDC authority, which means they would be on the same par as like the MTA or the School Construction Authority, which allows to like condense a lot of the procurement steps that you're rightfully frustrated, and we are too.
I think, and I'm happy to hear that, there's a campaign to pressure the state to condense, this standard period of time in which projects are completed. I think you should lean on us to be partners and advocating on your behalf for that. I rarely hear advocacy around this. And I think this is something that really proves to people that government works, right? I think 6 years for a project is really insane. So keep us in the loop on how we can support you in those efforts on pressuring the state, if it really is the state's responsibility for all of it. The second question, am I allowed to ask more questions, chairs?
I get 1 more minute.
Okay. Is around.
If you don't mind, I know that you help me. If you don't mind, Councilmember, I'm not just throwing the ball to the state. What I'm saying is about a lot of the, timeline on construction has to do very connected with procurement and designing. So I think that even at the beginning of this administration, there was some task force that the mayor put together with the controller, the OMB, and other identifying ideas, trying to put some reform on how we can cut the time of construction in the city.
Sure. Can my minute start now?
Yeah.
Have you spoken about any progress that has been made between DOT and NYPD about double parking and double parking enforcement within the city? Is that something that the DOT works with NYPD on?
Yeah, I feel that the new things, and again, I'm getting a lot of heat. There was even a a rally in front of 55 Water Street where some drivers, they were blaming me for all those tickets that they're getting in double parking. There have been a culture in New York City where people believe that double parking is legal. And the thing is, no, it's not legal. We have limited space. And I think from the moment when someone get out from the car to get a coffee, to go to a green juice, they should know that if they do double parking, there's consequences.
Absolutely.
Automatic enforcement is a new thing that we are using, where if someone is in double park, now the MTA buses, they have the camera. They're able to give the ticket to anyone, New Yorkers including us, if we do the double parking.
And how about locations where there aren't MTA buses? For example, I would love for my district to see heightened enforcement, specifically on DeKalb Avenue between Troop and Marcus Garvey. The double parking is out of control there, and I've been complaining about it for years to both the PD and the Department of Transportation. It's unsafe for drivers, for cyclists, for pedestrians, slows the entire neighborhood down. We'd love to get an update or at least some visible enforcement on that specific block.
More than happy to coordinate with you and even to coordinate on some visibility with the NYPD Transportation Chief, myself, and you enforcing on double parking, because I think that's unacceptable. And I feel that we need to have only on one standard. If we don't allow double parking in Fifth Avenue and other places, so double parking should not be allowed in any community where we know that it contributes to a lot of other traffic that we are dealing with. So I'm more than happy to follow you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, final question from Councilmember Hanks.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Rodriguez. My constituents continue to raise concern about the lack of coordination between DOT and MTA at the St. George Ferry Terminal. Riders regularly miss their connections. The St. George Ferry Terminal in Whitehall and on the Staten Island side is one of the city's most important transportation hubs, and this poor condition is undermining the daily commutes of thousands of residents. In addition, the ferry ramps and the exit areas in the St. George Ferry Terminal are filthy. They reek of all kinds of insanity. and despite there's no clear smoking rules, whether it's marijuana, whether it's cigarettes, there should be signage there that clearly say that you cannot do that. These areas have also become hot spots for homeless and even criminal activity. And this is Staten Island's front porch, and it should be clean, it should be safe, it should be welcoming. So I ask, when can Staten Island expect a better coordination between DOT and the MTA to fix these systemic issues? And when will DOT take a meaningful action when it comes to cleanup and the maintenance of the terminal, both inside and out? Thank you.
Yep. Quality of life is a top priority for Mayor Eric Adams. And as we have the 500 blocks that we've been doing coordination work between NYPD or the agency on enforcing in those blocks, I'm more than happy also to bring that site to that 500 blocks and see anything that we can do. You are so lucky to represent the area. Staten Island have like 18 million ridership last year. Its number continue increasing. It's the largest ferry that we have in any
70,000 people a day.
Yeah, so and anything that we can do, and again, I'm all about action more than word, and that's what I told Rick to remind me to follow with the council member there and with you too, but I want to see how we can talk to the team, from the deputy mayors of public safety and other agency to look and address.
We'll follow up with a walkthrough, yes?
Yep.
One more question, Chair, very quickly. Staten Island doesn't have City Bike, and we should. This is an equity issue. Every single program should have a 5-borough participation. So I'd love to talk about getting a City Bike on Staten Island as well. Thank you, Chair.
We're working right now with the president of the Staten Island University in Roseanne, right? They're doing a good job. One of the things that they're looking to do is a pilot project to provide bike through a pilot project to the student that they go around all those acres of the university. For Mayor Eric Adams, Staten Island is not the forgotten borough anymore. So definitely our commitment is to connect all community with City Bike and micromobility so that all New Yorkers should be able to move by car, by train, by bus, City Bike, and micromobility.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are way behind to get to the Parks Committee. I'm going to hand it over to Chair Powers to close us out.
Thank you, and I just wanted to just put a pin in, we'll pick this back up in another hearing in terms of the agency's inability to meet the streets plan mandates and the consistent blaming of the members in terms of, you know, where they're being located. While we've been in this hearing, along Beach 20th Street, in Rockaway, where there's a bike lane to, we're gonna call it the bike lane to nowhere, because it's literally one bike lane that doesn't go beyond that one block. And NYPD was out there today towing cars. So the merchants have been unable to get their merchandise there. There's a disconnect with the agency and the community that really has to be worked through. And so I will follow up with your office, but again, I just wanted to put a pin in that in terms of an example when we're often pointed at in terms of the agency's inability to meet its goal, yet the agency placed a bike lane on one block that's not connected to anything, that did not have community support, but yet still did that. So I thank the agency for its testimony today and look forward to following up on that.
Thank you.
And I stand on behalf of all the 6,000 men and women that made this agency and the previous commissioners before me, and especially our borough commissioners. They are the one in the team who are presenting all the projects in front of each council member. This project, the work that the agency does, regardless who commissioner is in time, is in place, is a more complexity one. A lot of the work that we do must follow federal standards. A lot of the work that we do is happening above our street, where a few inches down, all the utilities are moving their services in the street. So I'm very proud of the work that we do. I think that there's a lot of accomplishment that we all can share the result, the council, the administration. There's always a space to grow, and more than happy to continue working with both chairs and the speaker to address how we continue doing the work that we do. Providing our 26% of our street for the movement of safe and efficient of people and vehicles.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to your team. We'll take a short break, and we're going to start with the Parks Department. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. We are now turning to the Parks Department, Department of Parks and Recreation, an agency that keeps New York City green, active, and connected. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Council's Finance Committee. I'm joined by Councilmember Shekhar Krishnan, Chair of the Committee on Parks and Recreation. We've been joined by Councilmembers Brewer, Carr, Salam, Ung, and Lewis. And welcome, Commissioner Donahue. It's good to see you. We're glad to have you here. The proposed FY26 Parks Department budget is $667.3 million, which is an increase of $50.6 million, or 8.2% over the preliminary plan that came out back in January. That includes more support for swim safety and second shift cleanups at high-use parks. But for a department responsible for 30,000 acres of land, 1,000 playgrounds, and 800 athletic fields, the council knows that that number is still far too small. Parks Department represents under 0.5% of the total executive budget. And there are nearly 330 vacancies, something that we will be certainly asking OMB about in a couple of weeks. That's hundreds of workers that are not out there maintaining our parks, enforcing our rules, planting trees, and keeping things safe and clean, and the council wants to fix that. In our preliminary budget response, the council pushed for $32.5 million to restore these critical positions, gardeners, pruners, park workers, and enforcement officers, because while everything else in this city keeps getting more expensive, a day in the park, last I checked, is still free, and that matters. Parks are truly the great equalizer. Every New Yorker, no matter what their zip code, deserves access to green space that's safe, clean, and looked after. So today I'll be focusing on the PEG restorations, capital needs, and making sure the parks budget reflects how much New Yorkers truly rely on these spaces. I was out last weekend in a couple of parks, and they were just absolutely bursting with people, a testament to just how important our open green spaces are. But in the interest of time, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Councilmember Krishnan, for his opening statement, and we'll get going.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Committee's hearing on the fiscal 2026 executive budget for the Department of Parks and Recreation. My name is Shekhar Krishnan, and I'm the chair of our Parks and Recreation Committee. I would like to acknowledge and thank all my fellow council members who are here today, as Chair Brannan announced before. Today, we will be hearing testimony from the Department of Parks and Recreation on its fiscal 2026 executive budget, which totals approximately $667.3 million, an increase of $26.8 million since the release of the preliminary budget in January, but we still have a long way to go. While it is always better to see increases instead of decreases as we saw in previous years, this is still nowhere near the amount of money that our Parks Department deserves, and it is nowhere near the 1% or $1 billion goal that the mayor campaigned on and is currently campaigning on. So just to put in perspective, $1 billion was the commitment broken year after year. We are at a Parks Department budget of $667 million. New Yorkers of every borough and neighborhood want clean and safe parks to enjoy. And let's be very clear about this. If we want a clean and safe city, as Mayor Adams declares, then a key way to do so is to keep our parks clean and safe. You can't have a clean and safe city without clean and safe parks. This budget, while doing and restoring some funding, and in some ways a step in the right direction, does not provide nearly enough resources to make this a reality. Clean, green, and safe parks, parks that all of us as New Yorkers rely on and enjoy, requires far more in funding and investments. The fiscal 2026 executive budget includes $18.7 million in new needs for FY26, $8.1 million in other adjustments, and thankfully no pegs or cuts. But again, we should not be in a world where we are thinking about cuts and restoring cuts. We have to be in a world of investments. There are several new needs in this plan, including increased headcount for fleet service, baseline funding for the Office of Marine Debris Disposal and vessel surrendering, and a number of one-shots or temporary funding for urban park rangers, green thumb, and tree stump removal. But this is a far cry from the permanent, comprehensive funding and vision that our City Council laid out in our budget response. I mentioned earlier that this budget includes $18.7 million in new needs, but the number is largely made up of temporary so-called one-shot positions. One-shots are items or programs that are only funded for 1 year, which means that once the fiscal year is over, the program will be cut if additional funding is provided. In other words, once that year is up, the workers who are funded on those lines are in danger of losing their jobs. These are workers that do not just work for a year. They work every year, every day, cleaning our parks and keeping them safe. I know that because I've talked to them. I've spent time with them, and I've heard their stories and their concerns when their jobs are in jeopardy every year. You cannot run an organization, you cannot run a company on temporary lines that expire every year for permanent work, and you certainly cannot run a crucial city agency like the Parks Department in this way. What this means is that for 50 urban park rangers in our city, their jobs are only secure for 1 year. The council has to fight for funding every year and restore it so that these New Yorkers do not lose their jobs. This is no way to live. Not knowing if you will have a job in a few months is incredibly stressful and has immensely negative impacts on your mental health and well-being. In my own personal conversations with urban park rangers, they have expressed these feelings and much more. These positions are not the only things that are only funded for 1 year. Tree stump removal, green thumb funding, $3 million for forestry management are only given 1 year of funding. In other words, taking care of our trees, managing our urban forest is done on a temporary budget every year, even though this work is permanent and even more crucial in our city when we have seen over 250 wildfires in 2 weeks last fall. These one-shots must end. We need to ensure that the administration, the agency, and OMB make sure that these funds are baselined or made permanent so workers can have the job stability they need to provide for their families, and our Parks Department can have the stability to keep doing their work of providing clean, green, and resilient parks for all New Yorkers. The committee looks forward to hearing testimony today related to the FY26 executive plan, specifically related to lifeguards, urban park rangers, PEP officers, forestry workers, and the capital budget. Before we begin with testimony, I would like to thank our council staff for their hard work, our finance team of Chima Obisher, Jack Story, and Michael Sherman, our committee staff, Christopher Sartori and Patrick Mulvihill, and my own staff, Greg Clark, Chanel Martinez, and Victoria Opperman. I would also like to recognize that this will be the final hearing with our Parks Commissioner, Sue Donahue. Commissioner Donahue has been a phenomenal leader for our city's park system. And she has been a great partner to work with. There was no issue too small or too large for me to be able to work with Commissioner Donahue on. Every single issue, every phone call I made, every issue that needs to be discussed, Commissioner Donahue was there to see it through. She has been a phenomenal leader for our Parks Department, and on behalf of the entire committee and our New York City Council, I want to thank you for your service to the Parks Department. You will be sorely missed. It is a great loss for our city, for your departure, and I thank you for your passion and service to all New Yorkers. I will now turn it over to our committee chair, Chair Brannan, Finance, and committee counsel to go over some procedural items and swear in the representatives from the Parks Department.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan. We've also been joined by council members Hanks, Holden, Rivera, and Palladino. Just a reminder, if you're here to testify on either the transportation or parks budget, make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant-at-Arms in the back. We will hear from the public right after the parks panel. The committee counsel will now swear in the witnesses.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before the committee, and to respond honestly to council members? Commissioner Donahue?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Rodriguez Rosa? I do. Deputy Commissioner Wang? Deputy Commissioner Borstein? Deputy Commissioner Nelson? Deputy Commissioner Falk? Assistant Commissioner Osborne? Officer Stark? And Chief Drury?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, Chair Krishnan, members of the Finance Committee and Parks Committee, and other members of the Council. My name is Sue Donahue, and I'm honored to be here today testifying as the Commissioner of New York City Department of Parks and Recreation, and to be joined today here in this room by several members of our agency's incredible senior staff leadership team. Firstly, I want to recognize the Council for its continued support of our city's open spaces and for championing the importance of parks for all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the agency's executive budget for fiscal year 2026 and to provide an update on our agency's efforts to build and maintain a healthy and thriving park system. The arrival of warmer weather in the spring means we're heading into our peak season when our city's green and open spaces truly come alive and more people get outdoors to take advantage of our amazing parks, beaches, and pools to lead happier, healthier lives. And we've been busy delivering results for New Yorkers. We were recently joined by students from PS 52 in Staten Island, along with Councilmember Carr, to cut the ribbon on a $3.5 million reconstruction of Dongan Playground, reopening a new, attractive play space featuring enhanced resilience to extreme weather and brand new amenities for the community to enjoy. We also started construction on a new public park in Queens, Lieutenant Michael R. Davidson Playground, which was named after a heroic member of the FDNY who lost his life in the line of duty in 2018 and grew up in the adjacent apartment complex. This $4.8 million investment will include a firefighter-themed play area for children, a peaceful seating area, a public restroom, and a restored, historic outdoor pavilion. This spring, we were thrilled to celebrate the reopening of the Tompkins Square Park Fieldhouse, a $5.6 million investment by the administration to modernize the public restrooms, ensure accessibility, upgrade the building's infrastructure, and create a more functional space for park operations. In conjunction with the Fieldhouse reopening, we transformed the area on the north side of the building with brightly painted games for kids, picnic and ping pong tables, benches, and decorative plantings. We also spruced up the nearby Slocum Memorial Fountain, and our incredible local volunteers have helped to further beautify the area, helping ensure that Tompkins Square Park can remain a vital resource for the East Village community for years to come. This long-awaited project is a testament to our dedication to making our parks more inclusive, and it's a great example of how our parks and public spaces make our neighborhoods more engaging, accessible, and livable. Protecting this livability means we all need to do our part to keep our parks clean. So we were proud to recently enact new agency rules to increase penalties on bad actors who illegally dump trash in and around our parks. We appreciate the partnership with our sister agency, DSNY, in working alongside us to crack down on illegal dumping and get tough on irresponsible entities that think our parks are an appropriate place to dump their trash. This enhanced enforcement will address a major challenge at our parks that exhausts a considerable amount of our staff's time and resources, allowing us to better focus on serving New Yorkers that are appropriately using our parks. For example, thanks to increased mayoral baseline funding provided earlier this year, our newest second shift evening and weekend park maintenance workers have been fully hired, trained, and deployed. These new team members are already hard at work, caring for 100 new busy park hotspots, which means the agency is now able to provide second shift coverage at a grand total of 200 separate, heavily used sites within 121 of our busiest parks. Of course, as the temperatures rise, we're gearing up for the opening of our public beaches Saturday, May 24th. Unlike a lot of other cities around the country, we have been able to open all of our pools and beaches in recent summers, and we expect to be able to do that again this summer, despite what continues to be a very challenging hiring environment. As we have shared with the council previously, we have worked tirelessly to find ways to recruit new potential lifeguards and encourage more lifeguards to return and help keep our beaches and pools safe for all New Yorkers to enjoy. Though it's still a bit too early to speculate about the final staffing levels that we will ultimately reach, we are cautiously optimistic about the progress we've seen, a result of our intense and focused effort to recruit and retain these vital members of the Parks team. Turning to the specific topic for this hearing, the fiscal year 2026 executive budget reflects the administration's ongoing commitment to fiscal responsibility amid the ongoing economic and fiscal challenges facing the city, while maintaining critical services for all New Yorkers and investing in a greener, healthier city. The operating budget for our agency in the executive budget is $667.3 million, including new baseline funding for additional staff mechanics and service technicians to help care for our fleet of agency vehicles. It also includes baseline OTPS funding for our Office of Marine Debris Disposal and Vessel Surrendering, which will allow us to more proactively address the issue of derelict, abandoned vessels and large marine debris from our city's shorelines and waterways, and launch a public vessel turn-in program. Since the establishment of the new office in 2024, with the initial funding that was provided by the administration at that time, we have removed 82 vessels and over 430 cubic yards of debris from waterways across the city, which had been serious public safety, navigational, and environmental hazards. Our agency's 10-year capital plan is $10.4 billion, and over $250 million in new investment has been provided in the newest plan. This includes over $103 million for a full reconstruction of our Prospect Park garage compound. This vital operational hub serves as the headquarters for our skilled trades, forestry, borough crews, horticulture, and fleet operations, serving the entire borough of Brooklyn. These facilities, which were initially constructed between the 1800s and the 1920s, had not seen any major improvements in over 30 years. So we're very excited to provide these necessary upgrades that will give our dedicated staff the working space they need and deserve so they can keep our parks in the best condition possible. We were also very excited to announce a $51 million investment to reconstruct the historic Tony D'Appolito outdoor pool in Manhattan, including the preservation of the beloved mural created by famed artist Keith Haring, as well as 7 new playground renovations in the Bronx, community improvements to be delivered as part of the Bronx Metro North Station Area Plan. On a closing note, many of you may be aware that after 3.5 incredible years leading the agency, I will be stepping down as commissioner at the end of the month. It has been the greatest honor and privilege to serve alongside my fellow Parkies, dedicated public servants who bring our parks to life every day with their hard work, passion, and care for our city's green spaces. Through initiatives like Vital Parks for All and Let's Green NYC, we've invested in the future of our parks, strengthened our commitment to sustainability, and expanded opportunities for all New Yorkers to enjoy the benefits of nature and recreation. We also made historic progress in public safety at our pools and beaches, negotiating the first meaningful changes to the lifeguard contract in 40 years to strengthen our management, recruitment, and coordination of the Lifeguard Corps. Since the start of this administration, we've delivered transformative park improvement projects at nearly 500 park sites, with hundreds more capital projects actively underway. We have ensured our parks are cleaner, greener, and more welcoming than ever before, work that will leave a lasting impact on this city we all love. I want to thank Mayor Adams for granting me the incredible privilege of leading this agency and the opportunity to work with each of you to continue improving our parks and open spaces for all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We would now be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. It has been great working with you. We've had a real partnership, and I think because of that partnership, we managed to get a lot done. So it's been great working together. I want to jump right in. I don't want to take up too much time and hand it over to the chair here, but questions about some new needs. Executive plan includes $825,000 for the repair of 6 log loaders. It's our understanding that the city is currently engaged in a lawsuit with the manufacturer to recoup the money that was spent on the repairs of those log loaders. Could you tell us about that?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. Due to the fact that this is active litigation, there's very little comment that I can make on this topic. But I can assure you that, Parks follows all city rules and regulations for purchasing equipment and other goods. We work with DCAS, other relevant entities. But that's about all I can say at this point.
Okay. The executive plan, you mentioned the Office of Marine Debris Disposal.
Yes.
Does the department have a goal for how many boats could be or will be removed per year?
Yes, we anticipate, thank you for the question, Council Member. We anticipate removing between 80 and 100 abandoned derelict vessels every year. In addition, we also anticipate removing at least 500 cubic yards of large marine debris annually. So it's been a really wonderful new division that we formed in this administration, and a lot of good work happening there.
And does the department have an idea of how many boats are currently out there waiting to be removed?
Anecdotally, Council Member, there are several hundred abandoned derelict vessels on the city's waterways, some of which have been specifically requested, brought to our attention. Council members have been very active in suggesting removals. Others have been in locations that have been historically sadly have served as marine dumping sites. So there's an awful lot of derelict vessels, there's no doubt out there, but we are attacking them as aggressively as we can.
And does the department do this work in-house, or is it entirely contracted out?
It's a combination. Anything that we can reach by land, we absolutely are doing those removals ourselves, but then we also do a lot by contract.
Okay. The executive plan includes $8.8 million in FY25 for the zoo contract shortfall. As part of the contract with the city, the department fills any shortfalls that zoos have had between expenses and revenue. How are the terms of the agreement memorialized? Is there a master contract or an MOU or?
Yes, so thank you, Councilmember, for the question. Parks entered into a 50-year contract with the Wildlife Conservation Society for the maintenance and operations of the 3 city zoos beginning in 1980, and this contract will expire in 2030. Okay.
And how much does the Parks Department budget each year for the zoo contract shortfall?
It's currently budgeted at $8 million in FY26.
Okay. And I have one last question. In FY24, Parks overspent its PS budget by $22.3 million and underspent its OTPS budget by $21.5 million. Is there a plan to realign the budget so that it more accurately reflects historical spending patterns?
So thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And it's really, for us as an agency, it's really advantageous to make sure we retain sufficient OTPS money so that as things come up, if we need supplies or equipment, we have that funding in place. But funds can always be moved from OTPS to PS, so it's just a more functional way for us to be able to run the agency in terms of spending, making sure we have the money when we need it, where we need it, so that we can buy supplies and equipment.
Okay, I'm going to turn over to Chair Krishnan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan. Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. So just taking a step back for a second. So we had our preliminary budget proposal from the mayor. We had seen roughly about an 800 or so, give or take, reduction in staff because of all the cuts over time. Now with our executive budget, there are a few one-shot positions restored. How does that compare to the 800 positions that we've lost because of successive cuts?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. We were pleased with the additions to our budget, which I talked about in the testimony, the second shift funding. We had money baseline for mechanics, money for our marine debris removal division that we just talked about. So we were pleased with the additional staffing that we did receive. And we will continue. And then always at this time of year, we have a large influx of seasonal staff. It's incredibly helpful that buttresses our resources and our staffing. So we feel like we are positioned to be able to move forward and get our work done for the summer.
Got it. But where does that roughly leave us compared to the 800?
That is still the if I may.
Right.
Sure.
So the net impact, with all the savings targets that have been implemented since the adoption of FY23, moving through FY26, all those saving targets, the net loss will be in the 700 to 800 lines. So that is still the case.
So net loss of 700 lines still. So unfortunately, the mayor's restorations had very little impact on the number of positions we've lost. Has the Parks Department achieved its vacancy reduction PEG target? If not, how close to the target are you all, and when do you expect that you'll be able to hire without these impacts?
So thank you, Councilmember, for the question. We anticipate achieving our PEG savings target via attrition through this current FY25. Then we'll be transitioning to the citywide 2-for-1 replacement cycle through FY26. So essentially by the end of FY26, we anticipate achieving our PEG savings targets.
But would that mean that the 2-for-1, essentially where you can't hire one person until two people leave, does that policy continue after at the end of 2026?
That is unknown at this point. We can't predict if that will be in place at this point.
But you are still subject to it through at least fiscal year 2026?
Yes.
So am I correct to say still about the net loss of 700 positions, but even with what's proposed in the executive budget, you all are still subject to a hiring limitation where you cannot hire one worker until two depart. Is that fair to say?
It's through end of FY25 that we will be meeting our attrition PEG, but then in FY26, yes, we will be transitioning to that citywide 2-for-1 replacement cycle through FY26.
Though I'll add that the 700 figure accounts for that, if that makes any sense. So it's not on top of, that's inclusive of the 700 number.
Right. But I guess my point is, so even if you hit your PEG or reduction targets, if the Parks Department wanted to hire to fill the 700 lost positions, they would not be able to hire one position unless two workers leave the department. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and that's citywide. We do have certain positions that are exempt from that 2-for-1 hiring, PEP, public programs, a couple of things like that are exempt for that from that 2-for-1. But yes, otherwise that is the case.
But city parks workers are not exempt from that, right?
Right, if they're not PEP, public programs,
Right.
and if there's something else, yeah.
Urban park rangers are not exempt from that. Forestry, not
Right.
exempt from that.
Yeah.
And what methods does the agency use to increase the pool of applicants for full-time and seasonal positions, given these really unacceptable limitations that you all are under from City Hall?
So we have a very active and aggressive recruitment process. For one, I mean, for seasonal positions, we're fortunate. We have a lot of people who return every year to the Parks Department. When we can, when we have open positions at the end of a season, we're often filling those positions with seasonal workers in order to maintain that continuity. But we also participate in job fairs. DCAS is consistently running job fairs that we participate in. We do a lot of advertising, recruitment, when and where we can across the city.
And we spoke a bit before about the positions that are on one-shot or temporary one-year lines, urban park rangers, for example. But this is why the council pushes every year to baseline and expand the number of urban park rangers, PEP officers. Do you believe that it is crucial to the operations of the department for these positions to be baselined and expanded?
We are, thank you for the question. We were pleased with the funding we did receive, and to know now at this point that those one-shots have been funded. They are incredibly important to the agency, and we anticipate that, you know, these positions and continuing these positions will have enormous beneficial impact for the agency.
And of course, having these positions be permanent lines would be more beneficial to the agency than having them be on temporary lines, right?
The decision to baseline or do one-shots is not ours. That's at the OMB level.
Right. Now, even if the one-shots were restored in the executive plan, the Parks Department only has 70 PEP, fewer than 20 urban park rangers, and 40 forestry staff per borough. Let me repeat that again. 70 PEP officers, fewer than 20 urban park rangers, and 40 forestry staff per borough in the city. The investments we called for in the budget response were only partially, a fraction of them met, because our response and our vision was much more expansive. And the reality of all this is that we need far more staff, and we need permanent staff. What would be the impact of funding or not funding the council's requests? As we call for permanent baseline positions, we call for a much greater expansion of each of these roles. What would be the impact? And if you don't have those numbers, how do you all move forward with the operations as a city, given these numbers per borough?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question, and I appreciate it. So we agree that our PEP officers play such a critical role in helping to enforce park rules and to be a visible presence in our parks. And what we do, the way that we deploy our PEP staff that we do have is based on where it is to do it as equitably as we can per borough and to identify areas of greatest need. We also have a roving crew that we can deploy to different areas across the city when and where they're needed. We're incredibly proud of how dedicated our PEP officers are and the work that they do in our parks. We also maintain a very important partnership with PD, so it's always a combination of our PEP officers and NYPD that is helping us to enhance safety and ensure that there's a feeling of safety in our parks. So it's a very important partnership, that role of keeping our parks safe, and we'll continue to do that with this staff that we have.
And I appreciate both your leadership and all the parks workers and their work in every park in our borough. But the fact of the matter is, it continues to be shocking to me that City Hall and OMB are only funding temporary lines, despite how we have repeatedly called attention to the lack of staff and funding for our Parks Department. In response, the mayor's executive budget calls for these funding of temporary lines, but doesn't actually change the game and increase the number of parks workers in any of these lines per borough. Understand that that's not your call, but that is the budget, that is this administration's and this City Hall's call. It really is shocking to me, because you look at 40 forestry staff per borough, for example. I don't know how you manage a borough at all. I know you all do great work, but it's far less than what you need for the parks across each borough. I want to break down each of these lines and follow up on some of the things that we touched on in our preliminary budget hearing. So for PEP officers in particular, what is the current budget and actual headcount for PEP officers?
So the budgeted tax levy headcount for the PEP division team is 369, with an active headcount of 344 PEP officers.
And what steps does the agency take to increase retention for PEP officers? Because again, that's about 60 PEP officers per borough. So how are you all doing what you can to retain those PEP officers?
Absolutely, and thank you. It's an important question. And we are keenly focused on PEP recruitment and retention strategies that can be used to help motivate and retain our employees. We aim to recruit and hire a talented and diverse pool of PEP officers, and we absolutely welcome dialogue with the council and the larger community to help us make that happen. Our recruitment efforts include attending job fairs, handing out flyers, and also in terms of retention, we have done a number of different things. We have an internal morale committee, a working group that meets regularly. We have annual PEP command meetings to improve communication, build relationships, try and detect issues before they escalate, boost confidence in our officers and leadership. We have a platform we've put in place for employee feedback. We've also implemented, not just for PEP, but in our agency, something called stay interviews, where we meet with folks, meet with our PEP officers. We're piloting this in Staten Island to really get a sense of, you know, why you're staying, what is making it, so this is the job that you're staying at, so that we can focus on discovering trends, implementing those strategies, going to make it so that we have a better retention rate for our PEP officers.
And just looking at their work schedule, so it's about 60 officers per borough. How many acres of park is each officer assigned to cover? Are there any parks that they're not assigned to cover?
That we don't break off the PEP assignments by acreage. As I said earlier, what we're doing is we're deploying them as equitably as we can across the boroughs, and then we're moving our officers based on need. If there is an increase in illegal vending, if there's an increase in illegal dumping, we're moving our officers when and where we can and where they're needed most.
And are there parks that don't get coverage at all?
There wouldn't be parks that don't get coverage at all. As I said, they are covered on a rotating basis. We're trying to, in each borough, cover as many parks as possible.
What's the optimal number you think you would need to ensure adequate coverage across the park system?
I don't think we have an optimal number that would say we recognize and appreciate your recognition of the importance of our PEP officers. And right now, the way they're deployed is, you know, strategic, so we can get to the areas that we need. But I don't think we have, you know, I could state like an optimal number.
Let's move to urban park rangers. You know, they provide an essential service to our city. They were created in 1979. They help to connect New Yorkers with their parks. They help New Yorkers of all ages understand and expand their knowledge about the history of parks, the wildlife there, the plants. But sadly, the funding for most of these positions, again, is not permanent. And urban park rangers live with the uncertainty that the funding for their positions will not be renewed each year. That is no way to live. It is no way to support workers who are serving our city every day, who are concerned also not only about their jobs, but how to care for their families, pay their rent, pay their mortgage, pay for childcare. And so it's shocking to me again that this mayor, who claims to care deeply about not only public safety and quality of life, but supposedly for making our city more affordable for workers, would not do more to ensure that the parks workers have what they need to be able to afford living in this city to support their families. Supporting our parks budget is fundamentally a workers' issue. What is the current budgeted headcount and actual headcount for urban park rangers in New York City?
So the current budgeted headcount is 89 total positions, and the actual headcount is 92.
89, so about 90, right? And that's about 18 urban park rangers per borough, right? If it were not for the council fighting to reinstate the funding each year for urban park rangers, how many urban park rangers would cease to be employed by the Parks Department?
So of the current FY25 budget for 89 urban park ranger lines, 50 are one-shot funded. However, this one-shot funding was renewed in the FY26 executive budget, so we know that these lines will remain in place.
So I just want to be clear about this, right? 90 urban park rangers across the city, 50 more than half are funded on temporary funding that the council every year fights and restores. That means more than half of these jobs, workers who care for our parks and their wildlife, who support their families, do not know every July 1st whether they will be employed. Does the Parks Department support the council in a push for the administration to baseline these positions?
We are very appreciative of the council's previous advocacy, support, and funding, but I can say that Parks is committed to delivering on our mission to offer vibrant parks for all New Yorkers with whatever resources are provided. One-shot funding items are included in our agency's budget really every year and help provide our agency with the resources needed to fulfill our mission. This funding provides tremendous value, and the agency staff serving in those lines we know are hugely important, as you say, to our team and to the agency.
Absolutely. As we have council have made clear every year to City Hall, given how important these lines are, given that these are workers' jobs on the line, the fact that we have to negotiate them every year down to the wire to make sure those jobs continue is not acceptable. What is the typical daily schedule for an urban park ranger?
So the primary focus is some of what you talked about already. The primary focus for our urban park rangers each day is one, connecting New Yorkers to the natural world through environmental education and outdoor recreation programs, protecting New York City's natural areas by patrolling and enforcing rules and regulations, and then also importantly, protecting New York City's wildlife and natural resources by they respond to reports when there's a sick or injured animal or wildlife within parks. So there are three primary duties along with related administrative work that really what makes up a ranger's typical day.
And we're very grateful to them for that service. I want to conclude my questions for now with focusing on lifeguards. You mentioned it too, pool and beach season's about to start, Memorial Day's around the corner. My understanding is we need about 1,600 lifeguards, give or take, to fully staff our pools and beaches. Where are we? Is that the correct number? And where are we in relation to that?
Yes, thanks for the question. It's not 1,600, it's 1,400 is the number we have put out there. And that's really not to fully staff, that's in order to have a second shift. So we have been really pleased with the fact, and we've seen an increase in our lifeguard numbers year over year, and it's a testament to the incredible work of the team behind me and the First Deputy Commissioner and her team. Last year we got up to 930 lifeguards, and we had a 45% increase in new recruits. Again, a testament to the incredible work that's been done. We need about 1,000 lifeguards to fully open our pools and beaches. We have all faith that we're going to get there this year. Again, there's been so much work done on recruitment, on outreach to the lifeguard corps, and the 1,400 number is so that which we absolutely want to get to, and it would get us closer to where we were pre-COVID, would get us to be able to have a second shift, so an early morning shift or a late afternoon shift. But the number really to fully open our pools and beaches is 1,000.
So 1,000, and then 1,400. Can you just break down what are the two shifts that the 1,400 would cover?
Sure. So our pools and beaches are pools are 10 to 7 and beaches are 11. Help me out here. 10 to 6 for beaches. 11 to 7 for pools. And so last year we were, as I said, we got to 930. At 1,000, we can open all of our pools and beaches to that one shift and be able to fully open pools and beaches. We did that last year. We've been able to do that the last couple years, even in a very difficult hiring environment and a national lifeguard shortage. We were unique in our capabilities in being able to do that versus other municipalities that were closing pools and beaches. So incredibly proud of that work we've done. So at 1,000, we can be fully open. The 1,400 would allow us to have an early morning shift for lap swim, say, or for senior swim. What we did the last couple of years, and again, thanks to our incredible public programs division, we incorporated a lot of that programming. We had senior swim in a number of our pools during during that one shift. So we're we worked really hard to continue to have some of that great programming, lap swim and senior swim. But with that 1,000 number, we're able to fully open our pools and beaches.
Got it. And is senior swim coming back this summer?
We hope so. We did it last year. It was incredibly popular. The seniors at Astoria and many other places just love that programming. We know how important it is. That's why we worked really hard to make sure we could do it.
How are we on track to getting back to the original 3 days of 2 hours a day for senior swim? Is that coming back or now?
You mean during the one shift having that? We are absolutely planning to do that.
Okay, great. And just going back, so I just couldn't get a clear sense, where are we numbers-wise now compared to the 1,400 that we need?
So we're not able to tell you that yet because we are in the phase of we have people in training. We won't know that number yet until we get through. We had qualifying tests, 68 different qualifying tests all across the city. We've now moved into the training phase, which I'm really pleased to report. We expanded those training opportunities. It used to be just in one location in Manhattan. We now have training locations in 4 out of the 5 boroughs, enabling ease of getting to training for lifeguards. We know we've made it a whole lot easier. So they're in that 16-week training program, and we need to get through that training cycle, and then we'll know where we are in terms of numbers. Have also, again, thanks to the really hard work of the team, added an accelerated program, a shorter program that's targeted towards college students and returning lifeguards. So we can offer both the intensive training, the accelerated training, all with the idea of really increasing those numbers. And as I said, we had a 45% increase in new recruits last year. We're looking to meet or exceed that goal this year.
So that was my question to you, is how does it, understanding you don't know an exact number yet, how does it compare generally to the number of?
We're ahead of where we were. We're really feeling confident we'll hit our goals.
My last couple questions, just how many retention bonuses were paid to lifeguards who stayed through the peak season?
We had approximately 600 returning lifeguards receive this bonus for summer of 2024.
And I want to also thank you, First Deputy Commissioner Rodriguez-Rosa, for your work to expand the testing and training sites. Is there thought to expanding them further to create more sites across the boroughs to make it more accessible for young students in particular who could be good for lifeguard positions?
We worked really hard to do that this year, and as I said, are proud of the fact that we have expanded training locations in 4 out of the 5 boroughs. We'll absolutely look to continue to do that. We know that it makes a big difference and makes it much more accessible for teens and folks to be able to get to this training, which is what we want. So absolutely, we're going to continue to work on that.
Thanks. Those are my questions for now. I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Chair. We've also been joined by Council Members Narcisse, Ayala, Farias, Menon, Williams, and Lee. We'll start with questions from Ung, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for the years of partnership. I do have 2 questions. The first question is about the capital funding. I, and along with my colleagues, have committed significant capital funding to our parks over the years. And I think I will speak for myself, there is frustrations with the high cost estimate and the slow pace that's getting done. So the 2 in my district, the Eastern Queens Greenway, it hasn't even gotten to the stage of the community input yet, and I funded a bathroom in the parks in my first year, and that has yet to break ground. Has Parks done an internal review or audit to see why that's the case? Because I asked another agency this question, and then there was a couple of laws that he was explaining that had to be in compliance, which delays certain capital processes. So I was wondering if parks have done the same.
Yes, thank you, Council Member, for the question, and we can look at the specific project that you mentioned and get back to you. I can tell you that the Parks Department, in conjunction with the administration, has worked really hard on capital process reform and looking at every single element of that capital process for where we can achieve both savings, getting projects done quicker and more efficiently. There's no doubt, a complicated process. It requires permits from other agencies that can sometimes take a long time, but we're working really hard to do everything we can to make sure that that capital process is speeded up as much as possible.
No, thank you. I think I'm asking this question to see, in the future, even though you
Yeah.
won't be here, if City Council could work with Parks in terms of getting this process, quicker, which I think would be beneficial for everybody.
We agree and would appreciate any and all help on that, absolutely.
And my second question is about the Blue Belt project. I know that's administered by DEP.
Yes.
But with the recent pullback of the funding from the administration, do you see that impacting parks?
Federal impacts. You mean federal
Do you
impacts?
mean
broader?
federal
yes.
impacts?
Got it.
Yes.
Yes. So we work very closely with DEP on their Blue Belt program, absolutely. I couldn't answer right now in terms of the impacts on DEP's program, but at this point, we're not seeing impacts from that, but we can certainly, circle with DEP and get back to you on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Hanks.
Thank you. Water fountains. At a hearing recently, I think it was a different topic, but water fountains came up in the sense that a lot of them are broken. Either, do you have like a database as to the broken ones? How do you handle them? We obviously have some participatory budget money that will go towards new ones, but there's when I brought that up, there was a long list of, we have so many broken. How are you handling that?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. And we were just talking about this. We have over 6,000 water activations that we will be committed to having done by the end of this week. An enormous, enormous job for our plumbers across the 5 boroughs. We do maintain a database. We do look carefully at where we're having challenges. A lot of times, if a water fountain is broken, it's because of early freeze or pipes being broken. But it is something that we take very seriously. And if there's a specific one that you're referring to or a specific area, let us know, and we'll definitely take a look at it.
Okay, so no, what you're saying is that you have a process now that you're fixing those
Yes,
6,000.
absolutely.
I have a long list. I will get it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Bathrooms. I mean, I know in the last hearing, preliminary, you talked about, was it Oregon or Portland or someplace like that?
The Portland Loo, yes.
Whatever. But there's still a whole bunch of the ones that need renovation.
Yeah.
13 million, 5 million. So do we have a plan for that? I'm doing the best I can, but that's a lot of money per bathroom. What's the plan for that?
Yes, absolutely. Are you saying that 13 million per bathroom?
One bathroom is $13 million in Riverside Park, yes.
Yeah. So that's that's a rare occurrence. Our
I have
bathrooms.
6 million, 9 million, 5 million.
Yeah. Our average price of a bathroom is running about 3.5 million. There are cases where either because of the utility lines or because of need to elevate or accessibility issues, they can be more expensive, absolutely. But we have done a number of things to look at bringing down the prices of bathrooms. You referenced the Portland Loo. The reason why we've explored other options like that is specifically to bring down the price of our bathrooms. So we've looked at things like prefab buildings, trailers, a number of different options so that to bring down the price and be able to do it more quickly.
In my case, they already exist, so they're either, and sometimes they're landmarked. So $13 million is it.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm just saying, where there are that kind of bathroom, I would love to have some discussion about what we can do. We're all trying, but
absolutely.
I got nothing less than 5.9.
Yes. Well, within this year, we announced a Better Bathrooms initiative, $150 million that's going to renovating a huge number of restrooms. It's creating, I have the numbers, 46 new ones and renovating 36, almost 100 new bathrooms that we're doing with funding that was allocated by the mayor's office. So the Parks Department is the largest, maintains the largest number of public bathrooms in the city. Huge, huge responsibility that we take seriously, over 600 public bathrooms. And as I said, we have received funding and are going to be renovating or building an enormous number of new ones.
Okay, the Bella Absec bathroom is fabulous. Just
Good, yes.
finally, the question of The 79th Street Boat Basin, I know that that's being renovated. Do you have the timing on that and when it will be done? And then I would like to see liveaboards return, people who live on their boats. Is that something that you support?
Thank you for the question. And
Nate doesn't like them.
Nate doesn't like them?
No, he doesn't.
Nate here.
Nate doesn't like them, but I like them. So I'm for the liveaboards.
We will take note of that and relay that. In terms of timeline for that, there is, I know that, let's see, there is $90 million in mayoral and FEMA funding has been allocated for full dredging and reconstruction with an anticipated 2028 reopening.
2028, okay, thank you. And then just quickly, on playgrounds, I have a bill that says some of the school playgrounds that are not open now, we have great ones that are jointly operated, Trust for Public Land. Is that something that you'll support? Obviously, the money would be needed for the custodians at the schools.
Yes, absolutely.
But it does seem to me that what's another way to get more open space would be to open up some of those playgrounds. Is that something that you're supporting?
Absolutely, council member. In fact, I was, at the Parks Department during the Bloomberg administration, and the schoolyards to playgrounds was an important element of Plan YC, and we opened over 200 schoolyards to playgrounds to the public. I know firsthand how beneficial they are to communities. It was in the mayor's state of the city to open some additional schoolyards to playgrounds. We are all for capturing any and all public open space that we can to provide more opportunities for New Yorkers.
Do you have any funding allocated for that? Because obviously the cost is for the custodians.
It's the maintenance costs, exactly, for opening and closing for the custodians. That does not go in our budget, that goes in DOE's budget.
DOE?
Yeah.
Okay. And then finally, trees. I know that you kindly answered that the funding is there for the trees. I understand that. But is there some consideration? I know there's a lot of concern about getting trees very far into the future, because we can't ask for a tree now, it has to go per neighborhood. Is that going to save money, or is it, why is that, people are very upset about their tree maybe like 3 generations from now or something?
So that is something that we've worked hard at, is our neighborhood tree planting strategy. And it's really about 2 things. It's about equity and it's about efficiency. It was the case that when we were responding to individual tree planting requests, certain neighborhoods who knew how to do that would get those trees.
I know how to do it.
Yeah, I know. You do, and your neighborhood may, but other neighborhoods across the city maybe didn't have as much information. We would love that, but this way you don't have to teach them. We have a strategy in place whereby we're going to be determining based on heat vulnerability, where the trees are needed most. We want that urban canopy to expand across the 5 boroughs. We know it's critically important for people's quality of life. And so it is both from an equity standpoint to make sure that every neighborhood is going to see new trees, and then also for efficiency. We want to make sure that our contractors are using the funding as efficiently as possible, and they're not running to many different locations. They're going to be focusing on a full block strategy. It's how we do our pruning today, and what it means is that an entire block will be planted, and not only planted, but we'll be removing tree stumps. If there's an area that's not plantable, we'll fill it, or we'll work with the community to figure out what's best there. So our new neighborhood tree planting strategy is really about equity and efficiency.
And when is the final date to have all these neighborhoods done? Do you have one?
It is, every neighborhood will see, every community board, the way that it's laid out is every community board will see planting on a cycle.
So the overall time frame, so in 9 years, for the first time in the city's history, we have the funding in place and a plan in place we will be planting trees in every viable spot under our jurisdiction in a 9-year time frame. Okay. And then, as the commissioner was just noting, that some portion of every community board will be receiving some trees along that way throughout the course of the program, roughly at a minimum every 3 years or so.
Okay, so every 3 years, people might see trees.
Yeah.
In a given community district.
If it's in 9 years, politically, that does not work.
Well,
for the communities, though, and making sure we're equitable and planting our trees, we're hoping it's workable.
Okay, politics versus equity. All right, thank you. That's not going.
Question from Hanks, followed by Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Donahue. We will definitely miss you. You've been an incredible partner. So, as you know, there's been a lot of controversy behind the surrounding of the reopening of the roadway in Silver Lake Park in Staten Island.
Yes.
And I know that these are things that we've been back and forth in discussing. So as a compromise, we just want to confirm for the record that the Parks Department will be closing Silver Lake Roadway on weekends. And, we feel that restoring the roadway to its pre-COVID use is a workable balance, and we really appreciate the Parks Department to be working with us on that. But when can we expect the weekend closures to begin?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question and for your partnership on this and so many issues. We very much understand the importance of closing on the weekends, and it's something that we are absolutely working towards. I can give you that commitment for sure.
Thank you. So is there going to be any budgetary or personnel issues? We've been getting questions as to, will be it before the summer? Will it be after? We kind of want to dig into the timing of that, or some sort of estimation.
Yeah, we're going to look to do that as soon as absolutely feasible. You're right, it's a resource issue on our part to be able to have the staffing available in the mornings and in the late evenings to facilitate that opening and closing. But with seasonal staffing coming on board, we anticipate that we'll be able to make that happen sooner rather than later, and as soon as we finalize that, we will be in touch, for sure.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Lewis, followed by Palladino.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Donahue. It's been a pleasure working with you and your team. Wishing you all the best in your next endeavors. I'm sure you'll be around. Two quick questions. Regarding the second shift program and the additional 100 hotspots receiving second shift cleaning services, I wanted to know how were these sites selected and what public-facing criteria are used? And will second shift resources help cover maintenance shortfalls in high-need areas such as East Flatbush and Flatlands? And I have a quick question on capital improvements. Many capital projects in playgrounds like Tilden Playground and Scarts Field in Marine Park are left unaddressed for years due to needing a large-scale capital project instead of incremental improvements. So I wanted to know what mitigation or expedited procurement strategies are being considered to prevent prolonged delays for routine but essential park upgrades in FY26.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember, for your question. For the first part, in terms of our second shift sites, those were chosen. The additional, now 100 additional sites were chosen based on two factors. One is we have an extensive rating system, our PIP ratings, that is something that our team and our maintenance and operation folks review every single month, and we look at those ratings very closely to see how different parks are performing, where we have issues, where parks are falling behind. So in picking those 100 additional sites, we're looking and using those PIP ratings as well as anecdotal evidence from our staff on the ground to say, this is a very busy barbecue area. We're seeing it every weekend. We can't keep up. So it's that combination of anecdotal plus our PIP data that drove those decisions of the additional 100 sites. And then in terms of the capital work, you're absolutely right. We know that we have sites that it's not a quick fix. It's a capital project. As I said in my testimony, we now have a $10.5 billion capital budget. It's extraordinary for the Parks Department, and yet still not enough in some ways. So we are looking very closely, as I said earlier, at ways that we can expedite that capital process, working with City Hall, working with our sister agencies, working on things like expediting processes with DOB, working with DEP. There's permitting. To move a capital project forward, it involves a myriad of different city agencies. So this administration has been focused on this capital reform task force, and we believe that every week, every month that we can reduce that time frame is important. So working on how we can systematize or shorten the length of approval processes or those kind of things. So we're very much laser focused on capital process reform, but it still is, we know can take a long time.
It would be good to know if East Flatbush and Flatlands, being they fall in high need areas, if they fall within the criteria of the PIP, but we can have that conversation now.
They absolutely do. Every single park in our system falls within our PEP rating system. The other thing that we have done is through our Vital Parks for All initiative, we have mapped every single asset in our park system. So every tree, basketball court, playground, and that it helps us to target and identify those areas of high need that haven't had investment or that need investment. So looking at across the system, using data like that, we're able to pinpoint areas where we want to focus our capital.
Thank you so much. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Salam.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here, Commissioner. We appreciate you. We love parks. You know the chairs now. He loves park. So in the mayor's campaign, he was supposed to allocate 1% of the budget, right? And if you get that 500 million extra, what are the funding? What would you do? Where would you allocate it? Which area of our park needs that this money will go to?
Thank you so much for the question, and we would have no trouble allocating that money for sure, Council Member. And as I just mentioned, with our Vital Parks for All analysis that we did, and with the data mapping, it helps us to target areas of high need, areas that have been underinvested in. We are and want to be very, very specific in targeting our investments to areas that are most needed, and we would use that data analysis to both target our resources. I mentioned the PIP ratings earlier. That helps us uncover areas that are consistently failing, where we need to dedicate more staffing. With the additional 100 second shift sites, we were able to target areas of high need. So we'd continue that work and put the resources where they're most needed.
We're wishing, we're hoping,
yes,
and hopefully we get it. Tree pruning is one of the most common complaints my office has been receiving, right? Residents regularly raise concerns about overgrown or dangerous limbs, especially after storms. Do you believe the department is being adequately funded to meet its annual pruning goals? And how are you prioritizing neighborhoods like my neighborhood where the need is especially high?
Thank you for the question. We have really an outstanding team that's recognized across the country for our urban forestry management. And we follow a very specific tree risk management strategy. And so if there is a 311 complaint about a tree or concern about a tree, we have inspectors that go out and look at those trees and inspect those trees. And in terms of pruning, we are funded, our tree pruning is funded on a 7-year cycle. It is the industry standard. And the combination of our in-house team, our inspectors, and the procedures and processes we follow and the pruning contracts that we use, we feel like we are very much focused on tree risk management and addressing the areas of high need across the city, in your council district and in districts across the city.
Where are we with the playground in Marine Park? You know I have to ask that question because everyone calling me for that.
The playground in Marine Park. If you tell me the name and the specifics, we'll absolutely get back to you.
There's only one kids' playground we have at Marine Park.
Okay.
But I'm waiting for that forever. It was part of the project we were supposed to have for a long time ago. So I'm going to leave with that. And I want to know if a park, place, property, land being used for addressing the needs of gun violence to have a center in our community, what are the processes what can you help me do? Because right now, IS-68 area, I have a bunch of young folks standing there all the time. Gun violence is the highest in that area. And I really want to plan something over there where we can get the kids off the street. So I'm looking forward to have that conversation. I know you wouldn't be able to answer all that today.
Thank you, but we're happy to have a follow-up conversation on it.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Salam, followed by Menon.
Thank you and good afternoon. And thank you for the tremendous work that you've been doing, and it's definitely been a pleasure to work with you as well. I have a question about the budget item with regards to park rangers and public safety. Given the one-shot nature of the $4.1 million allocated for the 50 additional urban park rangers in fiscal year 26, what long-term strategy does the administration have to baseline and sustain these positions to ensure consistent park safety and programming, especially in under-resourced communities like mine?
Thank you for your question, and also thank you for recognizing the critical importance of our rangers and our park staff. We work really hard, and we have a very dedicated group of park rangers and PEP staff that is very focused on areas of high need, and that's how we distribute. We try and equitably distribute our park enforcement patrol staff where they're needed most. We were very happy with to know that we got the one-shot funding. This has been the case each year, that these have been funded on a one-shot basis. We understand their importance. As I said earlier, it's also, we feel it's very much a partnership with PD. We work very closely and hand in hand with PD to help ensure safety in our parks, but we recognize the important role that they play, absolutely.
Thank you. And I wanted to ask about green infrastructure and climate resilience. With only $690,000 in the federal funds allocated for green infrastructure stormwater management, what is DPR's plan to scale up climate resilient efforts across the 5 boroughs, particularly in parks located in flood-prone areas?
Thank you for the question, and it's something that we think about in every single capital project. We have an enormous number of green infrastructure projects right now in construction. I think it's 65 different projects right now in construction that include green infrastructure elements. We work very closely with DEP on including green infrastructure and working together. I just came this morning from an enormous resiliency project on the east side of Manhattan. I was at the park, East River Park, which is a $1.4 billion resiliency project to make sure that we are protecting that neighborhood from the impacts of climate change. Really, every single project we do, we're thinking about and we're measuring what is going to be the increase in impervious surface, how are we making sure that we have the greenery, the trees, the infrastructure, the green infrastructure, the drainage that's going to help us deal with the impacts of climate change. I can tell you that is in every single project we do, we're thinking about the green infrastructure elements. So our funding that we have at present, that over $10 billion in capital funding, there are green infrastructure projects throughout that. So we're not reliant on federal money for that. That is an imperative in all of our programs, in all of our projects that we're doing.
And I just have one last question regarding upgrades to parks in specifically in my district. So my team was able to go back and review many of the necessary upgrades to parks in my district. To our surprise, many of the parks have received multiple upgrades with each council administration. Can you help me to understand why the longevity of these repairs are not sustainable? For example, Colonel Young Park or Jackie Robinson Park and Fritz Samuel Park.
So just so I understand the question, why the renovations that have been done are not sustainable?
Yes.
So we work hard to make sure that our capital projects are done with care. We hire good contractors, but the reality is that our parks have such heavy usage. The maintenance, the ongoing usage of our parks can easily be overwhelmed because of the intensity of use. And so we work hard to make sure that we are maintaining and keeping up those sites that we've renovated, but it is often the case, or in some cases, that just the intensity of use means that they do need to be refurbished or renovated. just because there's so many people using them and so many people outside, which is what we want, but the intensity of use is quite enormous.
Well, thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Menon, followed by Lee.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your service and wishing you the best in your next chapter. So I want to build upon questions that were asked by my colleagues about delays in capital construction. So in my district, which ranks one of the lowest in terms of amounts of park space, we've had real delays around Rupert Park.
Yes,
you and I visited Rupert Park.
Yep.
And my concern is that DEP has now said that they need a new stormwater pollution prevention plan, so that is now causing an additional 1 year delay.
Yes.
Why aren't issues like that viewed on the front end rather than on the back end?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question, and it is a good one. And that is something that we try really hard to look at and address, but oftentimes the reality is until you're in construction, you just don't know what you're going to be dealing with. And there is no doubt, and as I said, a lot of the delays that we experience are because of needing permits from other areas. The one you mentioned in terms of DEP is an important one, and it can add time to projects and costs. So we work we've been working really closely with DEP to see ways that we can address some of those issues up front, have additional funding in place for some of those issues that arise in construction. But it is because these are often large multi-agency projects, it can add delays.
So moving forward on projects like Rupert and similar projects in other members' districts, why not have an interagency task force from the beginning that is meeting, that is flagging these issues, and every single agency should have to sign off immediately on the front end so that we don't have these kinds of delays?
Absolutely, and we have, as I said, through our capital reform process, we have looked at things like that. We actually have people that we've deployed that are sitting at DEP to help with the communication, help to identify, problems early on. So we're looking at all different ways that we can improve the process.
Okay, and then last question, moving to swimming. I know you had a dialogue with Chair Krishnan about the lifeguard situation, and so my question is about when are we going to see a universal swim program for second graders, which was mandated by the bill that the council passed last year. We know obviously that you've allocated the additional $5.5 million to expand it for an additional 4,800 second graders, but it's still not the universal program that was required under the legislation.
Yes, and thank you for the question, and thank you for recognizing the importance of our Swim for Life program. It's something that we have, for decades, been very focused on, and appreciate your support of it. And as we know, thank you for also recognizing we did get, the $5 million in funding to be able to expand, and that's what it is that it requires funding, both in order to be able to have the swim instructors and all of the support staff needed to be able to train second graders to swim, and the facilities to accommodate that swimming. So we were pleased. We're now up to about 18,000, students, individuals getting trained in in water safety. But it is a matter of continuing to have the funding in place to accommodate that.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from Councilmember Ressler, followed by Palladino.
You surprised me for the second time today. Thank you, Chair Brannon and Chair Krishnan, for your great leadership. And Commissioner Donahue, I'm sorry to say that this is the last time we get to give you a hard time. But I'm grateful for your leadership.
I know you're going to really miss him, really.
Yeah, miss Lincoln, yes. But I live in Brooklyn, so I might as well say.
Is that too honest to laugh? There we go. You got to. I mean, especially when Shaker gives me a hard time. But I will take a moment to just say, I think you've really done a great job leading the Parks Department, and my sense is that despite some incredibly challenging dynamics with the budget office, that you've brought clarity of mission, great values, smart leadership, and creativity to the department, and I appreciate it, and I think my constituents do very much too. But I do think that you've been dealt a really tough hand over these 3+ years, and I've talked to folks in Brooklyn Parks that have talked about the never being this short-staffed in decades, 40-plus years. My impression is that the Parks Department is highly dependent on a seasonal part-time workforce. Is that right?
Absolutely. We do have a large influx of staffing every season, yes.
And what are you anticipating for FY26 for your seasonal workforce?
I believe that is, we're expecting about 5,000 seasonal employees.
Got it. And so when you started in FY22, do you have those numbers?
For our seasonal workforce, do we have those? I think that the number has been pretty steady over time.
My understanding is that the part-time workforce, which I think you define it, the numbers that we're looking at are for FY26, 2774 versus FY22 at 4460. Does that, in terms of Parks headcount, and I know headcount can be tracked in a variety of different ways, but the part-time headcount has declined by 40% over the course of these 4 years.
40%.
38%.
Yeah. We can absolutely get back to you on those numbers. There is fluctuation because there's our seasonal staffing, then there's our Parks Opportunity Program staffing that does tend to fluctuate based on kind of incoming people into the program, so you might see fluctuation there, but we can get back to you in terms of what that specific number was season to season.
I mean, the concern for me is we've seen a steady decline every single year of the Adams administration. From 4,460 going down to every year by significant numbers down to 2,774 today. It means that our parks don't have the staffing that is necessary to maintain the conditions that our communities deserve. And so what do you think is the necessary parks full-time and part-time headcount levels for us to be able to manage and maintain our parks at the levels that our communities expect and that I know the Parks Department aspires to?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And while I don't have an optimal number that I can give you, one, I would say, and you experience it regularly, we have an incredibly dedicated staff of workers, which I so appreciate, and people who give their all every day. There is no doubt, as Commissioner, it would be great to see more staff and more resources, but with the team that we have that's out there, they're doing everything they can to keep our parks clean and safe.
Okay, last thing is just Box Street Park, one of the central commitments of the Greenpoint Williamsburg rezoning. We are apparently several $1 million short to fully fund the project as a result of some additional remediation work that needs to occur at the site. Parks team has been great. We'd like to move funds around from a different park to fully fund this project and keep it moving, and would love your support and assistance on that if there's any time before you leave. And the last actual question, your team has worked closely with us on Columbus Park. We're hoping to have a significant allocation of resources in the upcoming budget. You expect that that's a project that can move forward with significant funding?
Thank you for the question, and I know that is such an important project and a beautiful design, and I think advocacy is always really important, and the more voices at the table and the more people advocating for it, the better potential and chance that it has.
But from the Parks Department perspective, if there's tens of millions of dollars allocated to it, that it's a project that should move forward.
Absolutely.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Palladino.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. And to echo the words of my colleagues, you will be sorely missed. And I hope that we communicate through the future. Some one way or another, our paths should cross again. I have an intro in right now, Intro 60, and it regards motorized vehicles being allowed in our parks. I personally don't believe that motorized vehicles should be in our parks of any kind. So I just want to put it forward to you and to the Parks Department. What can we do starting? I mean, I want to get it into committee. I want to get it on the floor. I want to get it voted on. These things are going at 30 miles an hour, and they're a hazard. So I just want your feedback on that, if I could get it.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question, and appreciate your concern. We work really hard to through signage, through enforcement, to make it clear that motorized vehicles are not allowed in our parks. We have an extensive signage program. We have worked hard through enforcement, especially on our busy park drives, where we have days where PEP, our Parks Enforcement Patrol, is out with PD and, stopping people, turning people away. There is also, the mayor's office has a micro-mobility task force that is looking at this, because it's a huge concern that's been raised at the mayor's town halls. We absolutely are concerned about the safety of people in our parks, and so I understand your concern. It's something that we are very focused on. Our PEP officers are focused on in PD, and we've worked hard to have it be that these types of motorized vehicles are not on our parks roads.
Thank you. We're doing the best we can. The most important thing now, I think, is just to make it against the law, to pass the law that just does not allow it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Hi, good afternoon. Few questions. I love talking about tree stumps. It's like one of my favorite topics. And I know that 2 million more was added to the budget, but just wanting to get a sense of if that is enough, I would say no. Because I would imagine that that is a pretty, labor-intensive task. And so just wondering, in terms of the additional money you've received, sufficient, I would say not sufficient, but then how much more would you need? Because I believe there's an estimated about 4,000 stump removals that are in the queue, but I'm sure there's more than that too. So just wanted to get a sense.
Yes, and thank you for the question, Council Member. So you're right, we were pleased with the one-shot funding for stump removal, really important. And then I would just go back to what I was mentioning earlier with our neighborhood tree planting approach. That is part of what is going to be beneficial about that, is that it was the case it would just go on certain blocks or certain areas and just, plant the trees. Now, when we're on a block, we're not only going to be, we're going to be looking at the entire block. So not just planting trees, but removing stumps that need to come out, that have been there long-standing, filling. If there's a planted area that can no longer handle a tree, we'll be covering it or working with the community for what they want there. So that combination of both the one-shot and the neighborhood tree planting approach, where we're going to be able to really be comprehensive in our approach and remove stumps, is also going to help us get to that, backlog of stumps. Absolutely.
Okay, great. And the pruning issue as well, I know that it's a 7-year. I know that a lot of folks in our district have said that they haven't had their trees pruned in more than 7 years, but I'm just trying to understand, because I would imagine also that that's a very hard position to fill. And just wanting to know if it's a worker shortage issue, even if you had, if you had all the money to be able to do it, would you have the staffing to be able to do it capacity-wise, I guess?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So to clarify, so our block pruning program, which is sort of the preventative sort of cycle, if you will, of 7 years, is largely conducted by contractors, external entities. We have in-house climbers and pruners that do assessments and emergency work, if you will, sort of. So the block pruning program is largely handled, and if you're hearing 1/7, because we're on the 7-year cycle, 1/7 of every community board district gets inspected, and if the inspection determines that pruning is necessary and warranted, then it takes place. So I would suggest that it's probably most likely that it's unlikely that a tree hasn't. It may not have been pruned, but in that case, it would have been inspected, and a determination would have been made that pruning in that case was either not warranted or would have been inadvisable for some reason. So if there's specific addresses or constituents, we're happy to work with you and try to determine exactly what happened there. But generally speaking, everything's getting kind of touched, if you will, at least once every 7 years.
Okay, and this includes the trees that are on city properties but are going into private properties, correct? Like maybe potentially poking into windows or roofs, or potentially falling on, the property as well.
So as part of the tree risk management sort of approach that the commissioner mentioned earlier, proximity to property is sort of part of that calculus as well.
Okay.
That's right.
And sorry, just 2 more questions, chairs, if that's okay. In terms of the time it takes for the parks projects to happen, and I think I may have asked this in a previous hearing, so forgive me for forgetting what the response was, but I know that some of the city projects have been looking more into design build, but is that something that Parks Department has capacity to also look into in terms of shortening and saving money and timeline-wise?
Absolutely. We are working closely with DDC on a number of projects that are using the design build methodology. So a number of our new rec centers are design build. We are also working with DDC. In order, as I said, we're looking at all different ways that we can speed up the renovation or construction of public restrooms. We are going to do a design build package of 5 or 6 public restrooms to pilot that. So yes, we are working very closely and hand in hand with our sister agencies to see how we can incorporate that as another methodology for speeding up the capital process delivery.
Nice. And then my last question is just sort of shifting gears a little bit because in my capacity as chair of the Mental Health Disabilities Addictions Committee, there was a hearing we had which was interesting that talks about a lot of the high needle exchange drug use areas, which included some of the parks. And I didn't realize that there's actually a lot of the boxes that you have in the Parks Department to be able to allow for safe disposal of the needles. And just wanted to get a sense of how we could get more of those in certain zip code or certain park areas that need it. And then also, just if you could speak to your working relationship with some of the OPCs, because I know there's a lot of nonprofits that are working in the drug overdose prevention world that are doing amazing work in the community and have been working with PD and also hopefully with parks. And so just wanted to get a sense of how we can get more of those boxes, what the partnership looks like with the nonprofits, and then also if you all are receiving any of the opioid settlement funds to help with that, because we're trying to make sure that that money goes to the areas that need it the most.
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. And we are painfully aware of the incidence of drug use and very focused on how we can address it in parks. We do have a number of kiosks. They have been primarily located at a number of parks in the Bronx, but we are open to discussion. If there are areas that you'd like us to look at, that's something that we can do. We work very closely with the OPCs and have a very close partnership with them. In the kiosks that we have, especially in the Bronx, it's a joint effort. They will help to empty the needles in those kiosks. They will help to pick up needles on the ground. So it's very, very close partnership with the OPCs. In terms of the opioid settlement money, I'm not really sure about that.
My recollection is that it's routed through DOHMH, so it is conceivable that in like a trickle-down kind of way that some of it has impacted these, but I think we'd have to get clarity from DOHMH on how that has been
I would
funneled.
love to advocate to give you guys more funding in a partnership setting if you guys worked with the OPCs on that, because I think between you and the OPCs, everyone's really trying to do great work in the community up there, so
absolutely,
I would love to push for that. And finally, I just want to say thank you, Commissioner. You will be very much missed, and thank you so much for your partnership, and it's been wonderful working with you and your team. Well, hopefully your team's not going anywhere. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair Krishna.
Thank you. Commissioners, a couple more questions on a couple specific issues. We talked about capital projects before. Just want to get a sense, in Flushing Meadows Corner Park, the Passerelle is obviously in a state of deep disrepair. It's my understanding that there is capital funding in the budget for it, and what's the plan or is it on track for the work to be done soon?
Yes, there is capital money in the budget for it, absolutely, Council Member. And so that originally Passerelle was going to be completed and funding it as part of the AirTrain initiative, and that obviously changed. And so we have been working closely with our sister agencies to figure out who could move forward on the project. We were very pleased that through our work with the Port Authority, they addressed, the project kind of came back to Parks. We were pleased. We worked with the Port Authority to address some of the outstanding flag issues and make sure that we're addressing areas of concern. And we're working with sister agencies to determine a timeline for moving the project forward.
Got it. Thank you. And then another, shifting topics entirely to Hart Island. Jurisdiction of Hart Island was transferred to the Parks Department as part of a 2019 law. The Parks Department is responsible for access for loved ones who are buried there. HRA is responsible for maintenance and burial operations. The FY26 executive budget includes 6 positions and $372,000 for Hart Island operations. Additionally, the capital budget for 25 to 29 fiscal years includes $7.6 million for various projects on Hart Island. My first question is what are the titles funded on Hart Island? Are there additional part-time employees who work there too?
Thank you for the question. We are incredibly proud of the work we've done on Hart Island. It was something that was handed to us at the end of the last administration, was overseen by the Department of Corrections, and the Parks Department has really taken that on, and in particular our rangers, in a way that is just phenomenal. Our rangers facilitate visits for loved ones for the island, as you said, and then we also offer twice monthly tours for the public. And I would encourage anybody in this room to sign up and go on one of those tours. The history that our rangers provide and the education about Hart Island is just phenomenal. We've also worked closely with DDC to do work on the island. There is a chapel that remains that we are stabilizing as like a ruin in place. It's a really, really phenomenal place to visit. In terms of the individual lines we can get back to, there are no part-time staff. There's not a bathroom facility on the island. We don't have staff that is resident at this point on a part-time basis on the island. We have the rangers who conduct tours. There's a ferry operator who facilitates getting people to the island. We were pleased to get capital funding for some slope stabilization. There is along one side of the island, we have challenges. So our natural resources group is doing some slope stabilization. We were really pleased to get that funding. But in general, it really is a testament to the Parks Department and our urban park rangers, how they've transformed that into a beautiful place for people to visit.
And I have been there several years ago, and it was a very meaningful visit too. So what is the Parks Department's plan longer term with Hart Island? We're doing all this work now. Has the Parks Department given some thought to the longer vision for the island?
Yes, we've given an awful lot of thought to that. We actually have a conceptual plan that we are going to be soon releasing, or maybe did release already. Hart Island, did we already? Or we're going to be releasing that conceptual? We will be releasing that. Our planning division has spent a huge amount of time looking at how we can re-envision access to the island. We first did a transportation study because one of the big challenges is obviously getting there. And then we know that we need to have facilities for the public, as I said. So we want to have some kind of visitor center with a public restroom. It's really important for people's enjoyment of the site. But it is, and we certainly recognize as an agency, it is a solemn and peaceful site, and we want to be respectful of the fact that it is a public burial ground. And so we anticipate that it will be available really through guided tours to be respectful of the families and the people that are buried there. But it is also a beautiful place. So we do have a plan that we'll be releasing soon about how we envision further enhancing it for access to the public.
And do you have a sense of when that plan is coming out?
It should be in the next couple of months.
Got it. Thank you. And then finally, does the Parks Department plan on permanently operating the island? Does it have plans to partner with other agencies, transfer management to other agencies, or is it going to stay with the Parks Department?
At this point in time, unless someone tells us otherwise, we are anticipating we will continue to, yes, manage it.
Got it. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Commissioner, Matt, thank you both very much. It's been a pleasure working with you. Look forward to working with you the next couple of weeks, and we'll hopefully get some more money for you guys in the budget.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much for
you.
your support.
Personally wanted to add again, thank you so much, Commissioner. It's been a real pleasure and honor to partner with you in this work.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, we'll take a little break, and then we're going to hear from the public. I'll do this one. Yeah, we'll take a break, and we'll hear from the public in like 10 minutes.
Can everybody settle down and find a seat? Everybody settle down and find a seat. We are getting ready to continue. Settle down, please. Settle down. Shh, 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 shh.
Okay, we're now going to open it up to public testimony. A reminder, this is a government proceeding and decorum must be maintained at all times. Please remain silent while others are testifying. The witness table is reserved for those who are testifying only. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. You may not play audio or video recordings as testimony, but you may submit a written transcript for the record. If you wish to speak today and you haven't signed up yet, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be called. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to testify on today's topics, either the Department of Transportation or the Department of Parks and Recreation's FY26 executive budgets. Written statements can also be submitted to the Sergeant-at-Arms or emailed to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Has to get in within 72 hours of this hearing. And now I will call the first panel. Richard Chow, Wayne Chin, Adriano Averzano, Allison Langley, and Pasang Sherpa. Okay, sure, go ahead. Say your name and you can begin.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair and everyone. My name is Richard Chow. I'm a member of New York Taxi Walk Alliance member. I'm an owner driver. I'm driving a taxi for 19 years. My lender in Marbury, before my loans payment was $2,670 per month. After 2021, we won the debt forgiveness and Citibank guarantee. My payment is $1,234 because of the we driver participated in 15-day hunger strike. Our life is much easier because we can pay the time on time the payment. We can bring more food to the table for my family. Now my fellow driver, their loan lender is OSK, Medallion Loan, Financing, SNR. Their payments were $500 per week. Some months of 5 weeks, they pay $2,500 per month. This is unfair, and we wanted urgent $30,000 grant for the set. It is only $6 million, cost $6 million. Is for set the loan forgiveness and allow the transfer the money medallion under the Citibank guarantee as soon as possible. Please keep the MRP program, open the fund, give it to the driver. We want to repeat the sales tax about $3,900 for on the way. Please add more money for the tips and bring back $1 per trip to the driver. Please help the driver, and the city also should invest a lot. City invest a lot of $1 million budget in the park program. The city should invest the medallion loan, less than $20 million set up for the medallion loan, saving the driver lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Wayne Chen. I'm also a member of New York Taxi Walker Alliance. Today I'm speaking a little bit heavy-hearted because last Sunday will be the 70th anniversary of passing of my dear friend Kenny Chow. He ended his life jumping in the East River, not far from the Gracie Mansion. And he's the first victim of the Medallion debt crisis. So since then, the early part of the administration, a lot of Medallion loan are restructured already, about 3,000 are then restructured already. But however, we still have about 200 medallions still waiting to be restructured because the current lender refused to participate in the program. So our union working very hard to secure the funding for the new bank to join the city MRB Plus program. So I asked the city to keep the MRB Plus program until all the medallion loan are restructured. And also, recently the federal law required the city to have a 50% of the taxi fleet to be wheelchair accessible vehicle, ADA appliance. And those cars cost more double the price of the regular taxi. So I asking the city to keep the MIB Plus program because we critically need the program for the remaining loan to restructure so that we can purchase a new car for the wheelchair accessible. Because TSC rule require all the new taxi to be wheelchair accessible. So we need this program to continue until all the loans are refinanced. And also, we ask the city to waive the state tax on the purchase of the wave bigger, so to offset the cost of the new vehicle. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Langley. I'm a staff attorney at the New York Taxi Workers Alliance. You'll hear more from my colleagues and our members about the demands related to the Medallion Relief Program. Today, I'd like to focus my testimony on the wheelchair accessible vehicle mandate that yellow cab owner-drivers are subject to. As a result of a 2014 settlement that the city entered into and a 2024 court order enforcing that settlement, 50% of the taxi fleet has to be wheelchair accessible vehicles. And until that threshold is met, all medallion owners have to put wheelchair accessible vehicles or waves into service. The Taxi Workers Alliance supports this transition to an accessible fleet, and the city has to ensure that this transition does not happen on the backs of owner-drivers. As Wayne was explaining, waves are twice as expensive as conventional vehicles. And even though it was the city that entered into this settlement agreement, it's owners who have to pay the price for those vehicles. This doubling in expenses is coming at the tail end of decades of crises. As you heard so compellingly from Wayne, this has had a real life or death impact on this community. People have died because of the debt crisis. And on top of that, there's the entry of Uber and Lyft, the COVID-19 crisis. And as a result, taxi trips are just 26% of the level they were at in March 2014, which is when this settlement agreement was entered into. The transition to an accessible fleet demands the same level of attention and care from the city and city council that the council is applying to the rest of the transportation infrastructure in the city. So we ask that the city council first amend the city sales tax to exempt wheelchair accessible vehicles that are purchased for use as taxis. This will be a savings of nearly $4,000 per vehicle, and that money will go right back into the pockets of owner-drivers, and the cost to the city is extraordinarily minimal. This year, for example, with just some back-of-the-napkin math about how many vehicles are retiring, would cost the city around $500,000 in lost revenue if they make this amendment. So it's a common sense intervention, it has to happen. In addition, the city has to fund the Taxi Cab Improvement Fund. This is a fund set up in the wake of the 2014 settlement to support owner-drivers and the purchase and operation of waves. However, the funding has been solely by drivers' labor, as it's funded only on a surcharge on each trip, the trips that drivers perform. Now, of course, as you've seen the trip levels get decimated between 2014 and now, not only does that impact driver income, but that also has impacted TIF collections. So TIF is actually going to be insolvent in the next year or two. And so the council has to support TIF with more funding. The TLC has been trying to address this affordability crisis. Waves require bigger down payments because they're twice as expensive. Many owner-drivers simply cannot afford that cost. So TLC rearranged the benefits to increase the upfront benefits drivers get from TIF. However, to do that, they had to entirely get rid of the $1 per trip that drivers were receiving to operate a wave. That resulted in up to a $3,000 loss in annual wages for drivers, and that's just unacceptable, particularly in this moment of crisis and poverty. So we ask that the City Council support us in these demands to support owner-drivers in the same way that you have supported the rest of the transportation infrastructure in the city.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Adriano Averzano. I am a native New Yorker, taxi driver, owner-operator. I've been driving a taxi for 22 years. I also own my medallion, owner-operator. I'm here to try to express my support for the MRP program and extending the grant that the city would give for the $30,000 to restructure the loans. Currently, you know, my loan is $2,500. If I can get into this program, it would cut my loan in half. It would also give me a lower interest rate. It would drop me about 3 points, and it would give me the grant of $30,000 towards the principal of my loan, and it would greatly affect my monthly overhead and my quality of life. It would drop my payments about $15,000 a year, which, with the mounting costs and being beaten up financially over the years through the things that have happened in the city with Uber and the waves and everything else, it would provide much, much, much needed assistance to my overall nut and my overall expenses monthly. So I implore you to try to extend the program for people like me who are at the tail end of this journey. The New York City Taxi Workers Alliance has been working tirelessly to try to raise the funding, and it seems like they're just at the tail end of wrapping everything up. For people like me, I know that there's a discrepancy in the time frame that was being allotted, but again, I implore you to extend it to get the last maybe 100 drivers that are greatly affected by this. You know, it would greatly affect the quality of life of the drivers. I know for me it would be a major, major, major difference, you know. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our next panel, Carmen De Leon, Dejan Williams, Marlena Giga, Joe Pulio, and Ralph Basilis. Sorry if I Basilis. Joe, you can start.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, City Council people. My name is Joe Pulio. For those of you who don't know me, I am the president of Local 983. I represent all the city seasonal aides, the urban park rangers, the PEP officers, and the associate park service workers. Okay, I'd like to begin by thanking those who have helped us throughout the years, including this particular session. But we are far from being where we should be. Our rangers are constantly, because they are not redlined or baselined, as we say, they are in jeopardy. And in one particular year, they were actually laid off. Okay, these rangers, which used to be in the hundreds, are now under 100. We need the restoration. We need to keep them baseline. We need additions to what we have. They provide services. They provide what's known as preventive maintenance, in the sense that they teach our children about parks and how they are important, and rather to destroy, they aid in the ability for them to get actively involved and actually support our parks in the future. Our PEP officers are difficult to hire. They cannot do the demands and needs that the city has for them. A lot of these PEP officers are now riding by themselves, and once the summer month they come in, they are unable to even cover our parks. They are dedicated to the beaches, to the pools, including recreation centers. They cannot perform the job that they are out there simply because there aren't enough of them. And as for associate park service workers, the CDL drivers, they are equivalent to the sanitation force in the city streets. They provide a service for our parks. We need more of them too as well. And they are another title that is difficult to recruit because of what's happening in the outside market. CDL drivers are high in demand. The salary that these individuals get does not meet the market rate. I can go on, but I'll end it at that note. Again, we need more. This has been the worst that I've seen in 27 years, where our numbers have dropped dramatically. So I look forward in the near future for us to see that this gets taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Marlena Giga. I'm a treasurer and PEP officer with over 20 years of service to New York City, born and raised in the Bronx. The parks in New York City are vital to all communities, not just the parks like Brooklyn Bridge, Highline, and Central Park that have private funding for employees and non-city employees to take care of these parks. All New Yorkers deserve clean, safe, and public programs, not just the parks that can afford to pay for them. The seasonal staff CSA position is vital to assist with maintenance and security in playgrounds, pools, and beaches. The number of CSAs should be increased by 1,000. Park enforcement also does not rely on NYPD, despite what the commissioner stated. The number of PEP officers currently in the Bronx, which I verified while I was here, is 37 officers, not 70, which is 6,824 acres to patrol with 37 officers. And the fact that Rangers Council and Local 983 has to beg for funding for park rangers in New York City is a disgrace. And last, the APSW title, as the president said, is a hard to recruit title due to the CDL requirements and lack of vehicles, which impact the cleanliness of parks and the quality of life for all. Please restore the budget for Rangers, PEP, CSA, and APSW titles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dijon Williams, president of Local 299, representing recreation workers. My members include individuals who care for the children of the city, some adults and also seniors. We create programs and provide activities for various individuals. Shortages in staff, programming, and facility hours are some of the main concerns with the funding cuts. There are currently 7 recreation centers closed. 2 of those recreation centers are the only indoor pools above 96th Street for the Parks Department, which eliminates, the activity of swimming above 96 without traveling more than 1.5 miles for the next local indoor recreation center pool. My members are largely a part of the individuals who are one-shot financial jobs. They are summer program workers, and their jobs are not confirmed until the budget is confirmed. So we have approximately 300 staffers seasonally in the summer who have to await possibly working and getting rehired due to the financial crisis. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have Suhali Mendez, Barabi Desai, and Dorothy LaConte. You can begin. Sure, whichever way you want.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Suhali Mendez. I am the Policy and Legislative Coordinator at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. And I am going to discuss things on the transportation front. So the one thing I want to bring up is the Green Rides Initiative. We urge the council to encourage City Taxi and Limousine Commission to meet with the MTA to determine congestion pricing can be utilized to assist TLC in carrying out the Green Rights Initiative, which requires all high volume for hire vehicles, including Uber and Lyft, to be either wheelchair accessible or zero emissions by 2030. Further, NOPE recommends that the council urges TLC to amend and enhance its Green Rights Initiative to require that all FHVs to be wheelchair accessible and zero emission by 2030. By permitting industry to choose between wheelchair accessible vehicles and zero emission vehicles, the transportation needs of the disability community will be at risk. Through wheelchair accessibility vehicles, zero emission that are not currently available in the United States, the city can harness its immense market power to influence changes in this regard. TLC must consult with vehicle manufacturers to encourage the design of a marketable wheelchair accessible vehicle, zero emission vehicle. I realize I don't have much time, so additional information will be provided in testimony, including fair fares, accessoride, and other recommendations. I thank you for your time and allowing me to provide testimony today.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Make sure your mic's on.
Okay. My name is Dorothy LeConte. I am a Taxi Alliance member. And since 2019, we've been fighting for the debt forgiveness. I understand many drivers got the debt forgiveness, their life is better, and I've been one of the one in the front running to fight to make everybody's life better, and including me. But I find myself in the bubble now. My mortgage for the Medallion is $2,000, started this month, I mean the 1st of June. And the expensive that we have, and I will appreciate if Taxi Limousine will extend the program that they promised 6,000 yellow cab owner driver to be in, and some of us are not participate. It's not that we not participate, we don't get the chance. So what I'm asking for Taxi Limousine to continue extended the program for us, including me, because this is very hard. I'm working 6 days and I make my payment every month. I never miss one payment. So that's also really a very much a burden on me, because expensive now, everything is expensive, and the taxi is the priority for me. I cannot afford to lose the yellow cab, because this is all I have after I lost all my retirement, and I'm trying to keep it on. So please, I'm asking for the help to see if you can extend the forgiveness for me, and I could continue going my life. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Beta Vitasai. I'm the Executive Director of the New York Taxi Workers Alliance. It's an honor to follow my sister Dorothy LeConte, who has served the city of New York for over 38 years as a yellow cab driver. And as Dorothy and as many of our members spoke earlier, the debt that they have been under is crushing. This city found a solution after 45-day occupation of City Hall, and including a 15-day hunger strike. The city agreed to be the guarantor on these loans through a program called the Medallion Relief Program. Many lenders have already participated with a groundbreaking $475 million in forgiveness. However, we estimate that there are about 200 loans that remain. That's it. We're just talking about, maybe 200, 215 loans that remain. But for each of these loans, they represent families that have truly in a crisis struggle because the debts that they are paying off are just crushing. Their existing lenders, for the majority of them, did not want to enter into the program. So our union, the Taxi Workers Alliance, we've been working over the last 3 years to bring new lenders into the industry that would offer to loan the owner drivers enough money to make a cash settlement with their current lender. And then the new loan would be put into the city's Medallion Relief Program. However, the TLC has testified that the program came to an end in December, which means that these loans would not be eligible for a $30,000 grant or the city-backed guarantee. And without these two programs, we will not be able to get these loans restructured. Nobody should be left behind. 200 loans. We're so close to the finish line. Why would we not cross this finish line for every single family? They all deserve this. Please advocate with the city that this program must remain open until every final loan, is restructured under the Medallion Relief Program.
Thank you. Chair Brooks Powers.
Thank you all for the testimony. And just a follow-up question, just to understand the remaining 200 loans. Do we know that those existing ones are as a result of the program ending, or if those potential applicants did not apply and may not want to apply? Because as you know, in some of the hearings we've asked this, and we're trying to get a clearer picture as to, because I know some of the drivers have chosen not to apply. So I just wanted clarity on that.
So it's real. First, it's up to their current lender. So whether or not the lender is agreeable to restructure the
Right,
loan.
and some of them are not participants, right? Mhm.
Yeah, but all the drivers want to participate, and so because some of these lenders refuse to participate, they have, however, been willing to make cash settlements. So if you give them $200,000, they will forgive the rest of the debt. And so our union's been trying to raise, so the city will give $30,000 from this program. We've been working with banks to raise the remaining $170,000, so we can offer that to these lenders and then be done with that debt. And we're really close to the finish line. Chairman Doe had given us really up until December of last year. We were not able to raise all the funds that we need, but we continue to work on it. And, frankly speaking, we've been doing that work all on our own without the support of anybody at the city. And so all we're asking for from the city is a little bit more time for us to, cross the finish line.
Thank you for that. And let's connect offline to see how we can be able to be more supportive in that area.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. Okay, next panel, we have Morgan Monaco, Heather Lubov, Adam Ganzer, Aliyah Sumro, and Emily Walker. Hi, Morgan, you want to begin?
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Morgan Monaco, president of the Prospect Park Alliance, the nonprofit organization that operates Brooklyn's flagship park in partnership with the city. I'm also co-chair of the Parks and Open Spaces Partners, a citywide network of more than 50 nonprofit organizations dedicated to stewarding and programming New York City's green and open spaces. Together, we share a vision of an equitable and resilient park system for all New Yorkers. I'd like to thank the council for holding today's hearing and for joining us in our fight to protect the Parks Department's budget. While we thank the administration for providing nearly $19 million in funding as part of the FY26 budget, we encourage the administration and the council to keep pushing farther to really ensure that our parks are funded in the way that New Yorkers deserve. The Alliance is a proud member of the Playfair campaign to restore the park's budget and ensure there's an additional $65 million investment to strengthen our park system and restore almost 800 lost positions. These roles are critical to ensuring that our parks remain clean, safe, and welcoming spaces for our communities. We are also urging the city to baseline this funding to prevent the yearly budget cuts that undermine our park system. Prospect Park is truly a public-private partnership. We rely on the city to help with day-to-day trash pickup and facility maintenance. This essential service is core to making Prospect Park a welcoming and accessible space for the diverse communities of Brooklyn. Our parks are not luxuries. They are essential community spaces where people who don't go upstate or to the Hamptons have Father's Day barbecues or see free theater or public art. The impacts of cutting parks are not just about the hardworking staff, but about the people who call New York City home. Our parks are the destinations people come to in moments of joy and in moments of sorrow or protest. During this political environment when our democracy is being tested, our parks are the great equalizers of the city and are one of the few remaining free, open, and democratic spaces, and we need them now more than ever. Since the pandemic, visitorship to parks has increased significantly, but at the same time, the city has not kept up with its record use in funding of parks for the city budget. We implore the city to not only increase funding for parks, but also move beyond cycle-to-cycle funding model and baselining this additional funding, therefore securing jobs for New Yorkers and living up to our mission as being the greatest city in the world with a clean, safe, and resilient, accessible park system. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Adam Ganzer. I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Parks. We, along with the League of Conservation Voters and DC 37, founded the Playfair for Parks Coalition, which now numbers more than 400 organizations. Thank you, Chair Brannon and Chair Christian, for the opportunity to speak today. Under normal circumstances, I would extol the broad value of our city's parks and park system, the public health benefits, how they mitigate heat and flooding, their outsized economic impact. Instead, we're talking about basic services, keeping our parks safe and clean. I'll read a headline from the New York Times this morning about St. Mary's Parks. It's the largest public park in the South Bronx that was once a refuge in a neighborhood marked by poverty and neglect. Now many residents actively avoid it. This is true throughout the city. This is not the city New Yorkers deserve, and it is directly a result of repeated budget cuts over the last 3 years for the Parks Department. In the last 3 years, we heard the commissioner note that the net loss of positions is roughly 700. I'd like to add that to 701, as I fear the commissioner herself is leaving because of the lack of funding for parks and lack of support from the administration. The pay cuts, the hiring freezes, the eliminated programs, this has been ongoing. The agency has been decimated. The administration's executive budget does not restore these losses. We sincerely appreciate the City Council's strong position demanding $65 million be added to the Parks Department budget to restore the core staffing and simply make our parks safe and clean. That's where we are. No grand vision, just core services. The agency needs PEP officers so New Yorkers can feel safe in their parks, forestry, natural area staff, programming staff to provide recreational activities for New Yorkers' children. And we need these positions to be baselined so the dedicated park workers who fill these positions can count on jobs year after year. We've seen libraries get their budgets fully restored, and we've seen the same for culturals. Now is the time for our parks, and we're counting on the council to remain firm in this budget negotiation, and we are very, very grateful for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks Chair Brannon, Krishnan, and Brooks Powers. Oh, she left, sorry. I'm Heather Lubov. I'm the Executive Director of City Parks Foundation and also a proud member of the Playfair Coalition. I'm here today because the mayor's executive budget fails New York City parks and the New Yorkers who rely on them. City Parks Foundation's programs rely on both private fundraising and also generous discretionary funding from city council members to reach neighborhoods that need those programs most. But even with this backing, our programs are directly affected by the city's overall disinvestment in parks. When park maintenance and security are understaffed, we face dirty and unsafe conditions, shuttered restrooms, delayed event permits, and missed opportunities for thousands of children and seniors, the majority of whom live in environmental justice areas. The budget crisis is not abstract for us. It is tangible, immediate, and exhausting. Every week, our Partnerships for Parks team, which has suffered from vacancies and the inability to hire any external candidates to fill these positions, is out in neighborhoods across the city, supporting local volunteers who are determined to make their parks cleaner, safer, and more welcoming. Crucial funding through the Citywide Parks Equity Initiative is what allows us to offer year-round coaching, leadership development, and seed grants to nearly 600 community groups. Increased funding for parks is not optional. It's the difference between an open space that languishes and one that becomes a true community anchor. Volunteers are not a substitute for adequate staff. Without a significant increase in the budget, we simply cannot meet the surging needs created by this ongoing disinvestment. We've done what we can, raising private dollars and redistributing that money through the New York City Green Fund, supporting volunteerism, offering free programs, even serving as a fiscal sponsor for other private funds to support the city. Everyone is stepping up except the mayor. Parks are not a luxury, and they are not spaces we can take for granted. It's time to fund our parks like the essential public service they truly are.
Agree. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alia Sumro, and I'm the Deputy Director for New York City Policy at the New York League of Conservation Voters. Thank you, Chairs Brannan, Krishnan, and Brooks Powers. I've submitted longer written testimony. First off, we really appreciate the City Council's FY26 preliminary budget response calling for $65.7 million for the Parks Department. That would restore and baseline over 600 jobs. As a Playfair member, we will continue to push the Coalition's goal of a $79.7 million restoration in FY26, and that would restore 795 critical New York City Parks positions. With that said, following several years of cuts to New York City parks and no restorations to the staff and programs, the mayor's FY26 executive budget once again under-resources the staff and stewards of our city's parks. While the mayor continuously celebrated baselining positions in his executive budget speech, New York City Parks was not included. New York City Parks has lost almost 800 critical positions. The city's parks workforce is operating at a historic low, which means more trash, longer cleanup times, less frequent tree maintenance. I can go on and on. Fully restoring these lost positions will create good-paying union jobs that support working families. So as a member of the Playfair for Parks Coalition, as well as the Forest for All Coalition, NYLCV is calling for restoring $79.7 million to DPR and committing $1 million for a robust multi-agency planning process for the New York City Urban Forest Plan. If we want to invest in our city's quality of life and safety and prepare for the climate crisis, which is here right now is the time to restore our city's parks funding. We stand with the Playfair Coalition and Forest for All calling for the full restoration, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Walker, and I'm the Senior Manager of External Affairs at the Natural Areas Conservancy. We're a proud member of the Playfair and Forest for All NYC coalitions. Thank you to Chair Brannan and Chair Krishnan for the opportunity to speak today. We want to start by thanking the City Council for calling for restored funding for our natural area staff and your preliminary budget response. We also thank Mayor Adams for adding a $3 million one-shot allocation for natural areas into the FY26 executive budget. This is a meaningful investment in the care of our natural areas. However, we urgently ask that this funding be made permanent and baselined in order to be effective. In the FY25 budget, we lost 51 critical forest management positions, and we are concerned that a one-year restoration of funding will continue to leave us in an uncertain cycle of inadequate staffing and management in our natural areas. In a city of 7 million trees, 5 million of them are located within our natural forested areas. The mayor's decision to eliminate funding last year for forest management staff has drastically reduced the capacity of the city to meaningfully manage and address challenges in our forests, making them more susceptible to increasingly urgent concerns like the hundreds of brush fires that occurred in our parks last fall. Last summer, the NAC conducted its first ecological assessment of forested natural areas in 10 years, and we found troubling signs of degrading forest health and quality across the city. Our research found invasive vines present in 92% of the forest plots that our researchers visited, and also found that our forest mid-story is showing a decline in the number of native tree species. Both of these data points indicate that forest regeneration is suffering in our natural areas. The vast presence of vines is also a reflection of insufficient staffing to care for our forests. With more permanent on-the-ground staff for forest care, NYC Parks would better be able to manage this threat to our trees. Again, while we are thankful to see the funding at least partially restored in the FY26 executive budget, we believe we should end the budget dance for our natural areas and parks once and for all. We urgently ask for all one-shot allocations to be made permanent to provide consistent year-over-year support for our city's precious and increasingly fragile natural areas. The ability to have more dedicated full-time staff for NYC Parks to care for our forests and wetlands would allow us to better protect what we have before they disappear from us forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan, quick question. How is Prospect Park fully recovered after the fires?
Thank you for the question. We are in the process of recovery. We had a wonderful outpouring of support following the fire, and our natural areas restoration team have installed soil fabric to stabilize the hillside, and we've seeded the area, so we are seeing some regeneration happening, but it will take several years because we did lose some mature trees for us to fully regrow the forest that we had, but we are really appreciative of New Yorkers' outpouring of support for our forest.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for all you do. Okay, our next panel, Chelton Leggett, Aresh Jayati, Merritt Birnbaum, Caitlin Kraus, Gabrielle Perez.
You can begin.
Thank you, Councilmember Krishnan and Councilmember Brannan. My name is Merritt Birnbaum. I'm the president and CEO of Riverside Park Conservancy. We work in partnership with NYC Parks to care for 400 acres of public parkland that's spread across 6 miles from West 59th Street to West 181st Street in Manhattan. I'm here again because this is a screaming moment for NYC Parks. Our parks are the lungs of the city, and they are being deprived of oxygen. Again, the city budget fails to make simple restorations that would make our park system functional and able to deliver exponential benefit for the lives of everyday New Yorkers. I want to address the fact that the mayor touted the creation of a second shift. This program is a new need. It is not a restoration of previous staffing levels. So just so we're clear, it's wonderful that certain areas of the system will get this later crew so that some bathrooms can stay open after 3:30 and some trash cans can get emptied later in the day. But this is not a solution to the crisis of understaffing in our parks. This program will not make our parks greener and safer and cleaner in the long term in a sustainable way. It's really just scratching the surface of what's needed. What is needed is 795 restored and baselined positions citywide, period. Our lawns are overgrown, our trees are dangerously unpruned, our trash is piling up, and really what I wanted to read was a comment that our district received from a community member. Why are the sinkholes still here? I can't remember them not being here. Why is there no cleanup? The mess of sweet gumball seed pods are all over the place, and on more than one occasion I have almost fallen. Leaf debris from the fall season remains. Why are there not better trash receptacles? Not only are they not large enough, but they can't accommodate pizza boxes, and they are not rodent-proof. The pavement is uneven and dangerous in numerous locations. The benches are gross. See if you would like to sit on one of these benches that are overgrown with moss. Not sure how tan pants would look following a lunch break. This is what it looks like when you cut off maintenance staff, when you cut city park workers, when you make it so that a park can't even be a place where you enjoy lunch on a bench under a tree. This is why we need to fund the basics of our park system. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is, thank you. My name is Gabby Perez. I'm coming here representing another organization that's in the Play Fair Coalition and the Forest for All NYC Coalition called The Bronx is Blooming. We do so much work in parks throughout the Bronx. We are in Soundview Park every single Saturday. We're in St. Mary's Park every other Friday. We're in Cortona Park every other Friday. The list goes on and on. We care for about 12 parks, mostly in the South Bronx. And I've been doing this work since 2019. And I see firsthand how much it takes. We're a small team, but we hire seasonally about 100 SYEP young people to join us in the summer, and it takes a lot. We do the best we can. We mulch the young trees, we weed in the garden beds, we remove invasive species, we clean up trash, but without adequate funding of 1%, from the city budget, hopefully, or hopefully even more, it'll just constantly feel like filling a bucket with holes in it, and I'm just here to echo everybody in saying that we need to show love to our parks, and I'm specifically thinking about parks here in the Bronx that not here in the Bronx, but parks in the Bronx that don't have conservancies and a lot of private funding and stuff like that, and also just like on a personal note, these parks are, people have said it before, but this is where life happens. This is where family reunions are had. This is where I grew up, playing in Mullally Park. Oh, but now it's called Reverend Wendell T. Foster Park. And then now I take care of that park, and it's beautiful, to have this relationship with parks. And I feel like I'm rambling now, but yeah, just I'm here to support more funding for the parks as well.
Thank you, Chair Krishnan. I really commend your love. It comes through of how much work you've done in supporting the parks. So thank you very, very much. And also, Chair Brennan, wherever you are, thank you for holding this. Also, I just wanted to thank all of the folks who are behind the scenes, security, tech, and all the folks who are still here, as well as all the attendants that have really love what we're here for. So my name is Arish Javadi, and I am the director of More Gardens Fund, and I'm also part of the Forest for All coalition. We are a grassroots organization dedicated to ecological justice, cultural celebration, and the permanent protection of New York City's community gardens. Since 1998, we have partnered with residents to preserve over 500 green spaces, especially in underserved Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. Through living willow structures, native plantings, youth education programs, direct action, and community-led art installations, we work to transform asphalt-heavy neighborhoods into vibrant sanctuaries of shade, food, learning, and joy. We really do need to put a lot more money. We are, as we said, 0.6%. Boston is 1%. Chicago is 1.7%. San Francisco is 2%. We need to be above these other cities. Now, I know people say 1%, but we should be 2.5%, something really that stands out and protects all of our parks. So, and again, we're more gardens, so we want more, not just 1%, but 2.5%. Equity in green spaces is one of the most important things in the community gardens, and especially in park-deficient neighborhoods where people of color deserve green, safe, vibrant spaces to gather, heal, and thrive. And that's exactly what community gardens do. Urban heat and climate justice, gardens cool down overheated blocks and absorb stormwater. Willows, structures, and tree canopy provide shade and beauty while improving air quality. Youth education and leadership, our free programs teach environmental science, food justice, and art to youth. Gardens are open-air classrooms and a platform for leadership. Public health and mental wellness. Community gardens reduce stress, support healing, and offer access to healthy food and herbal medicine. They are sanctuaries in the heart of the city. Cultural vitality and community pride. Our gardens host festival rooted in Iranian diaspora, Afro-Caribbean traditions, and indigenous practices. These spaces build joy, connection, and belongings. Grassroots stewardship saves cities money. Thousands of volunteer hours care for these public spaces. Modest funding multiplies impact by supporting the people already doing the work. Safer, more beautiful streets. Gardens transform vacant lots into sanctuaries, reducing dumping, crime, and blight. So as I said, we do need a lot more funding for the parks. And we also need permanent protection for the community gardens. We also want the parks and the city council to kind of work together with housing. You know, there's so much housing. Well, for every 99 units of housing, there should be a community garden mandated, especially on city-owned land.
Thank you.
Yes, and this way we can create thousands more community gardens that are desperately needed. Expanding gardens into open streets, greenways, and plazas, funding coordination in youth gardens, and legalizing and protecting all community gardens as soon as possible.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Good afternoon, City Council and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Caitlin Kraus, and I'm the founder and executive director of Rising Tide Effect. I'm also the vice chair of the Water Safety Coalition. I'm here today to stand firmly on the fact that continued cuts and chronic underfunding of the Parks Department are putting lives at risk. Water safety is not optional, it's essential. And right now, New York City is ultimately failing to meet this moment in public health and safety. The Parks Department is one of our front lines of defense when it comes to drowning prevention, yet year after year, it's being asked to do more with less. These budget restraints leave it understaffed, under-resourced, and unable to modernize or meet the scale of the need. The consequences of these decisions are not abstract. They show up in empty lifeguard chairs, they show up in canceled swim programs, or minimal available spots in classes. And most tragically, they show up on the rising number of New Yorkers, especially our children, lost to drowning. Now let's be clear, this is preventable. We're not waiting for a cure. We know what works. Cities and countries that invest in water safety education, in aquatics, in staffing, and public awareness have seen drowning rates decline. But here in the city, surrounded by water, we've allowed the infrastructure that could save lives to erode. New York City's beaches are often the only refuge for many New York families during the summer heat. But when those beaches are left without lifeguards, when the Parks Department doesn't have the staffing or training pipeline, we're essentially saying you're on your own. That's unacceptable. Every drowning is a tragedy, but even more so when we know it could have been prevented. The Parks Department should not be fighting for scraps, stuck in perpetual state of survival mode. As we continue to face climate changes, and increased storm surges, this is not a seasonal issue. This is a year-round public safety imperative that the administration and future administrations must take seriously. I urge the committee and this administration to restore and expand funding to the parks, not only to maintain our vital green spaces, but to modernize our city's approach to water safety and protect the lives of New Yorkers. Our children, our families, and our future deserve nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel is John Sirico, Constance Lasolde, Giulietta Fiore, Suhali Mendez, Ashley Kabira.
Good afternoon. There we go. Good afternoon. I'm John Sirico, the Senior Fellow for Climate and Opportunity at the Center for an Urban Future, an independent think tank focused on creating a stronger and more inclusive economy in New York. Thank you for Chair Krishnan and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. For decades, New York City has struggled to provide sufficient funding to pay for its parks and open spaces. The Center was glad to see partial funding restored in this year's executive budget, but if history is any guide, that reprieve is only temporary. To address the system's growing needs, this never-ending budget dance must end, and policymakers here can help do that by pursuing new, innovative ideas for dedicated parks revenue. In January 2024, the Center outlined 20 specific achievable ideas to do exactly that, from harnessing private development and parks' carbon-absorbing powers to expanding public-private partnerships and pilots that monetize waste streams. And this year, we published 2 action briefs for 2 ideas in particular. The first was our report in January outlining scenarios for implementing a ticket surcharge dedicated to park maintenance. Our research found that just a 1% fee, or $1.20 on average, placed on tickets sold at stadiums located on park land, like Citi Field and Arthur Ashe, could raise about $11 million annually. But it would require a push both here and in Albany from local leaders to make that happen. The second report in April called on the city to launch 20 new destination-worthy concessions over the next 3 years. We found that this effort could generate $10 million or more in recurring operating dollars, enough to hire 100 skilled gardeners, foresters, and other full-time maintenance staff, and it's one that City Hall could put into place tomorrow. Money made in parks must stay in parks, and the fact that it often doesn't is a true only in New York problem. To that end, the City Council could create a parks maintenance fund to capture revenue allocated through future lease agreements with profit-making entities on park land. Additionally, in neighborhoods that lack a conservancy, the city could work with a group of trusted partners to receive new funding streams and dedicate it to local care with clear guidance laid out in license agreements. An 80-20 split where revenue mostly stays in the park it's made in, with a portion going to underserved parks unable to handle a new concession or event, would help bolster parks equity. The Center commends the City Council for consistently championing parks and open space. Thanks also to Chair Krishnan for always his thoughtful consideration of the ideas we continue to put forth publicly. By getting creative about generating dedicated new revenues for parks, city leaders can deliver the healthy, vibrant parks and open spaces that New Yorkers deserve. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Giulietta Fiore. I'm the Executive Director of the Historic House Trust of New York City. We are an organization that preserves and promotes 23 historic houses that operate as museums and community spaces in public parks across all 5 boroughs of New York City. These sites are unique, but also indicative of the cultural role that parks play in the lives of everyday New Yorkers. The city must invest in our beloved community spaces today to ensure that they have a future tomorrow. We have a vision for a future with well-maintained and vibrant community spaces citywide, not just in Manhattan, and a future with places made for the people who live here. We are joining organizations and individuals today to advocate for full restoration of the New York City parks in the FY26 budget. Too many parks need maintenance support, and there just simply are not enough park staff to assist. The nuances of government and politics get lost in the reality that many New Yorkers experience in their local parks daily of unusable bathrooms, overgrown lawns, deteriorating conditions. This reality is unfair to parkies who are in the field every day hearing from their neighbors, and it's unfair to those who rely on these parks as critical city infrastructure. And I just want to speak a little bit kind of off of my testimony today. I was in Rufus King Park yesterday visiting one of the historic house museums, the King Manor Museum in Jamaica, Queens. Beautiful museum. If you haven't been, you should definitely visit. But I was sitting there with the museum staff on the porch, and we had a carafe of coffee that we were sharing, and at least a dozen people came up to us within that hour. They wanted to know about the museum. They wanted to visit. They were just thrilled that they had such a gem in their neighborhood. And then they also told us of their grievances. You know, we shared coffee with them, and we were a friendly face that they could talk to, and they said, I don't understand why we have these trash cans. I don't understand why they're overflowing. This bathroom isn't usable. And it's very clear that there was frustration frustration. They have a lot of pride for their park, and they really love their park. And this isn't just isolated to Rufus King Park, which is a beautiful park. It's happening across all 5 boroughs, and I really hope that we can continue to advocate to get 1% of the city budget for the Parks Department. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Just make sure your mic's on.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me to speak. My name is Ashley, and I'm one of those families that Baravi Desai mentioned who have been impacted by crushing debt, who could benefit greatly from the Medallion Debt Relief Program. I'm here on behalf of a family member who is a veteran cab driver. New York City cab drivers are instrumental to an iconic piece of New York City transportation, and my family member has been a proud New York City owner cab driver for over 2 decades, like countless others. Recent health issues, including major quintuple heart surgery, has made repaying his OSK medallion debt difficult. When we reached out for hardship reasons regarding repayment, OSK did not care about my family member's health. We are asking to extend the debt relief program. Restructuring the loan would be a huge relief for him and other drivers who are proud to continue to drive and hold the mantle of New York City medallion owner. The current structure of the loan plan is not conducive for him to be able to provide for his family. A restructured loan would have impact in multiple ways. Not only are you supporting a manageable payment plan to help out New York City cab driver veterans with their debt to support their families and improve their quality of life, but it also means that you're breathing back life into an iconic industry dating from 1937. We already see an inflection point with growing interest in waves and increased rides, but we're still not fully there, and we still need your support. Please keep your promise to support driver veterans from crushing debt. Your support not only helps our drivers, but preserve an iconic piece of New York City transportation. I also ask you to think about the last time your experience when you are in a New York City cab. And I want to share this quote to leave you off with something to think about. There's something poetic about hailing a cab in New York. It's hope, motion, and madness wrapped in chrome and leather. Please help reignite the spark of hope for our New York City cab driver owners who proudly wear this mantle.
Thank you.
My name is Constance Lessold, and I support all the requests that have been made today for additional funding for the Parks Department. It seems that it's very hard to get everything that you need. I would like to help with that, as I have moved back to New York City, and I would like to rebuild the Eastern Parkway Coalition, which was a vital part of work on parks in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and some of the things we did continue to this day. For example, the community garden over the Franklin Avenue shuttle, which we worked very hard on, is now almost 50 years old, started by a summer youth program and the Eastern Parkway Coalition, and costing the city very little. It's part of the Parks Department, and run by a wonderful woman named Gloria Briggs. It's now the Union Street Garden. We want to rebuild the coalition because I feel that we need, in addition to all the wonderful organizations we already have in coalitions in parks, we need more that will bring the public in. Somehow we are not getting the public in and involved to the extent that we could. And for example, I believe that what we were doing earlier with Prospect Park and the Conservancy was a positive thing. When Tupper Thomas was in that job, she was also in the beginning the administrator for Eastern Parkway. And that brought a lot more attention to the Parkway. If that was restored along with Ocean Parkway, we would get more involvement of the public, I feel, in helping you to get the funding you need et cetera, et cetera. I also speak for senior citizens in that we need to have restored in the budget the program we had in the past where we had a little trolley that went around Prospect Park. I'm 87 now and somewhat disabled. I can't get around the whole park. Having such a program would bring seniors more into the park, would bring others in too. So
Thank you.
Thank you, and remember, we are not going to support any kind of a skateboard park in Mount Prospect Park.
Thank you.
This is very basic, and please do not put any money into any such thing because it's not going to happen. I don't care how much money you bring from the state and from the West Coast, it is not going to happen.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, our next panel is Summer Omar, Darren Hinton, Khyber Samcho Prasad. Sorry, I can't read the handwriting. And Scott Daly. You can begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Summer Omar. I'm the founder of the Coalition to Save the Public Recreation Center downtown, and I'm here on behalf of more than 20 member organizations and thousands of residents who depend on the Tony D'Appolito Recreation Center, a public facility in the heart of the village that the Parks Department has proposed demolishing. Let me start by acknowledging that the mayor pledged $51.8 million towards the renovation of the center in his executive budget. This is a meaningful step. But to be clear, this is a start, not a solution. This city council must ensure full funding for a complete repair and modernization of the building, not demolition, not privatization, and certainly not further delay. The city has neglected this facility for years. That's not just an opinion, it's evident in the crumbling infrastructure and the years of deferred maintenance. At the most recent community board meeting addressing this issue, tension between the Parks Department and the community escalated after Parks officials acknowledged, on public record no less, that they haven't even studied what it would look like to modernize the building. That is not just bureaucratic oversight. That is profound negligence and a breach of public trust. Demolition of a public good should never be the first option. Our recreation center is not disposable. It provides essential functions, including low-cost and affordable programming for seniors, swimming instruction for children, and free youth services that were enjoyed not just by the local residents, but by New Yorkers across the city. Our government is supposed to be a trusted steward of public spaces, not an adversary. We are calling on the City Council to exercise its ample authority and intervene by supporting the repair and modernization of the Tony D'Appolito Recreation Center. Don't let this be another example of disinvestment masquerading as progress. Stand with us and help us save this center for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak to the council. My name is Khyber Samcho Prasad. I'm a yellow cab driver for 10 years. My dad was a yellow cab driver for 35. He passed away 2017. I'm here today because we have been mandated by a court lawsuit that we must have 50% wave vehicles on the road of New York City. And right now, these vehicles, we want to honor that commitment, but the vehicles are very expensive compared to a regular yellow cab, which will cost maybe $25, and a wheelchair converted vehicle could cost upwards to $75,000. We want to restore the TIF fund, so that way we could get $1 per trip for drivers, so they could put in gas and everything and maintenance for the vehicle. We also would like to waive the sales city tax of $3,900 because that would be a great difference. It could even help us to put the cab on the road faster. Would also give us more money to hack up the cab, put it in service, and save us a little money to make it not so much as a burden. And we request that you guys add additional funding to try and help us attain these wave accessible vehicles because we really like to serve the disability community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's good to see everybody again. On behalf of New York Junior Tennis and Learning, NYJTL, and the 10,000 unique kids that we serviced last year and their parents, I want to thank Chair Brannan, Chair Krishna, for the opportunity that you have provided to these kids. My name is Scott Daly. I'm the Senior Director of NYJTL's free community tennis programs throughout the city of New York. You know, we've been in business for over 50 years, and it's only because of the support we get from the New York City Council. Last year, we were in 25 separate city parks throughout the city in all 5 boroughs, stretching from Crotona and Williamsbridge Oval in the Bronx out to Wolf's Pond in Staten Island to Forest Park in Travers and Queens. We're all over. The programs are free to anybody who wants it between the ages of 5 and 18 years of age. We service not only kids that want to come out for free, but we have schools that come out to us. Special populations, D75 schools. We don't discriminate. We take everybody there. What do we need? We need to expand. I want to expand our programs. Right now, we're going to run over 100 programs this year alone in fiscal year 25. What impact do we have? I mentioned we have 10,000 uniquely enrolled kids. Over 70% of these participants are 10 years of age and younger. This is the target group that we want. 75% are Black, African American, Latino, or Asian. 80% of our families that we service are low income according to New York City area median income. 75% of our coaches come up through our programs. During the summer, we're going to have 50% of the high school students and college kids who have come up through us. We have our own SYEP. We give them a safe haven. We're asking for $1 million this year. Over the years, you've given us $800,000. We got cut 17 years ago. Costs, as you know, have skyrocketed in that time. City of New York has been our close partner for so many years, and I look forward to it for many years to come. On behalf of NYJTL and all the kids that we're able to service because of you, I thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Good seeing you all.
Thank you all very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, final panel is Christopher Leon Johnson, and then we go to Zoom.
Hello, Chair. Ready? Yes, go ahead. All right. Hello, Chairs Christian, Brooks Powers, and Brannon. Thanks for keep Powers coming out here early for. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I am calling on the keep on funding the DOT. They need to keep their funding. I understand that the commissioner of the DOT, Yanez Rodriguez, is corrupt and he's on his way out, but you cannot penalize a whole DOT because of one commissioner. Let's keep it real, he's on his way out. At the same time, I'm calling on the city council, starting with you, Mr. Christian, because you co-founded Communities Resist to introduce a bill to help allocate money into every deliverista who gets a ticket from the NYPD, because they're getting tickets right now and they're getting criminal summonses. I know that your nonprofit helps out with housing, but they should be able, since they're lawyers anyway, and if they're here to help out the public in need, they should be able to defend deliveristas when they go to criminal court at 1 Central Street. Myself, I've been to 1 Central Street before over some BS ticket, but it's not a place that I don't want nobody to be, because the problem with those type of tickets that go into that court is because if you're not a celebrity, if you're not like elected official like Susan Wong, you're going to be there till about 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the day, and sometimes they might not see you at all, and you gotta keep on going back every day. And if you don't go back every day, you're going to get a summons. So I'm calling on the city council to really make a public statement and condemning the NYPD for giving out criminal summonses to deliveristas, so they have to go to for riding on a sidewalk or blowing a red light. I understand that we need street safety and regulate on the e-bike situation, but at the same time, you cannot criminalize these deliveristas for doing their job. You can't criminalize them. So I'm calling the city council, and I know there's a lot you guys can't do because the courts are on a state level, but I believe that the city council should utilize these nonprofits like NILAG and the public defender's offices to help out these, defend these deliveristas when they get a ticket. I'm calling for deliveristas only. When it comes to regular cyclists, that's a different story. But deliveristas who are essential workers that the city council has designed as designated as essential workers, they should be able to get they need special service. They need special defense from these nonprofits to 1 Central Street. So thank you so much. I know it's my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we go to Zoom. We have, starting with Kevin O'Keefe. Kevin, if you could hear us, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Starting time. Yes, I am Kevin O'Keefe, and I am the founder and president of St. Martin Park Conservancy. May is Mental Health Month. Perhaps underappreciated is the level of significance urban green space plays in improving mental health. Our all-volunteer conservancy and the Parks Department serve in partnership to steward a public garden in the park that was locked to the general public for decades. The Conservancy hears from many of the garden's visitors that access to this more than a quarter acre of nature in Midtown Manhattan has become an essential part of their mental health needs. We want to recognize that too many times when the phrase green space is used, the space is actually not green and or other parts of nature, but hardtop. Although it takes more resources to maintain literal green space, it's well worth the budget increases needed to do so. Studies increasingly and clearly prove this out. One timely study out of SMU concludes, I'll share a quote from the study, green spaces decrease the risk of psychiatric disorders, including depression, anxiety, dementia, schizophrenia, and ADHD. More green spaces should be considered in city planning, unquote. We see that places worldwide are responded with needed budget increases with improved mental health, the clear rationale. Give you one example. Let's look to Singapore. There, 30 free public therapeutic gardens are being rolled out. There, the designers made sure to meet with scientists to understand how to best lift visitors' mental health and included elements from immune-boosting horticultural zones to wheelchair obstacle courses. Please keep in mind for the FY26 budget, not only park space, which of course is so important, but an added punch, please, for true green spaces and parks. One final thought from the Conservancy. As we've heard expressed by parkies at various levels since 2022, Commissioner Donahue has been a compassionate leader. We appreciate her leadership and vision for New York.
Time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now we have Brent Berenzi.
Starting time.
Hi there. Yes, thank you for having me. My name is Brent Berenzi. I am one of the organizers for Open Streets in North Brooklyn, primarily Barry Open Street, and I just wanted to testify in favor of fully funding open streets. There's been lots of talk today about how critical parks are as open space, and open streets are another version of how we add open space to a neighborhood, and very quickly. Yet right now, the budget is nowhere near enough to run these programs. We're oftentimes super delayed on getting funds. And even then, 20K max a year for something like 19 blocks of what Berry Street is completely insufficient to make these spaces the open spaces that neighborhoods deserve. So yes, I hope in the budget that City Council will fully fund open streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Saskia Hagens.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Saskia Hagens, and I am one of the organizers of the Vanderbilt Avenue Open Street in Brooklyn. I testified in March to urge the council to fully fund the Open Streets program. You then heard from myself and other organizers about the great benefits of open streets, allowing communities to transform our streets, creating more public open space, boosting local business, creating space for kids to play, opportunities for neighbors to connect, and making our streets safer and greener. Now that the open street season has started again, I want to talk a bit more about how we make this happen and why the current funding level is not sufficient. As soon as we restarted Vanderbilt Open Street this month, we saw hundreds of people enjoying the 6 blocks of public space that we create with just barriers and cones. This leads to businesses thriving, kids running around, local bands playing, skate and bike lessons, a blood drive, and so much more. But all this relies on unpaid volunteer labor by people such as myself. The funding level is only sufficient because volunteers spend countless hours on the city program, and that's not sustainable. On Vanderbilt, we had to fundraise to buy cones, something we need for safe operations, but DOT could not provide them. The program needs to be fully funded so that it can be properly staffed and so that we can move to the next phase of infrastructure and actual street redesign instead of relying on temporary equipment. The Open Streets program needs to be properly funded so that it's not so reliant on volunteers and local fundraising. That's unsustainable for us, but also entirely impossible in neighborhoods that do not have that capacity, leading to a very inequitable distribution of open streets. I'm going to end by repeating our request. Please fully fund the Open Streets program with $48 million over the next 3 years. As the comptroller said, that's a bargain if you look at what you get in return. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Charlie Vallone.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlie Vallone, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. A big thank you to the elected officials, Committee on Parks and Rec, NYC Parks Department, and our community who has assisted in our mission for improving Cunningham Park in Fresh Meadows, Queens. Some of you might know I am the late son of Councilmember Paul Vallone. I also am student body president of St. Francis Prep. Our school has been working tirelessly over the year to improve conditions at Cunningham Park for not only our student athletes, but also our community. My father was working on this project for 3 years before he passed, and I'm following through as this is important for the families within our neighborhood. Cunningham Park is a gem in the community. However, the upkeep and safety conditions have been extremely challenging. St. Francis Prep has had a good partnership with the Parks Department and has been in constant discussions regarding any developments going forward. However, Prep and the Parks Department, we need help. The park experiences water drainage, flooding issues after it rains every time, unleveled grounds, ditches causing athletes around the community to suffer many injuries. When other schools hear they're playing at SFP's home field, they abandon the games and they cancel them. As much as we love this park, it's outdated and is in dire need of rehabilitation. Our school, the community, and parks are hoping to receive your support for a multi-purpose turf field for a variety of sports and recreational events. We have filmed a video with athletes who live all over the borough, as well as community leaders with their testimonials and about the conditions surrounding the park. We had a legislative breakfast set up at the school, gained the support of our community board, had thousands of petitions signed, and we even visited the Parks Department facility to get better informed on how the school can help and what we can do to get the next steps going. Please support the request to make improvements to Cunningham Park and the quality of life and wellness for everyone who uses this landmark of District 26. Thank you for consideration.
Charlie, you still playing drums?
I am still playing drums,
All right.
actually.
Keep it up, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we have Andrew Berman.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Andrew Berman, Executive Director of Village Preservation, the largest membership organization in Greenwich Village, the East Village, and NoHo. On behalf of this organization and thousands of New Yorkers who utilize the Tony D'Appolito Recreation Center, I'm here to express my extreme objection to the proposed use of $52 million in the city budget to demolish rather than restore and modernize this beloved neighborhood recreation center. The center's been closed for more than 5 years due to neglect and deferred maintenance by the Parks Department. Beginning last year, the city made public their desire to demolish the building rather than finally undertake long overdue repairs. This is a classic case of the city saying that one set of rules apply to them and another to everyone else. This is a landmark building that this community fought to have preserved. Landmark designation means this building should not be demolished unless the owner has a financial hardship or the building faces an immediate danger of structural collapse. Neither are the case here, but the city wants the rest of us to do what they say, not what they do. If we allow landmark buildings to be demolished simply because the owners have put off necessary maintenance and don't want to invest money in repairs rather than demolition, we have a very bleak future ahead of us. We have personally toured this building and seen the conditions. There is nothing here that cannot be repaired and brought up to code. Our city is made up of countless buildings like this that faced similar challenges and were imaginatively reinvented and restored to continue to serve the public. It's environmentally unsound to demolish rather than restore, and an insult to the memory of both the community leader after whom the center is named and the thousands of largely poor and working class New Yorkers that the center served over the last 120 years to simply demolish the building out of laziness and lack of care. We call upon the Parks Department to use the $52 million to restore the building and for the City Council to supplant that funding as needed to ensure—
Your time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Rosa Chang.
Starting time.
Hi, hello Chairs Brandon and Krishnan and the Finance Committee members. I am Rosa Chang from Gotham Park, a new public space beneath the Brooklyn Bridge in Manhattan. And I would love to invite you and your colleagues for a tour of Gotham Park, which is, funnily enough, not a park, but in fact a DOT plaza. But to any user, a Parks Department park and a DOT plaza are both public open space where you get to engage and spend time with your neighbors and where you get to celebrate and play and where our children learn how to become good human beings. It's where we can catch a breeze and sit in the shade of a sheltering tree and where we can learn to fly by falling, picking ourselves up and trying again. And yes, I might mean skateboarding on that one. It's where we enjoy dialogue and develop friendships with people who look different than us, who worship different gods, dance to different music, and have different lived experiences. And by engaging with others that are different, that is how we learn and grow. Today, I want to acknowledge and celebrate the incredible public servants who dedicate their hearts, bodies, and souls to dreaming, building, and maintaining this incredible city that we are all lucky to call home. It's on their backs and with their efforts that we are able to live in and enjoy this magical city. It takes hard work every single day to keep us from sinking into the water surrounded by our own garbage. DOT and parks are equally critical and essential urban infrastructure. However, they do not enjoy the same financial commitments. We need to do better. Public spaces are especially vulnerable to lack of care, but are uniquely nurturing, inspiring, calming, and in fact, the setting for the magic of human connection. New York City wasn't built for cars or for rats or pigeons. It was actually built for people. And building public space is just the first half of the battle. To win, we have to invest in the care of our open spaces so that we can use them to build stronger, happier, more resilient, more creative, and more empathetic.
Time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Good seeing you. Okay, now we have Jackson.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Chabot. I'm also on the bus here, so forgive any of the background noise. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of Open Plans, and we're a nonprofit that advocates for livable streets. I'm here to reiterate what you've heard from Saskia and from Brent, among other open streets advocates. Right now, the DOT will probably be claiming that they have fully funded open streets with their $2.1 million allocation. The fact of the matter is this is simply not enough to ensure that the program has the robust amount of resources. And for Christ's sake, the fact that Vanderbilt had to pay for their own cones and solicit donations for it is clear enough example of the financial status that we're currently facing for the Open Streets program. We recommend, additionally, what Saskia said earlier, that $48 million over 3 years will ensure that the program both has the sustainability to sustain the current level of open streets, as well as to grow to council districts across the city. Because everyone deserves an open street like 34th Avenue. Everyone deserves to have space next to them, and especially in neighborhoods where there's very little access to park space. Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, last to testify is Kader Gurab. And you'll be our last witness today. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kadir Garab. I started driving a yellow cab a few months before the pandemic. I know the TLC cut the $1 waive fee, but I am owed over $2,500 because the TLC did, which claimed I would get if I drove a Wave. The TLC did not follow through on its word. I completed over 3,100 trips last year, and they only compensated me for $512. And I think the TLC and the City Council should give more funding to the $1 trip, because as a lease driver, many lease drivers will choose not to lease a Wave vehicle because they'll see it as more of a burden. They'd rather lease the hybrid instead of the Wave because there's less of an incentive, and you took away the incentive. And so if they choose to drive hybrids and not Waves, there'll be less Waves hitting the streets. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, with that, day 2 of FY26 executive budget hearings is concluded. Thank you.